Master, please, I beg you, spare Xiao Xiao. She's only 13, not yet of age. She can't be married off. If she doesn't marry, we'll all be doomed. But that governor is already 63. His wives and concubines have all suffered terrible fates. Sending Xiao Xiao to him is the same as sending her to her death. I've saved some money over the years. Can't we use that to buy our way out? Concubine Liu, if you keep interfering, I'll sell you off immediately. Today, Su Xiao will marry whether she wants to or not. Su Xiao shivered and woke up from her daze. What was all this noise? She had only stayed up 3 days and nights doing experiments and accidentally fallen asleep. Why was everyone shouting? It wasn't even her turn to go on a mission. But the next second, a flood of strange memories rushed into her mind, stabbing her head with pain, yet also making her instantly alert. She looked around. This was clearly the courtyard of a large family in ancient times. She and a delicate-looking woman were kneeling in front of a sharp-eyed man with thin lips and a cruel expression. Combining what she had just heard with the sudden memories in her head, why did this feel so familiar? Wait a minute. Wasn't this the exact story from that survival novel she had casually opened to stay awake? Did she cross into the book and write at the worst possible moment? In the original story, Su Xiao was the illegitimate daughter of a local landowner in Mao County, Yan Prefecture of the Great Yu Dynasty. She was born lowly, quiet in nature, but already beautiful at a young age. Her selfish father treated her as a gift to the governor in exchange for protection, hoping to take the whole Su family with him when fleeing disaster. Her birth mother, Concubine Liu, begged for her life, but was instead sold to a brothel and died miserably. As for Su Xiao, unable to endure the humiliation, she ended her own life. The real protagonist of the story was her greedy father, who relied on selling his daughter to survive every crisis, eventually escaping safely and gaining fame in a new place. And right now, this was the exact moment when her father was about to send her to that cruel governor's household. She really couldn't have arrived at a worse time. No, she had to think of a way out quickly. If she was sent away, it would be too late. Su Xiao pinched her thigh hard, forcing herself to calm down quickly. Her mind spun as fast as the supercomputer CPU in her lab, running through countless ideas in an instant before finally settling on one plan: stall for time. She still needed to confirm some things before making her next move. Father. Su Xiao wiped away her tears, lifted her head, and said firmly, I will go. But I have one condition. Since the person I am to marry is the prefect, even if I am only to be a concubine, I must go with dignity and honor. I cannot be sent off in a cheap wedding dress and a small pink sedan chair. I don't mind for myself, but I fear it would bring shame to you, father. Even among concubines, there are those of higher and lower standing. You are one of the most respected gentry in Mao County. If your daughter loses face, then you too will lose face. Let me take 3 days to rest and prepare, so I can go looking bright and beautiful. This way, the prefect will see your sincerity, and perhaps he will also be pleased with me, making it easier for me to speak on your behalf. As my mother, Aunt Liu naturally worries for her child. Please, father, do not be angry with her, and do not blame her. If she is well, I will also be able to do my best for you in the prefect's household. I am a daughter of the Su family, and I must contribute to the Su family. You have raised me for 13 years, and now it is time for me to repay you. Please understand my heart, father. Su Xiao then bowed deeply, just as the original Su Xiao would have done. Hearing this, her father, Su Mingji, nodded with satisfaction. Xiao Xiao, you are truly sensible.
We will do as you say.
3 days from now, you will enter the prefect's household. Yes, father. Su Xiao knelt and bowed as she sent him off. But Aunt Liu's eyes filled with anger and pain as she grabbed Su Xiao's hand. Xiao Xiao, are you out of your mind? You know that place is a trap. You must run away. Even if it costs me my life, I will send you out of here.
Auntie.
Su Xiao quickly made a gesture for silence. Let's talk inside. Aunt Liu froze for a moment, then realized this was not the place to speak. She hurriedly led Su Xiao back to their courtyard. Once inside, Aunt Liu checked carefully to make sure no one was watching. Then she opened her jewelry box, took out a small embroidered pouch, and pressed it into Su Xiao's hand. "This is all the savings I've managed to put aside over the years. Take it with you for your journey. Auntie, I have something to tell you. Every word I say next is true." Su Xiao pulled Madame Liu to sit down and said, "The Great Yu dynasty is about to fall." Madame Liu gasped. "What are you talking about?" "Don't worry about how I know. What I'm saying is true. For 2 years in a row, the north has suffered droughts, with little rain and poor harvests. In the south, floods have destroyed homes and taken lives. Refugees are everywhere, and famine has spread across the land. Our Yan prefecture is still a little better, with some harvest left, but not by much. The northern wolf kingdom is about to attack, and Yan prefecture will be the first to face them. Once the defenses are broken, the fall of the city will mean disaster for us. I've heard that the army resisting the wolf kingdom hasn't been paid for half a year, and they're running out of supplies. Without food and support, how long can they hold on? Do you know why Father is trying so hard to please the governor? It's because the governor already knows the news and is preparing to move his whole family south. Father wants to join their convoy for protection and escape from Mao County. And when he flees south, do you think he'll take us, or will he abandon us to save himself? As for you telling me to leave, where can I go? Outside, there are desperate people everywhere. If I go out alone, I'll either be captured or killed." Madame Liu collapsed to the ground in despair, her face pale, tears streaming down, unable to say another word. "Auntie, what we need to focus on right now is not the governor, but how to survive this crisis." Su Xiao dropped another shocking truth. "Do you know why I said we should wait 3 days before going to the governor? Because within 3 days, he will surely flee with his family. What we must do is find a way to survive in the chaos." Madame Liu clutched Su Xiao's arm tightly, trembling. "But we are just women. How can we survive? If the wolf kingdom breaks in, they will destroy the city. Women will be taken away, and many will lose their lives. Oh, my poor child, how unlucky you are." "Auntie, we don't have much time. While it's still calm, you must hurry and prepare supplies." Su Xiao quickly listed the things they would need. "If we really can't escape and must stay in Mao County, then we must find a place where the Wolf Kingdom soldiers cannot find us, and hide there as long as we can. The Northern Wolf Army will not stay in Mao County for long. Their tactics are guerrilla and blitz attacks, and they will keep moving south. Once they leave Mao County, that will be our chance to escape." In the chaos, Aunt Liu didn't notice that Su Xiao was calm, steady, clever, and had a broad vision, completely different from the timid and dull girl she used to be. Su Xiao didn't plan to hide her change either. She imitated the original owner's behavior only when necessary. There was no time to waste. Timidity and silence could never ensure survival in this world. Even if Aunt Liu suspected her identity later, Su Xiao was confident she could explain it away. Su Mingji had sent her skincare ointments, fine clothes, and delicate hairpins, showing that he was willing to spend heavily on her. As soon as Su Xiao received them, she quietly stored everything into her hidden space. This space was the same one she had in her previous life, an enormous laboratory of more than 200,000 square meters, filled with equipment. When she first arrived in this world, she had already sensed its existence. But she had held back until now, finally finding the chance to test whether she could store things inside. Her smooth action just now proved her guess was correct. Theoretically, her space could hold an unlimited amount because the lab was simply too vast. In this troubled world, having such a survival tool might truly keep her alive. Next, she needed to plan carefully. In just 3 days, she had to gather enough supplies to escape. Ideally, she would prepare everything needed for a long journey, though that was unrealistic. Still, the more she could collect, the better. Looking through the original owner's belongings, she found only an empty makeup box and a bare wardrobe. For the daughter of a wealthy landowner, this was pitiful. The The purse Aunt Liu gave her held only 20 taels. 20 taels, far from enough. Su Zhao's eyes turned toward the grand house before her. Her unreliable father must have money, right? But how could she take it without being noticed? After calmly analyzing, she realized she had no idea where most of his wealth was hidden. For now, she could only stock up quietly without alerting him. So, Su Xiao left the house and took the jewelry her father had given her straight to the pawnshop.
Don't waste words with me. Sell it outright.
Although Su Xiao was dressed plainly, her confident and calm presence immediately silenced the shopkeeper. She said, "This was entrusted to me by my young lady. I hope you can keep it secret. If my lady were to find out..." "Well, I think you understand." Su Xiao was pretending to be a maid from the governor's household. That family had many daughters, and since they rarely appeared in public, it was easy for her to pretend. As for why she posed as a maid instead of the young lady herself, well, who would believe that a noble young lady would personally come to something? Besides, with her shabby appearance, no one would believe she was the governor's daughter. The shopkeeper observed Su Zhao's confident and proud manner. She truly didn't seem like someone from an ordinary family. And it wasn't unusual for children of wealthy families to secretly a few things. After all, who hasn't faced a shortage of money at some point? The jewelry also looked like something a young girl would wear. The shopkeeper quickly smiled and said, all right, let me give you a price. How about 50 taels? Without a word, Su Xiao picked up the jewelry and turned to leave. Did he really think she was a fool? This was a full set of pure gold ornaments. The gold alone was worth more than 300 taels of silver, yet he only offered 50? Was he joking? Wait. The shopkeeper realized she wasn't easy to trick and quickly corrected himself. I meant, just this single hairpin is worth 50 taels. Please give me a fair price. If not, I'll simply take it elsewhere, Su Xiao said with a light smile. No need to make things difficult for yourself.
No difficulty.
500 taels, final offer. I can't go higher, the shopkeeper said. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. This is already the best price. Many people have been pawning items lately, so the value of gold and silver has dropped by about 10% compared to previous years. I'm sure your young lady is aware of this. All right, deal. Su Xiao agreed. She was short on both money and time, and couldn't afford to waste either. 500 taels would be enough for now. They signed the papers. The shopkeeper noticed Su Zhao's elegant handwriting and became even more convinced she came from a noble family. After all, small households might afford a maid, but rarely one who could read and write so well. Su Xiao left with the 500 taels. As expected, someone followed her from behind. Su Zhao's lips curved into a faint smile. They thought she was young and easy to bully. But even though she had been a chemistry PhD in her past life, she was also a champion in military combat training. Before blood could splatter, Su Xiao moved quickly and created distance between herself and her attacker. A thin man clutched his neck, eyes wide with fear, and fell to his knees. He tried to speak, but only blood came out of his mouth. With a choking sound, he collapsed, and the knife in his hand clattered to the ground. If Su Xiao hadn't reacted so fast, the one lying on the ground would have been her. The city of Yanzhou had not yet fallen, but chaos had already begun inside. Su Xiao had just taken a life. Even though it was her first time, her calm and determined expression did not match her young age or delicate appearance. This sharp contrast caught the attention of a man watching from a room across the street. He raised his brows in surprise, then chuckled softly. Interesting little girl. He watched as the young girl calmly searched the body, taking everything useful and leaving only the man's underclothes. This.
Ha!
The man's handsome face showed both shock and amusement. Master, someone approached from behind. The man closed his folding fan and turned slightly.
Speak.
General Shui may not be able to hold on. Within 3 days, the city will surely fall. We should retreat while we can. 3 days. The man sighed deeply, stood up, and walked out. The world is about to fall into chaos. Whose hands will this land end up in? And who is worthy of my support? He suddenly turned back, glancing toward where the girl had been. But she was already gone. Only the lifeless body of her opponent remained. The man, Sun Ziqing, frowned slightly and began to calculate, muttering to himself, "Strange. I cannot see through her fate. So this is why my master sent me down the mountain. Am I also part of the game? Now I'm curious, who'll draw me in?" Meanwhile, Su Xiao hurried back to the Su residence, her heart still pounding. There, she saw Aunt Liu had already gathered the supplies she had asked for. Food that could be stored, water skins, herbs, bedding, and clothes. Not enough. This is far from enough. Su Xiao stuffed all 500 taels into Aunt Liu's hands and said, "Go buy more. As much as you can. Whatever you can find. Just buy it. This is not the time to save money." Aunt Liu was startled. "Xiao, where did you get so much money? You didn't steal it, did you?" Su Xiao was just about to answer when the steward's voice came from outside. "Fourth miss. Master asks for you." "Understood." Su Xiao rubbed her face to soften her expression, making herself look harmless, then lifted her skirt and walked toward her father's courtyard. Along the way, her eyes never rested. She was searching everywhere for safe places to hide if she needed to escape. Unfortunately, none of them would work. Su Mingji liked to appear cultured, so the Su family estate was built in a grand and open style. There were many wide spaces, but almost no good hiding spots. It seemed she would have to find a new place to conceal herself. Walking quickly, she soon arrived at Su Mingji's courtyard. "Father."
Su Xiao bowed.
"Why aren't you wearing the clothes and jewelry I prepared for you?" Su Mingji was practicing calligraphy. Everything on his desk was refined and elegant. Even the paper on the windows was worth 10 times more than the clothes Su Xiao was wearing. "Father, the clothes and jewelry are too precious. I couldn't bear to wear them yet. I plan to save them for my wedding day. Besides, these days I've been carefully taking care of my skin, and I was afraid of staining the fine clothes you gave me." As she spoke, Su Xiao's eyes quickly swept across the study. Her gaze suddenly froze on the display shelf. The size of this room didn't feel right. There was something suspicious about that shelf. "You've become more sensible than before." Su Mingji was very pleased with her answer. "When you go to the magistrate's residence, you must behave properly. Don't act on your own. Always think of your aunt and your father."
"Yes."
Su Xiao agreed, without hesitation. "I wonder, father, what instructions do you have for me today?" "Su Quan," Su Mingji said to the steward beside him, "go to my private treasury and pick out some fine fabrics for the 4th Mississippi dress like this. She makes our Su family lose face." The steward, Su Quan, bowed respectfully. "Yes, master." Then he turned to Su Xiao with a proud tone. "4th Miss, please come with me." "Thank you, Chief Steward."
Su Xiao spoke politely.
Although she was the 4th young lady of the Su family, her status in the household was lower than that of a steward. Perhaps because Su Xiao's attitude was respectful, Steward Su Quan led her straight to Su Mingji's private storeroom. He ignored the row of luxurious display shelves on the east side and instead pointed to the west side, where a row of dusty, outdated fabrics lay. "Choose from here. The master said you could pick something, but you must know your limits and behave sensibly." "Yes, you're right," Su Xiao answered obediently, carefully selecting from the plain fabrics as if she were very well behaved. When Su Quan wasn't looking, she quietly removed one of her earrings, straightened it, and slipped it into the latch of the storeroom door. "Have you chosen yet?" Su Quan asked impatiently. "Yes, I'll take this one." Su Xiao casually picked up a roll of cloth. "This color suits me well." Seeing that she had indeed chosen a cheap piece of fabric, Su Quan lost all patience. With a wave of his hand, he turned to leave. "Send the 4th young lady back."
Su Xiao didn't mind.
Hugging the fabric, she slowly walked away. As the storeroom door closed behind her, she glanced back. At that moment, the earring she had wedged into the latch slipped free, causing the latch to spring open instead of locking into place. Later, Su Xiao, who had been lying down as if resting, suddenly opened her eyes. She listened carefully for sounds outside, then quickly changed into dark clothing, cover her face with a handkerchief, opened the window, and leapt out. Fortunately, this body was only 13 years old, just over 1.5 meters tall, thin and small, perfectly agile. The Su residence had night patrols, but the estate was so large that a full round took at least an hour. This gave Su Xiao the chance she needed. Counting the patrol's steps, she quietly made her way to the entrance of Su Mingji's private storeroom. As soon as the guards passed by, she slipped to the door. The storeroom walls were more than 1/2 meter thick, built entirely of heavy stone, with no windows. The only way in or out was through the main door. Next to the door was the guards' restroom. Any small sound here could wake them, so her movements had to be silent and swift. She crouched down and began to feel around. After a moment, her fingers touched the earring she had left there earlier that day. She pinched the earring with her fingers and gave it a light twist. Click, click. 2 bolts were quickly lifted. From her hair, she pulled out an embroidery needle and slid it into the lock. Thankfully, locks of this era were far too easy to open. Compared to the mechanical and electronic locks of later times, they were on a completely different level. The door opened smoothly, and Su Xiao slipped inside. Without even looking carefully, she raised her hand and began collecting everything in sight. Useful or not, she would take it all first. The small storeroom, about 70 to 80 square meters, was emptied clean in less than 2 minutes. After finishing, she carefully restored the door, retrieved her earring, and made sure not to leave a single trace. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly remembered the display shelf she had seen in Su Mingji's study. Should she go and take a look? Time was short, but every gain counted. After all, no one would know it was her. Take a risk, and maybe fortune would follow. Keeping low, Su Xiao quietly made her way to Su Mingji's study. The guards here were not as strict as at the storeroom, since Su Mingji rarely visited his study. The watchmen had grown careless. Taking advantage of their inattention, Su Xiao slipped inside. In the dark, she went straight to the display shelf. She touched here and there, but no matter how she tried, the shelf didn't move at all. Where was the hidden mechanism? Just as she was about to give up and search elsewhere, she felt something unusual beneath her feet. She crouched down to check, and sure enough, she found something. A round metal ring was hidden under the carpet. She gave it a cautious pull. The display shelf suddenly shifted. It split in two, revealing a narrow passage just wide enough for a person to enter. Su Xiao's eyes lit up. As she stepped inside, she quickly pulled a small lamp from her storage space and shone it forward. In the next instant, her eyes widened in shock. Inside the small hidden room, piles of gold, silver, jewels, antiques, and paintings filled the space. "We're rich." Su Xiao almost burst out laughing, but she forced herself to stay quiet. With this fortune, she and her aunt could live safely through these troubled times. Without hesitation, she began collecting everything. Wherever the lamp's light reached, nothing was left behind. After putting away her secret stash, Su Xiao returned to the study and moved the display shelf back into place. She had planned to tidy up the study as well, but after thinking it over, she decided it wasn't the right time to draw attention. Better to quietly stock up on supplies first. Su Xiao retraced her steps and went back to her bedroom. Just as she lay down, she heard loud shouts outside. "Seal off the gates. The thief must still be inside the Su residence. Search everywhere. Everyone in the courtyards, listen up. Put on your clothes and come out for inspection. Anyone who dares resist will be punished by family law."
Xiao Xiao.
Madame Liu rushed in, her clothes a bit messy. She quickly checked Su Xiao to make sure she was safe, then asked nervously, "What's happening out there?" "Auntie, don't panic. We don't know anything. Whatever they ask, we just answer honestly." Su Xiao comforted her while helping fasten her buttons.
"Let's go out now."
"If we're late, it'll only draw suspicion."
"All right."
Madame Liu followed Su Xiao, both of them hurrying out of the courtyard. As soon as they stepped outside, they saw men with torches storming in, shouting fiercely, "Everyone stand still. Search every room." At that moment, One of the men brushed past Madame Liu and raised his hand to push her aside. Before he could touch her, a small but firm hand grabbed his wrist with precision. Open your eyes and look carefully. This is Madame Liu, the honored concubine of Master Su. If you dare offend the women of the household, how many lives do you think you can afford to lose? The man was startled and tried to pull his hand back, but to his shock, he couldn't move it at all. Thinking he must be mistaken, he pulled harder. Unexpectedly, Su Xiao suddenly let go, and the man, unable to stop himself, stumbled and fell flat on the ground. He was about to explode in anger when Su Xiao quickly turned and bowed respectfully. Father, Su Xiao greets you. May I ask why, in the middle of the night, people are suddenly barging into Annie's courtyard? Su Mingji gave Su Xiao a long, deep look. Where were you tonight? Of course, I was resting here in the courtyard, Su Xiao replied with an innocent expression, tilting her head in confusion. Otherwise, where else would I be? Aunt Liu instinctively pulled Su Xiao behind her, smiling nervously at Su Mingji. Master, Xiao Xiao has been with me the whole time. She hasn't gone anywhere. In just 3 days she will be married, and I can't bear to let her out of my sight. At that moment, the men searching inside came out and shook their heads at Su Mingji.
Go.
Su Mingji ordered, leading his people to the next courtyard. Aunt Liu clutched Su Xiao's arm tightly, trembling all over. Xiao Xiao, your 500 taels of silver, could it be?
No. Su Xiao replied calmly. Aunt, don't ask.
Su Xiao's sharp gaze followed the man who had just tried to push Aunt Liu. As expected, when he left the courtyard, he suddenly turned back and gave Aunt Liu a meaningful look. Aunt Liu was beautiful and charming, not yet 30, her looks still captivating. But because she was gentle and timid, unable to flatter or scheme, she was never favored. Over time, even the servants of the Su family dared to bully her. Su Xiao gently patted Aunt Liu's back, her eyes hiding a cold determination. If there was anyone in this world who loved the original Su Xiao the most, it was without doubt her mother, Aunt Liu. Now that she had become Su Xiao, she would protect Aunt Liu herself. Aunt, my room is messy. Can I switch rooms with you tonight? Su Xiao asked playfully.
Please, just for tonight.
Of course, of course. Aunt Liu doted on her only daughter endlessly. Were you frightened? Do you want me to stay with you? No need. I just want to sleep in your big bed.
Su Xiao smiled.
All right, as you wish. Aunt Liu didn't think much of it. She settled Su Xiao in her own room, then went to Su Xiao's room to rest, tidying up the empty space as she did. At the 4th watch of the night, a shadowy figure appeared silently outside Aunt Liu's window. With a short dagger, he pried the window open and slipped inside. Just as he reached for the bed, a small figure suddenly appeared behind him. A blade pressed coldly against his neck.
Speak. Who sent you?
What are you here for? The man said nothing and tried to strike back, but the figure was faster. The dagger in her hand moved without hesitation, ending him in an instant. Since he refused to speak, there was no need for words. Su Xiao quickly the bedsheet on the ground, wrapping the man she had just killed like a bundle. Before the blood could soak through, she carried the body straight to the dry well in the backyard. The corpse was thrown into the well, and the blood-stained sheet was burned to ashes. The firelight reflected on Su Xiao's calm, expressionless face. She already had a bold guess. This was most likely done under her father Su Mingji's orders. After all, no guard would dare to covet the master's favored concubine on his own. That man had tried to approach Aunt Liu earlier in the night, and then sneaked in again later. What was his purpose? To ruin Aunt Liu's reputation. Once that happened, Aunt Liu would be trapped in Su Mingji's hands, forced to obey him, and eventually be sent to the governor's residence. He could even use her to influence the governor for his own gain. And once she lost her value, Aunt Liu's fate would be nothing but misery. This was the cruelty of men. Sure enough, when Su Xiao returned to the courtyard, it wasn't long before noise erupted outside. Drag that shameless woman out here. The next moment, the door was kicked open. Su Xiao barely had time to pull the blanket over herself. Still wearing her blood-stained coat, she pretended to have just woken up, shrinking back on the bed. Father, what is going on?
Su Xiao?
Why are you here? Where is your aunt?
Su Mingxi looked shocked.
Did anyone come by just now? Who? No one. Su Xiao acted terrified and innocent. When father suddenly searched the courtyard, I was scared, so Auntie and I switched rooms. I fell asleep right away and didn't know anything. Father, what happened tonight? I'm so frightened. It's nothing. Su Mingji gave her a long, deep look. For a moment, he felt that this daughter he had always ignored seemed much sharper and more alive than before. Only clever people could survive in the governor's household, and only they could bring him more benefits. Rest well. Su Mingji left with his men. Watching his back, Su Zhao's lips curved into a cold smile. Su Mingji, I will never forgive you. This time, you won't succeed in trading your daughter for power like in the story. Aunt Liu clutched her chest and held Su Xiao tightly. Xiao, what is your father trying to do? Twice in one night. What does he want? Of course, he wants to get rid of us, Su Xiao replied. Annie, do you see it clearly now? Su Mingji, that heartless man, can't be trusted. During this escape, he can't take too many people. Anyone extra will be abandoned. I'll be given to the governor, and you'll either be sold or sent away. But I'm his honored concubine. Aunt Liu shook her head in disbelief. An honored concubine who has lost her dignity is no longer honored, Su Xiao said coldly. Auntie, you must be careful. Once he thinks of selling you, it won't stop at just once. If you want to survive, you must follow my plan. Aunt Liu seemed to lose all her strength, staring blankly into space. After a long silence, she suddenly burst into tears. It's my fault. I couldn't protect you, and I couldn't even protect myself.
Don't cry.
Only the weak shed tears, Su Xiao said firmly. I, Su Xiao, will only be strong.
Xiao.
You. Aunt Liu looked at her in shock, as if she no longer recognized her. Why are you so different now? You never used to speak like this. Auntie, have you forgotten? This is who I truly am. When I was little, you kept reminding me that a girl must not be too sharp, that she should be gentle, obedient, and yielding, so father would like me. That's why I hid my true self and pretended to be the daughter both you and father wanted. Su Xiao took the chance to explain herself. But you've seen it now. Being weak and obedient only makes father treat me like a gift to be given away or like trash to be discarded. Since he won't give me a way to live, why should I keep pretending? Aunt Liu's eyes grew distant. It did seem true. When Su Xiao was 3 or 4, she was like a fierce little wildcat, which made Su Mingji dislike her. That was when Aunt Liu began to constantly remind her not to be too harsh, but to be gentle, sensible, and patient.
So,
was it her fault? Annie, the situation now doesn't allow me to stay weak any longer. The same goes for you, Su Xiao said seriously. We only have 2 days. Aunt Liu wiped her tears, gently caressing Su Xiao's face. You're right. No matter how you change, you are still my daughter. It's my fault. I didn't teach you well. Fortunately, the mistress of the house is kind, so we've had a few good days over the years. Tomorrow, when you go to greet her, remember to be respectful.
Su Xiao frowned slightly.
From the original owner's memories, she saw a woman who rarely smiled. Though not yet 40, she always dressed in a dull, old-fashioned way, giving the impression of a strict middle-aged lady. After chatting for a while, mother and daughter rested briefly, and soon the sky began to brighten. Aunt Liu helped Su Xiao dress properly and watched her head off to pay respects to the mistress. Following her memories, Su Xiao passed through the courtyard gate, walked along the covered corridor, crossed the garden, and went straight to the mistress's quarters. When she arrived, 3 young girls about her age were already standing in the courtyard. Su Xiao blinked, unsure who they were. One lively girl spoke first. Su Fourth, you're here. Why are you just standing there? Go stand behind your second and third sisters. That must be the eldest sister. Su Ling, little fourth, come here, stand by me. A gentle-looking girl waved at her. After all the noise last night, you must have been frightened, right? That was the second sister, Su Zhen. Then the last one must be the third sister, Su Lai. The Su family had 4 daughters, but none were born of the main wife. All were daughters of concubines. The mistress, Madame Song, had no children of her own. Su Mingji's household was not large, and the 3 concubines each gave birth to daughters. The eldest, Su Ling, lost her mother, concubine, during childbirth. Su Zhen, the second sister, was raised directly by Madame Song. Though technically a concubine's daughter, she was treated almost like a legitimate one. The mothers of the second and third sisters were the same woman, but after giving birth to them, she suddenly disappeared. Some said she had died, others whispered she had run away. Su Mingji avoided the subject and forbade anyone in the family from mentioning it. At the time of her disappearance, Su Zhen was 10 and Su Lai was 9. Since Madame Song did not take them in, the eldest sister Su Ling looked after them. Later, Aunt Liu gave birth to Su Xiao. The 4 sisters were each a year apart. Su Ling was 16, Su Zhen 15, Su Lai 14, and the youngest, Su Xiao, 13. As for whether Su Mingji had sons, perhaps he did, but none were raised in the household, for reasons unknown. Recognizing everyone, Su Xiao quickly bowed. Su Xiao greets eldest sister, second sister, and third sister. Su Lai, who had been silent all along, looked at Su Xiao as if seeing her for the first time and couldn't help but say, "Little fourth, you seem different today. You're not avoiding us like before." Su Xiao smiled and replied, "It was my fault for being immature before. I must have made my 3 elder sisters laugh at me." Just as Su San was about to speak, she noticed the matron beside their stepmother approaching, so she quickly closed her mouth. The 4 young ladies may enter to pay their respects now. Su Ling, the eldest, walked in front, followed by Su Zhen, then Su Lai, and finally Su Xiao at the end. The 4 of them entered their stepmother's room one after another. As soon as Su Xiao stepped inside, she instinctively scanned the furnishings, trying to read her stepmother's character from the details. The room was simple, with only the necessary items. There were no unnecessary decorations, showing that she was someone who lived without much desire. Nearly 40 years old, with no children of her own. What more could she ask for? "Greetings, mother." The 4 girls stood in a row and bowed to Madame Song. "We wish you good health."
Rise.
Madame Song answered calmly, her gaze sweeping over the 4 daughters before pausing on Su Xiao.
Su Fourth, she called.
"I am here, mother. Please instruct me." Su Xiao stepped forward and bowed. "Last night, you and concubine Liu were frightened," Madame Song said. "You don't need to come and pay respects for the next few days. Your father, he was upset. The household suffered a great loss from the theft. Try to understand him." Her tone was light, as if she didn't take it too seriously. "Yes, mother," Su Xiao answered obediently. Madame Song sighed and nodded to the matron. The matron turned and brought out a small box, handing it to Su Xiao. "Fourth miss, this is part of the dowry Madame has prepared for you. Even if you are marrying as a concubine, it's important to have some money of your own." Su Xiao was taken aback, then bowed in thanks. "Thank you, mother. Although you were not raised by me, you have still called me mother for 13 years. I tried to stop this marriage, but it was useless," Madame Song said. "From now on, you must take care of yourself." This stepmother seemed kinder than Su Xiao had imagined. Unlike others who might mistreat children not of their own blood, she treated all the daughters equally. Perhaps it was because she had no children of her own. "Thank you, mother." Su Xiao bowed again. "You're going to the magistrate's back courtyard now. From here on, you'll have to rely on yourself. Whatever future you end up with depends on your own fate." After speaking, the main wife waved her hand. "Go on, no need to come here to greet me anymore."
Yes.
The 4 daughters turned together and left her courtyard. Although Su Xiao alone received something from the main wife, the other 3 showed no jealousy. Instead, they looked at her with pity. Everyone thought of the 4th daughter, Su Xiao, as timid and quiet. With such a nature, in that harsh and dangerous world, she might not survive 3 years. Who would envy someone about to step into a fire pit? Su Xiao showed the items to concubine Liu, who looked at them with envy and said, "When Madame married into this family, it was said the wedding procession stretched for miles. So grand and beautiful. She was also very stunning in her youth, and her talent was unmatched in the capital." Then why did she marry father? Su Xiao asked in confusion. "I heard her fiancé died in battle, and her heart died with him. She accepted your father's proposal without much thought," concubine Liu sighed. "It was in Yenzhou where he fell. They say that general was truly handsome and heroic, admired by countless young ladies in the capital. But he only loved Madame. The two of them together looked like they were meant for each other. They had promised to marry after that battle. But what Madame received in the end was only his broken armor. His body was never found. She fainted on the spot, and when she woke, her whole personality had changed. She never smiled again. After she married, she and the master treated each other with courtesy, but he rarely stayed in her courtyard. That's why later there were concubine Su, and me." At this point, concubine Liu suddenly realized something. "Listen to me. Why am I telling you all this?" But Su Xiao nodded thoughtfully. "No, this is important. If Madame and father are not of one mind, that could actually work in our favor." "Xiao, what are you planning?" concubine Liu asked in surprise. "Auntie, don't ask yet. Take all this money and exchange it for supplies." Su Xiao stuffed the dowry given by the main wife into concubine Liu's hands. "Remember, spend it all. Don't leave a single coin behind." "All right, I'll go right away." Although Aunt Liu was only a concubine, there were not many women in the Su family's inner courtyard. As long as she greeted Madame Song, she could still move about quite freely. Aunt Liu and Su Xiao split up. Aunt Liu continued buying supplies, while Su Xiao searched everywhere for a safe hiding place. She had thought about escaping with Aunt Liu right away. It would be fine if she went alone, but taking Aunt Liu along was impossible. No matter how fast their carriage was, it could never outrun the Northern Wolf cavalry. Within 2 days, they would be caught. By then, the outcome would be even worse. It was better to hide in Mao County for now, taking advantage of the chaos. While searching the house for a good hiding spot, Su Xiao suddenly heard someone reporting to the steward. "Steward, the new grain for this year has arrived. Should we unload it into the warehouse?" The steward's voice followed. "No, don't put it in the warehouse this year. First move it to the courtyard by the side hall. We'll arrange it later." "All right." After some rustling, another person came to report. "Steward, the grain from the estate has been counted. Altogether, it's 800 loads." "Good. Bring it all here," the steward nodded. "Steward, the candle shop has sent over the account book." "Steward, the tailor shop has also sent over their account book." "Steward." One after another, people came to report, almost all about checking and gathering supplies, then sending everything to the Su residence. Crouching in the back, Su Xiao's lips curved into a smile. Just what she needed, right on time. Now, Aunt Liu didn't have to work so hard collecting things. Look at that. Her unreliable father was being so thoughtful, preparing food, clothing, and everything else. It seemed he had already received news and was getting ready to run away. But judging from Madame Song's expression, she didn't seem to know anything about Su Mingji's plan. Others being abandoned was one thing, but to cast aside his own wife so easily, what a heartless man. Still, it didn't matter. Su Xiao would gladly accept all the supplies. Even if he wanted to escape, he wouldn't get far. A family should stay together after all. So Su Xiao stayed crouched there, not moving. She wanted to see clearly where all these supplies were being stored, so she could act at night. Sure enough, that entire day the Su residence was bustling with carts coming and going. Supplies of every kind were delivered non-stop, filling the warehouses in both the first and second courtyards. The Su family estate was a typical 6-section courtyard, with 2 large side courtyards on the left and right. The grounds were huge, enough to store a great deal of supplies. The decision to place the goods in the first and second courtyards was for quick and easy transfer. Most likely, these supplies would be moved tonight or tomorrow, either to be given as gifts or kept for survival. That was why Su Xiao had been waiting here, determined not to give her selfish father a chance to move them away. The entire Su estate suddenly grew tense. Guards were strengthened at the gates of the courtyards where the supplies were kept. Every few steps there was a guard post. Su Xiao rubbed her sore legs and smiled faintly. Supplies, here I come. From her hidden space, she took out a gas mask and put it on. Then she pulled out a canister of tear gas she had just made and tossed it toward the courtyard gate. The gas spread instantly. My eyes. My mouth. I can't take it. The guards at the gate all fell to the ground, clutching their faces in pain. Su Xiao dashed forward, leapt lightly, and jumped over the wall with ease. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and began collecting everything. Her movements were lightning fast. She ran a full circle around the courtyard, sweeping all the supplies into her space. Once done, she immediately moved on to the next courtyard. The two courtyards that had been packed with goods were now completely empty, not a trace left behind. After finishing, Su Xiao removed her mask and ran off quickly. By the time the guards recovered and turned to look inside, they were stunned, speechless. A moment later, they cried out in panic. Something's wrong. Help! Something terrible has happened. What's going on? At first, Su Mingji didn't take it seriously. But when he saw the empty courtyards, his face turned pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious. Go report to Madam. The master has fainted. The chaos soon spread to Concubine Liu's courtyard. The head steward came to inform her that she should go and take care of Su Mingji. Concubine Liu gently patted Su Xiao's hand to comfort her. You eat first, I'll be back soon. But Su Xiao quickly held her hand and said, Auntie, you should pretend to be sick.
Why?
Concubine Liu asked in confusion. I'm afraid if you go, you might not come back. After Su Xiao finished speaking, she quickly raised her hand and struck Madame Liu on the neck. Madame Liu immediately went limp and collapsed into Su Xiao's arms. Su Xiao took out a vial of chemical solution from her hidden laboratory and quickly applied it to all the exposed skin on Madame Liu's body. Within seconds, her once fair and smooth skin was covered with red bumps of all sizes, looking frightening. Just as Su Xiao laid Madame Liu down, the head steward stormed in. Fourth miss, where is Madame Liu? Look, Su Xiao said calmly. When she heard father was ill, she fainted right away. Then these rashes appeared all over her body. I don't know if it's contagious. She deliberately let the steward see Madame Liu's face. The sight of the large patches of bumps looked just like a serious disease. The steward was so startled that he stepped back again and again, covering his face with a handkerchief before hurrying away. I must report this to master. When Su Mingji heard the report, he gave a cold laugh. What bad luck. Since Madame Liu is sick, she should stay in her own courtyard and not go anywhere. Leaning weakly against the bed, his face pale and gloomy, Su Mingji said, Go investigate. I don't believe it. How could my private treasury suddenly be empty and the supplies from 2 courtyards vanish just like that? Even the fastest thieves couldn't manage this. And what about that strange smoke?
Who was there at that time?
Find out everything. If you can't, I'll hold you responsible. The steward trembled. Yes, master.
But
should we still try to sell Madame Liu? With her looking like this, how could she fetch a good price? Su Mingji said irritably. If I catch the thief, I'll make him pay dearly. Master, the steward lowered his voice. Could it have been the mountain bandits nearby? With so many supplies, it would take a lot of people and time to move them. A small group couldn't manage it. Su Mingji shivered slightly. Mountain bandits? That's not impossible. Curse it. Could it be that my recent stockpiling of supplies has drawn their attention? What should I do now? Without supplies, how can I win the favor of the magistrate? What if he refuses to support me? Do you have any good ideas? The steward's eyes flickered as he said, Master, I followed you for many years.
There are some things I don't know, if I should say.
You old fool. At a time like this, you're still hesitating?
Speak.
Su Mingji snapped impatiently. Since we don't have supplies to offer the prefect, we can still send him people instead. The steward leaned close to Su Mingji with a sly smile. When we head south, we only need to bring the young master. Boys are the heirs. As for the girls, they're not even the main wife's daughters. Why not send them away in exchange for benefits? You mean? Su Mingji hesitated. But the eldest was raised by Madam. She may not agree. At a time like this, do we still need Madam's opinion? You are their father. Arranging marriages for your daughters is the most natural thing in the world. The steward continued. The eldest, second, and third young ladies are all of marriageable age. Why not simply arrange them all at once? He chuckled and added, of course, the final decision is yours, master. I'm only making a suggestion. Su Mingji's eyes gleamed with cunning, and he laughed. Not a bad idea. If I can collect some dowries for my daughters, that's not too much to ask, is it? Of course not.
Ha ha ha.
Then it's settled. Go and arrange their marriages. Su Mingji whispered a long list of instructions into the steward's ear. The steward bowed repeatedly. Yes, I'll take care of it right away. I promise to have all the betrothal gifts in hand before you depart. Neither of them noticed that on the roof, Su Xiao was listening to their entire conversation through a simple eavesdropping device. Hearing their scheme, Su Xiao let out a cold laugh. So this is what a selfish father looks like. The Su family used 4 daughters as distractions, while secretly raising an illegitimate son outside to carry on the family line. What a clever plan. For the sake of her kind stepmother, Su Xiao decided to deliver this news as a gift in return. She changed her clothes, covered her face, and appeared outside Madame Song's window. Lowering her voice, she said, I have some news to sell to Madame Su. Madame Song calmly rolled the prayer beads in her hand and replied lightly, You must be looking for Su Mingji. He's in the front hall. He rarely comes here. No, I'm here for you, Su Xiao said in a disguised voice. I just learned that Su Mingji plans to sell off the marriages of his 3 daughters in exchange for travel funds. Madam, that's all I have to say. Believe it or not, the choice is yours. At first, Madame Song looked calm, but when she heard those words, her face suddenly changed. Impossible. Su Xiao gave a light laugh. Oh really? Then let's wait and see. What do you want? Madame Song quickly asked. Money, Su Xiao replied. Madame Song was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Fine deal. As soon as she finished speaking, a bunch of keys was thrown out from inside. These are the warehouse keys. We're even now. Thank you. Su Xiao hadn't expected such a surprise. She picked up the keys and leapt away. Madame Song hurried to the window, pushed it open, and saw nothing outside. Su Xiao was already gone. She immediately turned and called for her trusted servant. Go find out if the master is planning to arrange marriages for the eldest, second, and third young ladies. Madame Song paced back and forth in the room, then suddenly stopped and gave a bitter smile. Su Mingji, you really are ruthless. We agreed before. I wouldn't interfere with your life outside, and you wouldn't interfere with my daughter's marriages. Now you've broken your word, so don't blame me for fighting back. If you show no kindness, I won't either. Although the eldest daughter, Su Ling, was not her own child, Madame Song had raised her since she was little, treating her no differently than her own. Su Mingji's actions clearly meant he was tearing up their agreement. If she kept enduring this, she would only have to watch her daughters walk into disaster. If concubine Liu could fight for her daughter, then so could she. But before Madame Song could act against Su Mingji, Su Xiao made her move first. She had already lost all patience with this heartless father. Before she even reached her own courtyard, she heard a commotion inside. Concubine Liu, dazed and confused, was being dragged out. A man who looked like a broker forced her mouth open, as if to check her teeth. What are you doing? Let her go. Su Xiao rushed forward and kicked the man hard. The broker was sent flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground.
Ow, ow.
He shouted angrily. How dare you hit me? Catch her. If I don't sell her off, I'll change my name. Sell us? Go ahead and try. Let's see if you can really do that. or if I'll take your head off right here and now. Su Zhao's anger exploded. She snatched a towel from someone nearby, rushed forward, and wrapped it tightly around the trafficker's neck, pulling hard. Ugh, Doug. The trafficker's eyes rolled back instantly. Just a little more force, and the person would be gone on the spot. At that moment, Aunt Liu woke up. Seeing her daughter in a frenzy, she forced out a weak cry. Xiao Xiao, stop. Annie, they were going to sell you, and you're still pleading for her?
Su Xiao is needed.
Someone dares to sell my family? If she doesn't want to live, I'll make it happen. What's death, anyway? If it's one life for another, I'm willing.
Su Xiao pulled tighter.
Just as the trafficker was about to lose their last breath, help finally arrived. Fourth sister, stop. Eldest Miss Su Ling rushed forward, grabbing Su Zhao's hand. I know you're angry, but taking a life means paying with your own. My mother is about to be sold, and you want me to care about that? I'm not afraid of death, but if I die, I'll make sure someone goes with me. Su Xiao said coldly. Big sister, are you really going to side with this trafficker against me?
What are you saying? Su Ling snapped.
I grew up under Aunt Liu's care too. How could I just watch her be sold? There must be some misunderstanding. Let's go to Mother. The trafficker, already faint and gasping, was finally released when Su Xiao let go. She kicked the person twice as if they were nothing more than a sack. Take her with us. I want to see Mother. Yes. The people who had once looked down on Aunt Liu and her daughter now didn't dare make a sound. The fierce aura Su Xiao had just shown truly frightened them. Su Ling gave her sister a meaningful look. Fourth sister, you've really surprised me. I misjudged you. Big sister, isn't protecting our mother what children are supposed to do? Su Xiao met her gaze bravely, without the slightest fear of being exposed. It was time to show the family a new side of her. To let them know, Su Xiao was no longer the same as before. Su Ling smiled and nodded.
You're right.
Come, let's go to Mother's courtyard. With a rustle, the whole group headed toward Madame Song's quarters. Before even entering, loud arguing could already be heard inside. Su Mingji, if you dare to sell Aunt Liu today, will you sell me, your wife, tomorrow? I always knew you were heartless, but I never thought you could be this cruel. No matter her faults, Aunt Liu has been with you for more than 10 years and even gave you a daughter. Do you even have a conscience? If you dare to sell her today, I will leave you. Leave me? Madam, I told you on our wedding day, there will only ever be widowhood in this marriage, never separation. Even in death, you will be buried in the Su family's ancestral grave. Su Mingji laughed coldly. And today, I will sell her.
What can you do about it?
I don't know if Mother dares to die, but if you sell Aunt Liu today, then we will all die together. Su Xiao, ignoring Aunt Liu's attempts to stop her, kicked the door open and stormed in with a stick in hand. Out of my way. With one strike, she knocked down the steward Su Quan, who had been so arrogant earlier that morning. He fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Pointing the stick at Su Mingji, Su Xiao shouted, Father, do you dare to die with me? You unfilial child. Su Mingji trembled with rage. I'll kill you. Go ahead. Strike here. Su Xiao pointed at her own neck, glaring at him. One clean cut, and my head will fall. Madame Song was stunned. The daughter who had always been timid and silent, hiding behind Aunt Liu whenever trouble came, was now standing so boldly and fearlessly. She could hardly believe her eyes. Not only Madame Song, but everyone in the courtyard was shocked. This Su Xiao felt like a stranger. You would raise your hand against your father? Su Mingji met the cold, unyielding gaze of his 13-year-old daughter. He flinched, though he tried to cover it with harsh words. This is rebellion. So what?
Su Xiao is needed.
When heaven wants someone destroyed, it first drives them mad. If my own mother is to be sold, why should I care about rebellion? My dear father, have you forgotten? Aunt Liu is my bottom line. Whoever dares to harm her, I will fight to the end. You are no exception. Her words rang out like thunder, shaking everyone present. Aunt Liu was moved to tears, unable to speak through her sobs. Madame Song burst into laughter. Good. At last, someone from the Su family shows a bit of conscience. Su Mingji, let me tell you this. If you insist on selling Aunt Liu today, then I will fight you with everything I have. I've dragged on long enough. I don't care anymore. I stand with mother. The eldest daughter, Su Ling, stepped to Madame Song's side. If father wants to sell Aunt Liu, I will be the first to refuse. I refuse too. The second sister, Su Zhen, and the third sister, Su Lai, hurried in from outside and stood beside Madame Song. Father, please think twice. So, all of you are forcing me, is that it? Fine, just wait and see. Su Mingji realized that no matter what he said today, he could not sell Aunt Liu. With a flick of his sleeve, he stormed out. Fourth sister, you really surprised me today, Su Lai said with a smile in her eyes. But father won't let this go so easily, Su Jin frowned. Mother, please help us. Madame Song sighed. I've already torn all ties with him today, as you saw. And what came of it? Everyone fell silent. Su Xiao, however, smiled. It doesn't matter. I don't think father will have the energy to bother with us for long. Other sisters, you must have noticed the situation outside. Prices change every day. Grain that used to cost 3 coins a pound now costs 10, and it's still rising. Who knows how long the Su household can hold on? She could not say more, so she hinted at it as a way of thanking them for standing up for her just now. The Su family in Mao County is too noticeable. If there's a safe place to hide, it's best to prepare. If the city falls, at least we won't end up in misery. After saying this, Su Xiao took Aunt Liu's hand. Mother, we'll take our leave now. Aunt Liu gratefully nodded to Madame Song. Madam, I will take my leave. Once Su Xiao and Aunt Liu had gone, the eldest sister, Su Ling, suddenly spoke. Have you noticed that fourth sister is completely different now, almost like a new person? When did she change? Oh, it was after father forced her to marry into the prefect's household as a concubine, Su Jin sneered. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. That wooden little fourth sister has been pushed into becoming someone who dares to fight back. Her actions today truly surprised me. I just asked her about some things from our childhood. She answered so quickly. It shows she's still our fourth sister. Third sister Su Lai said. It seems the shock really brought out her true nature. Enough, stop standing here gossiping, Madame Song said. Things outside are in chaos. If you need anything, let the servants buy it. You must not go out. Yes, mother. Although they listened to Su Zhao's advice, they didn't fully believe it. They didn't think Mao County would really fall to the Northern Wolf Army. But by the afternoon, they heard news that made everyone furious. Su Mingji had opened the family's main storeroom, gathering all the food, medicine, and cloth, preparing to flee. What made Madame Song even more unable to accept was this. Su Mingji had originally planned to marry off his 3 daughters properly, receiving betrothal gifts. But that was too slow, and he didn't have time. So instead, he gave them away hastily in exchange for supplies. What did you say? Madame Song nearly fainted. Su Mingji, how dare he? I'll go confront him. But before she could leave the courtyard, she was stopped. Madam, the master has ordered that you stay here in peace. You must not go out without permission, the guard said firmly. I am the lady of this house. What? I don't even have the right to step outside. Madame Song demanded angrily. We only follow the master's orders, madam. Please don't make things difficult for us. Please return inside. Please return inside. The main gate slammed shut. She was being confined. Madame Song panicked. If she was locked up here, what would happen to her children? She regretted not listening to Su Xiao earlier and making plans in advance. She never imagined Su Mingji could be so heartless. All 4 daughters, given away just for his own gain. Very well, Su Mingji. I will fight you to the end. Master, all the supplies in the estate have been sorted, reported the steward, Su Quan, limping as he came forward. Tomorrow, the governor's people will come to take the young ladies away. Just in case, this old servant has prepared some sleeping medicine to put in their tea. Su Mingji nodded with satisfaction.
Good.
I can trust you to handle this. Load all the supplies onto the carts tonight. Be ready to leave at any time. What about the others in the household?
Su Quan asked.
Except for Madam. No one else matters. Sell what can be sold, and just leave a few people to guard the place.
Su Mingxi replied carelessly.
Did Madam cause trouble today? She made a big scene, tried to rush out several times, and we barely managed to stop her.
Suan answered.
We didn't dare hurt her, so we only used gentle ways to persuade her back. Su Mingji nodded with satisfaction. We leave first thing tomorrow morning. Above their heads, Su Xiao was hiding carefully, listening to every word of their conversation. They want to drug us? Then I'll let you taste your own medicine first. My sleeping powder is far stronger than your cheap tricks. If you're not lying flat tonight, I'll admit defeat. Su Xiao prepared a small note, warning them not to eat or drink anything to avoid being drugged. She wrapped it around a small stone and tossed it through the windows of Madame Song's room and the rooms where her 3 sisters were locked up. Who's there? Come out. The eldest sister, Su Zhen, looked around cautiously but saw nothing outside. Elder sister, look. The second sister picked up the note and handed it over. There's writing on it. Someone is secretly helping us. Su Zhen's eyes lit up as she lowered her voice. It says not to eat tonight. That means they plan to tamper with our food.
Who could it be?
The third sister frowned in thought. Right now, the only one who can still move freely in the household, has the ability to help us, and is even willing to do so, is... All 3 spoke the same name at once. After saying it, they themselves felt it was unbelievable. At the same time, Madame Song also received Su Zhao's warning. She was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter.
Ha ha ha.
Good, very good. I never thought we were all blind. Su Si, you've hidden yourself well. Even I didn't see through you. If it weren't for what happened with concubine Liu, which touched your bottom line, how much longer would you have kept hiding? After speaking, Madame Song couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration. Aunt Liu lived her whole life timidly, always obedient, and without her own opinions. She was humble and fearful, yet she raised a daughter who was calm on the surface, but sharp and decisive when needed, someone who acted swiftly and with great determination. Truly, a weak tree can still grow strong shoots. The Su residence was brightly lit and filled with noise. Su Mingji was hosting a grand banquet, inviting all the important figures of the county. As they drank and talked, they discussed how they would follow the governor's group in moving south the next morning. Like Su Mingji, these people had all sent generous gifts to the governor, jewels, food, and other valuables. They did not bother with land or houses, because they knew once the northern invaders broke through the gates, all land would become ruins and all houses would be burned to ashes. Master Su, we've prepared everything as you said. All the supplies are already loaded onto the carts, said a wealthy landlord with a round face, bowing slightly. With these, even if we go to a strange place, we can still rise again. That's right. Families may last forever, but rulers come and go. Following the governor is the safest choice. He comes from a powerful family, and no matter who becomes emperor in the future, they will still need the support of such families. Thanks to Master Su's guidance, we now have a clear path. I offer you a toast. I also offer you a toast.
Please.
Su Mingji said proudly, raising his cup to drink with them. Meanwhile, Su Xiao was lying on the roof tiles, chewing on a toothpick, resting her head on her arm as she admired the beautiful moonlight. Beside her sat an hourglass. When the last grain of sand fell, Su Xiao tossed the hourglass into her hidden space, pulled on a mask, lowered the hood of her black cloak, and leapt down. Who's there? Catch her. Calmly, Su Xiao pulled out a tranquilizer gun from her space and fired several quick shots at the guards rushing toward her. This was her own invention, a powerful tranquilizer strong enough to bring down an elephant instantly, so ordinary people stood no chance. Anyone still breathing was quickly put to sleep by her darts. With one kick, she broke open the gate to Su Mingji's courtyard. Inside, the wealthy guests had already collapsed, their wine laced with a strong, colorless, tasteless drug that worked quickly and lasted long enough to keep them unconscious until the city fell. Without hesitation, Su Xiao went straight for Su Mingji. The dagger in her hand was raised high, and without hesitation, she hit towards Su Mingji's chest. All the misfortunes of the original owner and Aunt Liu could be traced back to this man's mistakes. To truly set things right, Su Mingji had to die. But the moment the blade touched his chest, it was as if it struck an invisible barrier. No matter how much strength Su Xiao used, she could not pierce through it. Su Xiao pulled back the dagger and switched to a rope, planning to strangle him instead. Yet just as she was about to loop the rope around his neck, the rope suddenly snapped apart. "You've got to be kidding me." Su Xiao let out a bitter laugh. Was it because Su Mingji was the main character of the original story that she couldn't kill him no matter what? Was this world playing tricks on her? Did it think that if she couldn't kill Su Mingji, she would be helpless? Su Xiao, was a doctor of chemistry. She quickly pulled out a bottle of sulfuric acid from her storage space, pried open Su Mingji's mouth, and prepared to pour it in. But out of nowhere, a black cat darted forward, crashing into her arm. If the cat hit her, the acid would spill and splash onto her own body. This was dangerous. One drop could cause serious harm. Su Xiao had no choice but to pull the acid back and dodge the cat, temporarily sparing Su Mingji. The cat, seeing her stop, no longer attacked. Instead, it stood still, staring at her with an unfathomable gaze. Through its eyes, Su Xiao seemed to sense the will of the world itself. The world was warning her. "I never wanted to come here. You dragged me into this world," Su Xiao said coldly, stepping closer to the cat. "Since I'm here, no one will block my path. Whoever stands in my way, I will overcome them. If you have the power, destroy me now. Otherwise, Su Mingji's life is mine to take." The cat's eyes flickered with a strangely human-like expression. It looked at Su Xiao, then at Su Mingji, meowed twice, and leapt away into the moonlit night. It had made its choice. Su Xiao turned back and raised her dagger once more towards Su Mingji. But just then, Aunt Liu rushed over, grabbing Su Xiao's wrist and pleading, "Xiao, you can't. No matter what he has done, he is still your father. Annie, he's about to sell us, and you still." "No, that's not what I mean. Xiao, you're still young, but one day you'll grow up. If people say you harmed your own father, who would dare to marry you in the future? If someone must do it, let it be me." Madame Liu snatched the dagger from Su Xiao's hand, gathered her courage, closed her eyes, and was about to strike Su Mingji. This time, Su Xiao stopped her. "Xiao?" Madame Liu looked at her in confusion. Su Xiao curved her lips into a mocking smile. "I suddenly don't want to end his life so easily. Letting him die now would be too cheap for him. I want him to live in pain, unable to escape, to taste the hardest suffering in this world, and only then, in despair, meet his end." As soon as she finished, Su Xiao flipped the dagger in her hand and stabbed it hard into Su Mingji's leg. A piece of flesh fell to the ground with a thud. "Auntie, go back to the courtyard and wait for me. Don't come out no matter what," Su Xiao said firmly. "I'll come get you when it's time to leave."
All right.
Madame Liu glanced at the badly injured Su Mingji, shivered, and quickly turned to leave. She truly hadn't expected her daughter to be so bold. But she didn't think it was wrong either. Her daughter had been pushed to the edge. If someone loses their mind, it's not surprising they would lash out. Once Madame Liu left, Su Xiao quickly treated Su Mingji's wound to stop the bleeding and prevent infection, making sure he wouldn't die too soon. Then she turned and began her frenzied looting. Courtyard by courtyard, she cleared everything out, leaving nothing behind. It didn't matter if it was useful or not. Even a single roof tile could be valuable in the future. Her storage space was vast, and no matter how much she took, it could all fit inside. 3 hours later, the once grand and luxurious Su residence was stripped bare, leaving only empty pillars and walls. Even the roof tiles, eaves, and the stone slabs that paved the courtyards had been pried up. As for the storerooms and private vaults, every last item was gone. Because of the banquet that day, all the kitchens had been busy. The back kitchen was filled with chickens, ducks, fish, delicacies, fresh fruits and vegetables, jars of eggs, and even dishes already prepared but not yet served. All of it taken. The woodshed full of firewood, collected. The stable with horses and carriages, collected. The furniture storage, collected. In the end, only the Song family's courtyard and the back house where the Su sisters were kept remained. Just as Su Xiao was hesitating about whether to take the things from the Song family's courtyard, Madame Song walked out. She was stunned when she saw the empty space outside. She could hardly believe her eyes. How could everything be cleared away so quickly and so cleanly? At that moment, Su Xiao's hand brushed against the wooden swing at the doorway, and in an instant, the swing disappeared. Madame Song's eyes widened in shock. Su Xiao's heart sank. Her secret had been discovered. Should she silence her? Just as Su Xiao's hand was about to touch the tranquilizer gun, Madame Song suddenly burst into laughter. So that's it. I see now. Good, very good. Not even a trace should be left for that scoundrel Su Mingji. Su Si, this hidden power of yours came at the perfect time. Take everything in my house as well. I'll make a deal with you. I'll give you all my private stores. The condition? Su Xiao asked. The condition is that we go with you. Madame Song's eyes shone as she looked at Su Xiao, as if she were seeing someone else through her. And I have a few surprises for you. I know Su Mingji has a stash of gold hidden in a very secret place. Even though he traveled south this time, he definitely didn't touch it. I believe he kept it for the day he planned to return. The gold is hidden in the underground vault, and the key is always on him. Besides that, I also know there's a secret tunnel in the residence that leads directly outside the city. Su Xiao's killing intent faded instantly. She slowly lifted the hat from her head, revealing her calm and striking face. Madame Song stared at her in a daze, and as she looked, her eyes grew red. Taking us four with you will not be a loss, Madame Song said with a gentle smile.
We won't hold you back.
As for my secret ability, I, Song Wanning, swear to the heavens that I will never reveal any of Su Xiao's secrets to anyone. If I break this oath, may I never find peace, in this life or the next. Su Xiao thought for a moment and decided that bringing Song Shi along was not a bad idea. She knew she wouldn't stay with Aunt Liu forever. Being alone would make her overthink, so it was better to have a few familiar people around to keep her from feeling sad. Moreover, Song Shi had been kind to the original owner and herself. All right, it's a deal. Su Xiao looked at the sky. Dawn was approaching. She needed to hurry because there were still several places she hadn't visited. Mother, go with the 3 older sisters to Aunt Liu's courtyard and wait for me. I'll finish my things and join you, Su Xiao said with a nod. Okay. Song Shi turned back to her room, quickly packed a few clothes, and hurriedly went to meet Aunt Liu with her trusted maid, Song Mo. Su Xiao forcefully pushed open the door and told her 3 sisters, hurry to Aunt Liu's courtyard and meet us there. Mother has already gone ahead to wait for you. All right, got it. The eldest sister, Su Lai, was about to leave but suddenly turned back and asked Su Xiao, what about you? I'll pack up and come later, Su Xiao replied. Su Lai wanted to say more, but Su Zhen and Su Ling grabbed her and pulled her out. They realized something today. They truly didn't understand their younger sister. Tonight was just a chance to get to know her again. After the 3 sisters left, the remaining family members looked around at the suddenly empty house and were stunned. Wow, this place is so clean. Even in a rough country, they wouldn't clean so thoroughly, right? Stop standing there. Let's go meet Mother and Aunt Liu, the eldest sister, Su Ling, said calmly. If anything strange happens to our younger sister now, I wouldn't be surprised. She's like a fairy. Yes, we shouldn't hold her back, second sister Su Zhen added. Luckily, she was with us this time, or we might have been in trouble. The third sister, Su Lai, nodded. I agree with you all. After her 3 sisters left, Su Xiao cleaned all the houses in that row. This time, she didn't just clean the roof. She even tore down the walls. Following Song Shi's directions, she finally found the entrance to the underground cellar from one side of the backroom wall. Honestly, the location was so clever. Using the key found on her father, she easily opened the big door, which led down a set of stairs. As usual, Su Xiao took out her lantern and started walking down. The twists and turns led her far away, finally reaching the end. This was a small room, about 10 square meters, filled with gold and various jewelry, real treasures, the best currency for starting anew. She raised her hand and collected everything. Just as Su Xiao was about to leave, she suddenly noticed a ventilation opening in the basement. She jumped up, climbed the wall, and looked through the vent, instantly stunned. It turned out that this basement was actually beneath the main street. Honestly, Su Mingji was really brave, playing with fire in the dark. Who would have thought that beneath the busy street, there were so many gold and jewels hidden? All right, she got a good deal this time. Moreover, the location of this basement was perfect, exactly the hiding spot she had been searching for. It had a ventilation opening, food, and water. No problem escaping from the Northern Wolf Army. She planned to make some arrangements and hide here for now. After finishing, she returned to the banquet courtyard. Watching the still drowsy local gentry, Su Xiao smiled. Half an hour later, she left. The well-dressed local gentry and landowners, except for a single pair of pants, had nothing left. Did you think Su Xiao was done with the Su family's affairs? No. The materials packed by those landowners and wealthy families allied with Su Mingji were still waiting for her to collect. She couldn't use loud weapons like smoke bombs or tear gas to avoid alerting more people. Shooting a gun would also make noise and attract attention. So, she had to use the simplest method, her knife, to eliminate her targets one by one. After taking out a group of people, she would gather supplies from the carriage. Then she would leave and move on to the next place. When she reached the gate of the local official's house and saw the soldiers crowded at the entrance, dressed in armor, she knew she wouldn't succeed this time. The official was from a noble family and was a direct descendant, highly valued by his clan, so the defenses were very strict. If her old team from her previous life had come, these guards would be easy to handle. But since she was alone, she could only watch this big opportunity slip away. Still, it's okay. One day, all accounts will be settled. Without hesitation, Su Xiao turned and left. Not long after she departed, a man who looked like a steward stood at the door, checking the sky, and asked, "Has the person for Mr. Su been delivered? The messenger hasn't arrived yet." The guard replied,
Humph.
"That's Su Mingji. Has he been drinking cat and lost track of time?" The steward said angrily, "If he hadn't promised to send his 4 delicate daughters to us, we wouldn't be waiting here. Send someone to remind him." "The master isn't just waiting around for him," the steward told the guards. "And remind the others too. We need to leave now." But when the official's guards arrived at Su's house, they were stunned. They saw that, apart from the main gate, the entire house was gone. The roof was missing, walls were broken, floors gone, the garden destroyed, even the fish in the pond were gone. There was nothing left inside the house either.
No furniture, no belongings.
Even if the North Wolf Army had raided 10 times, they wouldn't have been able to clean it out so thoroughly. As they entered the main hall, they saw the local gentry and landowners lying on the ground, all except for their underwear, their eyes wide with shock. Someone had found a dung bucket somewhere and was pouring cold water over them.
"Ah,
"Who's pouring water on me?" one big landowner shouted. "Are you trying to kill me?" The guards rudely woke everyone up. "What's going on?" they asked. Su Mingji slowly woke up. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a sharp pain in his thigh, like it was torn. At that moment, someone saw and blurted out, "Oh my! Mr. Su, your brother and your little friend are gone." Su Mingji looked down where they pointed, his eyes widened, and he fainted again. Everyone at the scene was stunned. In just one night, Mr. Su had turned into Mr. Gong. And the beautiful Su residence? Now even the roof was gone. It was unbelievable. A wealthy landowner had been jumping around just moments ago, but when he saw Su Mingji had become Mr. Gong and that he was still intact, he stopped and secretly felt lucky. Losing clothes was okay, they could buy new ones. But losing his brother and his little friend? That was real loss. Nothing could bring them back. What is happening? Where are our clothes? How do we fall asleep? Someone asked. No one answered. Everyone was confused. Just then, the family members of these landowners and wealthy merchants arrived. As soon as they entered, they wailed, "Master, something terrible has happened. Our carriage at the gate is gone. Our supplies are all gone. Our house has been robbed." One piece of bad news after another stunned everyone there. What was going on? A guard came over to ask impatiently, "Are you all leaving or not?" "The magistrate's convoy is leaving the city today. If you want to follow, hurry up. By the way, the gift you promised to give the official should be delivered soon. Otherwise," the guard sneered and waved his hand. "We're leaving." A crowd of people hurriedly left. The landowners, merchants, and scholars who were still awake all tore off their servants' clothes. Better to wear servant clothes than be. Everyone ignored Mr. Gong and rushed out, leaving behind many unresolved mysteries at home. Su Mingji woke up again, once more realizing he had become Mr. Gong. His anger boiled over, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Master! Master!" Su Quan rushed over. "You have to pull yourself together. It's gone, and there's nothing we can do about it. We must keep living. We can't stay in Mao Xian any longer. If the North Wolf Army comes in, we will all have no way to survive." Su Mingji wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "You're right. Even if I won't give up easily. Check how much money is left in the house. We need to take it all with us." Su Quan hesitated. "Go now." Su Mingji saw Su Quan not moving and became anxious. "The governor is about to leave. If we don't hurry, all our early savings will be lost. The world outside is so chaotic, bandits and thieves everywhere. If we don't follow the governor's convoy, we'll be robbed as soon as we go out. It's gone." Su Quan answered with a sad face. "What's gone?" Su Mingji grabbed Su Quan's collar and asked urgently. "Tell me clearly, our Su family has nothing left," Su Quan said, almost crying. "Sir, you should go see for yourself." Su Mingji forced himself to endure the pain and staggered outside. When he looked up, everything in front of him went black. Su Quan quickly supported him. "Sir, everyone in the house fainted mysteriously last night. When I woke up, this is what the Su house looked like. Can people really do such things? Not just supplies. There's not even a single rat hair left. I checked the ladies' courtyard and she's gone too. All 4 young ladies, including Lady Liu, are gone. They can't be found, and their belongings are missing." One bad news after another made Su Mingji feel dizzy and black out. The heavens seem to be against me. But I, Su Mingji, will not give up. I still have money. "Su Quan, take my keys and go to the back courtyard, to the room behind the wall. There's a secret room with 10,000 taels of gold, 30,000 taels of silver, and some jewelry. Take this money and find the governor. Hurry. This is our last chance. No, you support me and I will go with you. I want to personally deliver the gold and ask the governor for forgiveness." "Sir, maybe you should see a doctor first and get bandaged," Su Quan said, worried about Su Mingji's condition. "I'm not going to die." Sure enough, Su Mingji truly lives up to being the main character in the story. He's tougher than most people. Even now, he still manages to struggle. "Help me over there," Su Mingji urgently said. "If we wait too long, it will be too late." "Yes, sir." Su Quan could only support Su Mingji as they moved toward the backyard. At this moment, neither Su Quan nor Su Mingji understood why, after being thoroughly searched and stripped, the other person still left him a key. Anyway, he would find out soon enough. In the past, Su Mingji only thought the Su residence was too small, not as grand as the house in the capital. Now, he only wished the house was smaller, because it was so big he had been walking for a long time and still hadn't reached the end. He shakily moved his small feet, like an old lady with tiny steps, panting heavily and stubbornly heading toward the backyard. The desolate scene along the way made him almost faint from shock.
What
did these people do? Su Quan trembled more and more. Is this something a living person could do? "Sir, have we really offended someone? Don't ask nonsense, hurry up." Su Mingji felt very guilty. He had done many wrong things over the years. It was no lie to say he was afraid. Especially back then. He had arranged for a young general to die in battle, and his 30,000 troops had been stained with blood on the battlefield, all for the sake of seizing the Song family's Wanning. Could it be that some vengeful spirits had come back to seek revenge? No, he refused to accept it. He didn't believe in ghosts or gods. But even as he said that, his heart was pounding with fear. He couldn't help but quicken his steps. Even as the wound at his thigh burst open again, blood flowing freely, he paid no attention. Hurry, open the door. Su Mingji reached this point, already extremely weak, barely able to speak clearly. Hurry, Su Quan quickly let go of Su Mingji and turned to open the door. Su Mingji trembled as he followed down. When the door was opened, the expectant expressions on Su Mingji and Su Quan's faces instantly changed to shock, surprise, disbelief, and refusal to accept what they saw. Sir, this. Before Su Quan could finish speaking, he saw Su Mingji shout angrily, "No." Then he watched helplessly as Su Mingji frantically coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. Sir. Su Quan rushed forward in a quick step, catching Su Mingji in his arms. With Su Mingji already bandaged but still unconscious, they arrived at the gate of the magistrate's office. The prefect is a 63-year-old man who takes good care of himself. He has sharp eyes and gave a critical glance at Su Quan, casually saying, "Isn't it true that the Su family was supposed to send 4 daughters to be my concubines? Where are they?" Honorable prefect, Su Quan knelt and kept kowtowing. "The Su family is gone, everything is gone. Our master has no more interest in anything." Although he had already heard about the Su family from the guards, hearing it again made the prefect spit out his tea in surprise. "Sir, even though we can't send the young ladies to serve you anymore, look at our master. He's actually quite good. If you see, our master was once known as one of the 4 young men of the capital. He's not even 40 yet, and he takes good care of himself. Now he's like this, so maybe you could consider taking him in. Our master has always admired you, sir, which is why he willingly sent the 4 young ladies to serve you. It's their misfortune for not appreciating your kindness. But now, our master wants to cherish this blessing. Please give us a chance." The prefect raised an eyebrow at these words. He carefully looked at Su Mingji. Although Su Mingji was no longer young, his good looks and charming manner were just as attractive as any young woman's. He was also sweet-talking and knew how to please, always making the prefect feel happy. If he were to be kept close, it might not be a bad idea. The prefect smiled mysteriously and asked, "Is this your idea or your master's?" "Of course, it's my master's idea." Su Quan stepped in to speak. "Please, sir, do us this favor." "All right." The prefect nodded and clapped his hands. "Bring him down and take good care of him. Don't neglect my new wife." A group of people came out, carrying the unconscious Su Mingji inside. As for how Su Mingji would feel once he woke up and learned about this, only he could say. The gates of Mao County swung open wide. The prefect's carriage team left the county in a grand procession, followed by many supporters. Many wealthy people followed behind, as the convoy moved from the east side of the city to the west, all busy fleeing for their lives. While everyone from the Su family had left, Su Xiao and the others returned to the Su residence. Su Xiao closed the main gate and placed large stones on top of it. Although it didn't serve much purpose, it gave a psychological sense of security, making people feel their home was still safe. "Next, we need to prepare our safe house," Su Xiao said, looking at Mrs. Song, Aunt Liu, elder sister Su Ling, second sister Su Zhen, and third sister Su Lai. The cellar in the backyard can be turned into a safe house. Now I will assign tasks. Does anyone have any opinions? Everyone shook their heads. Unknowingly, Su Xiao had become the leader of this group of women. Although she was the youngest, her words and actions carried a strong sense of authority. Try not to disturb the front yard. Keep it messy so that anyone sees it and knows it has been robbed. This way, the Northern Wolf Army won't search carefully and won't find our safe house. Elder sister and second sister, find all the large stones in the backyard. I need to reinforce the walls and door frames. Who can cook? No one? Then forget it. We'll eat ready-made food these days. It's not safe to light fires in the safe house. Third sister, you are responsible for boiling water. Once cooled, put the hot water into the water jar. While the county town is still safe, Auntie and Madam Song, go buy supplies. Buy whatever you can. Don't worry about the cost. The things we can buy now might cost 10 times more in the future. What about me? Madam Song asked, unable to hold back. Mother. What are you good at? Su Xiao asked directly. Madam Song smiled gently. I've been cultivating myself for so many years that I've almost forgotten what I can do. The housekeeper probably doesn't need to count accounts now, and embroidery or reading are useless. You say that and I feel like I am really useless. Don't say that. There are no truly useless people in this world. Even fools have some strength, Su Xiao immediately replied. Since Mother can do embroidery, she must be able to make clothes and shoes. We need to prepare for future escapes, and the clothes and shoes we wear now are not suitable. So, I found some rough cloth. You can make us some plain, simple clothes. The rougher, the better. The stitches don't need to be fine, just sturdy. Hearing Su Xiao giving orders confidently, Aunt Liu quickly apologized to Madam Song. Madam, please don't mind. Xiao Xiao is just upset and didn't mean to be disrespectful to you. Su Xiao interrupted Aunt Liu's words and said, I have something to say to everyone. We are all selfish before being kind. I'll be honest. Before, I endured everything for Aunt Liu, wearing a mask, pretending to be weak and ignorant. But that wasn't really me. Now, I no longer need to pretend. This is my true self. I, Su Xiao, was never meant to live under others' control. I like to be in charge and make decisions, so I will ignore age, status, and rank and give orders to everyone. If you can't accept this, then let's part ways. I will leave with Aunt Liu. If you can accept it, I will be the leader of this team. I ask you to obey my commands unconditionally and follow them strictly. The three sisters of the Su family looked at Song Shi together. Song Shi's eyes were teary. She took a deep breath and spoke first. I agree. We women really need a leader. Su Xiao, I didn't expect it to be you. But I'm glad it is. Song Mo, who was close to Song Shi, supported her. The three sisters of the Su family looked at each other and all said, I also support the fourth sister. I don't have many skills. I will follow everyone's lead. Me too. Aunt Liu hesitated but didn't speak. Song Shi comforted her. Su Xiao being able to lead us out of trouble is her strength. We've been a burden to her. Su Xiao, not good at emotional arguments, directly said, All right, since everyone agrees, let's do as I say. Time is tight. We must act quickly. After saying this, Su Xiao turned and left. The others also dispersed after a while, following her instructions to complete their tasks. Song Shi watched Su Xiao's back and muttered to herself, so much like her. If only the age was right, I'd think she's your daughter. Hua Jing, is that you? Did you reincarnate in her? The way you speak, it's exactly the same. Su Xiao moved quickly, continuing to dismantle the back courtyard's abandoned house into ruins, turning it into obstacles. Then she installed tripwire alarms at the entrance. Once someone accidentally triggers the alarm, they will have enough time to escape the town through another route. Half a day later, the already damaged Su residence became even more broken. The seemingly messy home was actually carefully designed by Su Xiao. From different angles, there were pieces of glass painted with ink, made into refracting mirrors. Then, the women of the Su family saw Su Xiao's impressive skills. After Su Xiao finished adjusting the last piece of glass, they saw the scene outside the house clearly from the safe room.
How?
How is this possible? How did she do this? This is like a miracle, a few women from the Su family exclaimed in surprise. Don't overreact. Mrs. Song forced herself to stay calm and said seriously, this is just the beginning. Mrs. Song didn't expect her words to come true. In the future, Su Xiao kept bringing surprises and shocks, constantly changing their views on things. Su Xiao once again left wearing her night clothes. This time, she was out to pick up leftovers. During the day, most of the wealthy people had already left. They were gone, but their houses still remained, and some heavy items couldn't be taken away. She was there to pick up these leftovers. She went door to door, searching and exploring. As long as the house was empty, she would go inside for a look. Surprisingly, she found many valuable items, like heavy but expensive decorations, tables, chairs, and even food, chickens, ducks, geese, and firewood that hadn't been taken. But she didn't loot everywhere indiscriminately. She wanted to leave some benefits for the Northern Wolf Army. Otherwise, if they couldn't find anything, they might turn against the common people. Even if they did take some things, they probably wouldn't harm the townspeople as long as no one went hungry. It was like she was earning good karma for the people of the town. After finishing her search, Su Xiao returned to the Su residence just in time. Seeing she was safe, the whole family breathed a sigh of relief. From now on, no one should go outside, Su Xiao said as soon as she returned. Things outside are already getting chaotic. Many people are starting to loot, and some are even killing and setting fires. I estimate that by the day after tomorrow at the latest, Yan Prefecture will fall. As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere became heavy and tense. Mrs. Song asked, "Should we leave here before the North Wolf Army arrives?" Su Xiao shook her head and said, "If I were alone, I could leave. I could make sure the North Wolf Army never finds me. But not with you all here." Su Xiao was clearly telling them that they were a burden to her. The women all lowered their heads. "I don't mean it that way." Su Xiao realized her tone had returned to her old way of speaking, like in her past life. In her past life, she was a researcher in the team. The others relied on her to improve weapons and gear, so she developed a straightforward, tough way of talking. Now, these people weren't just her teammates, they were her family. She needed to change how she spoke. "I'm not saying you're a burden, but the bigger the team, the bigger the target," Su Xiao explained. "Especially a team made up entirely of women. Our goal is very obvious. Not only the North Wolf Army will target us, but also bandits, thugs, and refugees. You all know better than I do how unfair this world is to women. If we're caught, the consequences will be terrible. So we can't leave now. If we do, it should be after the chaos ends. I've studied how the North Wolf Army fights. They are grassland people, good at cavalry warfare. They use quick, lightning-fast attacks, abandon logistics, fight without heavy loads, and strike with sharp blades. Their tactic is to fight to sustain the fight. This means they won't stay in one place for long. After looting, they'll continue south. This place will become a temporary abandoned zone for them. We're playing a timing game. After the North Wolf Army finishes clearing out the bandits and refugees, there will be a short period of peace. That is our chance to escape. Our strategy is to stay in the dark. The North Wolf Army won't expect us to use their own clearing operations to hide and slip away. Once we leave the danger zone, we'll switch from the main road to smaller paths, avoiding crowds and the direction of the North Wolf Army, heading southwest. Why southwest? Su Lai couldn't help but ask. Because the Northern Wolf Army's goal in invading southward is to raid grain stores, not to directly attack the Yellow Dragon. They are not confronting the court head-on. If the Northern Wolf Army truly intended to fight the court, they wouldn't use lightning-fast attacks but would instead face the army in battle, gradually advancing step by step. Only by advancing gradually can they absorb the land they occupy and make it their own. The lightning attack's front line can't be too long, or they risk being trapped deep inside enemy territory. Therefore, this raid by the Northern Wolf Army won't last more than half a month. In that time, the Northwest, Northeast, and Central armies will respond, encircling them from 3 sides and defeating them directly. While explaining, Su Xiao drew maps and routes on the ground with a stick. So, our advantage won't last more than half a month. At our speed, we can only reach Miao County within that time. Once we leave Miao County, we must avoid crowds and take smaller paths. Seeing Su Xiao speak confidently and calmly, all the women present began to doubt themselves. How can someone be so outstanding? Is she really only 13? And where did she learn all this knowledge? Then we can just wait here until the Northern Wolf Army retreats. Mama Song couldn't help but ask. They will retreat sooner or later. This is the second point I want to make, Su Xiao said seriously. You might not know, but the entire Dayu era is in chaos. Not just war, but natural disasters too. The north is drought-stricken, the south flooded, and the southwest hit by earthquakes. The whole world is in turmoil. Many people died in Miao County, which will surely lead to a plague. When that happens, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. The only relatively peaceful place now is the southeast, Su Xiao explained. The southeast is full of mountains, near the sea, with fog, poisonous insects, These make it hard for bandits and rebels to survive. It used to be a place of exile, but it's also relatively safe. The southwest isn't our final destination either. After reaching the southwest, we will rest briefly, then head through the Liang and Guang regions, and eventually return through Hunan and Hubei. Why is that? Madame Song asked with interest. Same as before. The darkness under the lamp, Su Xiao explained again. The more dangerous the place, the safer it is. If the court can push back the Northern Wolf Army, they will have the strength to deal with the mountain bandits. Once the imperial troops are close, where do you think the bandits will go? That's right, into the mountains. And where are the mountains most plentiful? The southwest, the Liang and Guang regions. Why don't we stay in the southeast a bit longer? Mrs. Song asked again. Because we northerners really can't handle the climate in the southeast. The fog, humidity, and poisonous insects are no joke. We could lose our lives at any time. Plus, with the current shortage of medicine, if we get sick, we're basically waiting to die, Su Xiao replied. The areas around the lakes are rich in resources because of the humid climate and fertile land. Once we survive the floods and natural disasters, they recover quickly and regain vitality. It's very suitable for people like us who need to settle quickly, because there's plenty of food and clothing, and bandit problems are relatively mild. Even if the court wants to fight the bandits, they will focus on the stronger groups first, not these small troublemakers. Once they deal with those troublemakers, they will come after the bandits in Huguang. We are already settled, registered as local residents, so even if the court tries to down on bandits, they won't target us. But what if the court fails? Mrs. Song asked again. That's the backup plan I want to talk about. If the court falls, chaos will break out across the country, and warlords will fight for control. Huguang and Jiangsu-Jijiang are wealthy areas. They can easily gather troops and have a good chance of winning. We live in their territory, so we will be safer. And there's the worst-case scenario, total chaos, a big fight. When that happens, we will find a mountain to hide on and defend ourselves. As long as they can't reach our mountain, we can live peacefully. Let them fight among themselves. With so many people, I might not be able to protect you all, but I still believe I can protect a few of you. Su Xiao looked at everyone. Does anyone have any questions? Second sister, how do you know all this? Second sister Su Jin couldn't help but ask. Isn't it common sense? Su Xiao looked at her with confusion. Mrs. Song burst out laughing and said, That's probably the difference between a genius and an ordinary person. Su Si, you've really been underestimated all these years. The eldest, second, and third sisters nodded sincerely and said, We are truly in awe of you. I have a suggestion, Mrs. Song said. Our team is all women, which is very dangerous. In this world, without men, it's really hard to survive. So, Su Si, do you want to disguise yourself as a man? We can't all pretend to be men, but you are young and still growing. I agree. That was actually my plan from the start. Su Xiao is now dressed like a boy. The skirt is too heavy and makes it hard to climb walls. Mrs. Song took out a simple men's outfit and handed it to Su Xiao. She said, From today on, there is no fourth Miss Su in the family, only young Master Su Xiao. Son greets mother, Su Xiao replied, accepting the clothes and bowing politely. Good, good, Mrs. Song said tearfully, helping Su Xiao up. Our family's women's lives and future are now in your hands. I promise, once we escape, all the resources of the Song family will be at your command. Although Su Xiao never mentioned it, Mrs. Song could see that Su Xiao was a person with big ambitions. She was not a delicate girl confined to the backyard, but a brave eagle soaring in the sky. Since Su Xiao dared to fly, Mrs. Song decided to help him. Su Xiao understood her mother's hint and smiled brightly. Thank you, mother. Smart people communicate clearly and directly. Su Xiao changed into men's clothes, took off her hairpins, and walked with small, confident steps. Every move made her look like a real young man. Even Aunt Liu started to wonder if she had given birth to a son instead of a daughter. She hadn't expected that before her daughter's coming-of-age ceremony, she would first see her daughter change and disguise herself. Suddenly, outside, there was a loud noise and screams. Everyone hiding in the cellar looked worried. Nanny Song trembled and asked, Has the city fallen? Are the Northern Wolf soldiers here? Stay here and don't go anywhere, Su Xiao said. I'll go see what's happening, Xiao Xiao. Be careful, Aunt Liu watched anxiously. Su Xiao nodded slightly, then leapt up, closed the cellar door, and pulled some trash to block the entrance, creating a messy illusion. She climbed onto the roof and looked toward the source of the noise. She saw a fierce battle at the city gate. The Northern Wolf Army was attacking. The first line of defense in Yenzhou had already broken. The streets were full of panicked civilians running and crying out in fear. They looked hopeless. They couldn't run or hide anymore. At this moment, some thugs and ruffians in the city took advantage of the chaos to loot. Su Xiao saw a man trying to take advantage of the chaos to drag a girl of about 7 or 8 years old into a nearby house, intending to harm her. Her blood pressure immediately rose. She rushed forward and punched the man in the temple. The man was knocked flying, crashing hard into the wall, then bouncing back. He didn't move after that. The young girl was terrified, sitting there stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. Hurry up and go, Su Xiao warned her. The Northern Wolf Army is coming. Find a safe place to hide. If you can't find one, jump into the water. Well, better to drown than let the enemy catch you. Seeing the girl still in shock, Su Xiao shouted angrily. Come on. The girl finally snapped out of it, stumbled to her feet, and ran away unsteadily. Su Xiao took out her large black cloak from her space, put on a silver mask, and picked up a discarded machete. She rushed toward the city gate. When she arrived, the gate had just been breached. Countless Northern Wolf soldiers were attacking unarmed civilians with long knives. Screams of fear filled the air, while the soldiers laughed wildly. General's orders. 3 days of slaughter. A leader shouted loudly. Use the women and children in the city to reward the troops. Thank you, General. The soldiers cheered loudly. At that moment, an arrow shot through the air, piercing the throat of the young leader. The arrow was so fast and powerful that the leader was thrown from his horse and pinned to the city gate behind him. The once arrogant and fearless Northern Wolf soldiers suddenly fell silent, like ducks with their necks squeezed, falling into a deathly quiet. Whoever catches him will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver. More and more people are chasing after him. Su Xiao smirked and led the group into an empty area. Then she leapt into the air, her wide cloak spread out like bat wings. When she landed, the cloak touched the ground, but she was gone. Where is he? Where did he go? It's like he vanished into thin air. The North Wolf Army soldiers were frantic. He was right here just now. Search everywhere. Search the whole city. Someone gritted his teeth and said, He killed Balha. If we don't catch him, we can't explain to the general. Everyone spread out. Guard every street. We must find this person. Suddenly, the North Wolf Army's cavalry scattered quickly. But they didn't realize that this was part of Su Zhao's plan. Divide and surround, then attack separately. While searching, one North Wolf soldier saw a woman's clothes hanging in a yard. His evil thoughts grew. He kicked open the yard gate with a knife and sneered as he rushed inside. Don't come near.
Please no.
A woman's scream came from inside. The soldier threw his knife to the ground and reached out to grab the woman. Just as he was about to catch her, his vision suddenly sharpened, and in the next moment, he saw his soul flying up into the sky. Su Xiao sheathed her sword and told the trembling woman behind her, Find a place to hide. Don't stay at home. It's useless. I have nowhere to go. The woman suddenly broke down and cried. Hero, please save me.
I don't want to die.
I don't want to become a helpless victim. Su Xiao coldly said, In this world, besides trusting yourself, don't trust anyone. Not even me. After speaking, Su Xiao quickly moved forward, ready to ambush and kill the second North Wolf soldier. She moved like a ghost, appearing and disappearing, killing many North Wolf soldiers. The soldiers finally realized how powerful this killer was. They stopped chasing and chose to negotiate. Brave warrior, we don't know each other. Why are you killing our soldiers? A bearded North Wolf soldier with 2 big braids rode his horse slowly from the back of the group. But you cannot burn the city down. Warrior, I can't make that decision, the leader of the North Wolf Army said. I see you're very brave. Why not join our North Wolf army? Su Xiao chuckled softly, wiggling her finger. Tell your general this. The king is like a boat, and the people are like water. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. In North Wolf country, we have a long future ahead. After saying this, Su Xiao, hiding under her cloak, took out 4 tear gas canisters from her space and threw them forcefully onto the ground. A huge cloud of smoke instantly blocked everyone's view. When they recovered from their frantic coughing, the person was gone without a trace. Where is he? Why is he gone again? Is he really human? How can he disappear so suddenly? Someone in the crowd asked suspiciously. Everyone go back. The leader of the North Wolf army looked deeply at the empty street and turned his horse around to leave. Are we still going to burn the city? Someone asked cautiously. Report to the general first. Su Xiao returned to the Su residence. As soon as she entered, she scared her family badly. Don't be nervous. That's not my blood, Su Xiao quickly reassured them. The North Wolf army has entered the city. It's a living outside. I don't know how many people in Mao County can still survive. We should try to save at least some. Xiao, do those North Wolves kill anyone they see? Aunt Liu asked nervously. Did you fight them? Yes, Su Xiao answered directly, not avoiding the question or lying. There's no point. At this point, if they still refuse to see the truth or hold on to illusions, it's not protecting them, it's harming them. North Wolf country has always used a strategy of burning everything and killing all, Su Xiao explained. They burn, kill, and steal. This is to prevent enemies from using the land to organize resistance. It's a very cruel tactic, but for North Wolf country, it's very effective. So, they will burn the city, kill everyone inside, and steal all the property and supplies. They will also take women and children, cutting off the city's hope completely, Su Xiao said. War is brutal. If I hadn't acted earlier, they would have burned the city. Most of our buildings are wooden. If the city burns, we will either die in the flames or suffocate from the smoke. The women all fell silent. Even the 3 sisters hugged each other tightly, comforting one another. Don't be afraid, Su Xiao comforted them. Things are not the worst yet, and indeed, it wasn't the worst, because she hadn't truly taken action yet. Su Xiao had just fought a battle, and she was both physically and mentally tired. She ate a little and then quickly went to sleep to rest. Her current body is only 13 years old, and she has never trained before. She relied entirely on her skills from her past life, which made her very exhausted. Also, at 13, she is still a minor. She has already achieved a lot with her current strength. All of this was possible because of the resources from her space. As for why she didn't use weapons to fight the people from the North Wolf country directly, that's because she didn't have any. If she had, would she be struggling so much? She brought only a laboratory, not an armory. She is part of the team responsible for developing weapons, including mechanical and chemical groups. They only have some spare parts, not finished weapons. Missing even one part means the weapon can't be used. Fortunately, the laboratory's machines can make some crossbow arrows and knives. Also, the chemistry lab still has some materials for making bombs, but the supplies are limited. So, she can't fight the North Wolf army on a large scale. She can only use small tricks to scare them. In short, she lacks raw materials and needs them badly. With enough materials, she could make bombs by hand and directly destroy the enemy forces. But she doesn't have those materials now. Still, even with limited resources, she managed to impress the North Wolf army today and keep them in check. General, should we find this person? He killed Balha, asked the subordinate, referring to the North Wolf army leader who attacked Mao Xian, Bahun. Bahun's sturdy body trembled, and he sneered. Of course. The screams instantly woke everyone in the underground cellar. Su Xiao quickly jumped onto the ventilation opening and looked outside along the wall. She saw countless North Wolf soldiers recklessly burning, killing, and looting in the town. They finally did destroy the city. When the North Wolf army arrived at Su's house, they were stunned. Did this family suffer divine punishment? There was nothing left on the roof. The walls were all collapsed. Someone wanted to go in and check, but was stopped. Why go inside such a ruined house? It was obvious that the place had been robbed many times. There was nothing inside. You wouldn't think anyone would live in such a broken house, right? Our time is limited, so let's go search somewhere else. You're right, let's go. A group of people quickly moved away from the Sioux residence and headed toward the big house next door. Not long after, loud cries for help and terrible screams came from the neighboring house. The Northern Wolf Army's destruction of the city made everyone in Mao County feel hopeless and scared. But if you think only city residents suffered, you're wrong. The Northern Wolf Army didn't care if people were from the city or countryside. They killed anyone they saw and stole everything. Outside in the farms and villages, they burned, killed, and robbed without mercy. In just half a day, the whole county was filled with smoke and blood everywhere. When Song's family heard the terrible screams next door, they quickly stood up, anxious and worried. Song said, "The person living next door is Lady. She's almost 50 years old." "How could they? Brutes killing people, regardless of age," Su Xiao replied. "It's better if they die, but it's worse if they are left alive and suffering." As she spoke, the women nearby trembled. They already guessed Lady's tragic fate. The three older sisters looked so scared they turned pale and couldn't breathe easily. "Are we just going to watch her suffer?" Granny Song started crying as she spoke. She knew that their group was only there to deliver food. There was no other way but to watch others be kidnapped or killed. "That's just life, I guess. It's all the same whether you die at someone's hands or not," Su Xiao said calmly. "Bandits and refugees outside aren't any better. Better to be a peaceful dog than a person in chaos." Everyone nodded in agreement. Aunt Liu kept reciting prayers for the dead, sending off the spirits of those wronged in the city. "Has that person appeared?" Bahun, drunk, asked his followers.
No.
"It seems like that person disappeared from the world. We searched the whole city, but couldn't find him," the follower replied. "I suspect he has already left the city." "Left the city?" Bahun sneered. "Keep searching. I must catch him and cut off his head to honor my brother Balha." The entire Mao County was filled with the smell of blood. The type of meat aroma is something everyone understands. Countless women's screams mixed with the men's wild laughter, sounding harsh, desperate, and tragic. Su Xiao sat on the roof of a house, listening to the sounds from Mo County. She gently raised a glass of wine, toasting the moonlight, herself, and all the unyielding souls. The wine spilled onto the ground. At the moment the glass hit the ground, Su Xiao suddenly pulled out a rapid-fire device, commonly called a rain of pear blossom needles. Each needle was poisoned, deadly enough to stop a heart. She had already checked. The Northern Wolf Army entering the city had over 2,000 men, all cavalry. What is the core of cavalry? Yes, it's riding horses. Without war horses, they are just heavily armed tanks. Su Xiao headed straight to the stables, without hesitation, releasing her rain of pear blossom needles. Countless tiny needles, like fine hair, instantly pierced into the horses. Su Xiao seized her chance and ran. She leapt over a few obstacles and disappeared into the night. A few seconds later, the normally quiet stables suddenly erupted with deadly neighs and screams. Something's wrong. Big trouble. All the horses in the stable have gone mad. The soldier in charge of caring for the horses, barely having time to tighten his pants, ran desperately toward the camp tent. "Quick, call the doctor, the horses," his words suddenly stopped. He widened his eyes and collapsed to the ground in disbelief. Behind him, a small figure swung a knife. Blood dripped from the blade, falling onto the dirt. It turns out, the blood of the Northern Wolf people is also red. Someone outside heard the commotion and muttered in annoyance. "Huh, what are you calling yourself for?" "I haven't had my fun yet." As the other pushed open the stable door, he hadn't finished speaking when he felt something sticky under his feet. He instinctively looked down and saw Hui Han staring back at him with lifeless eyes. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he opened his mouth to scream. Another flash of knife light sliced through. He covered his neck with both hands, desperately trying to close the wound, but his severed windpipe, like an old bellows, could no longer work for him. In this way, Su Xiao surrounded the guards at the stable, fighting her way through and killing them all. Not a single one was left. And not a single horse remained. Su Xiao took out a strong magnet from the space and placed it on the wound of the warhorse. With a quick pull, the wound was treated. All the silver needles were collected back for future use. After finishing everything, Su Xiao quietly left. It wasn't until dawn that the news reached Bahun. What did you say?
Say it again.
Bahun, already irritable, exploded when he heard the report from his subordinate. General, our warhorses are all dead. Not a single one is left. The subordinate's face was pale, trembling as he spoke. The doctor checked, and they died from poisoning. But we've never seen this kind of poison before. That's impossible. Bahun grabbed his subordinate's neck and drew his sword across it. How could this happen? Who was guarding the stables? They're all dead. All killed instantly. No survivors. The subordinate trembled like a leaf. The enemy came quickly and left just as fast, leaving no trace. Good for nothing. Bahun swung his sword to attack. Before the poor subordinate could beg for mercy, he was killed instantly. Search the entire city. He's here in the city. Bahun, shirtless, stormed out of the house. If I don't find this today, I will kill everyone in the city. Everyone who could move went out to search. Without their warhorses, they couldn't ride around the city recklessly. They could only run on foot. This was very exhausting. Searching was a tiring task, especially since they were good at riding and shooting but not running. This gave Su Xiao a chance. She hid in the shadows, ready to strangle anyone who approached. In a short time, she had killed over 100 soldiers. The achievement of 100 kill was completed. When Bahun heard this, he was furious. I declare the city a slaughter zone. Bahun waved his hand.
Kill.
Su Xiao returned to the underground warehouse. Faced with a group of nervous people, she briefly explained the situation outside. Now, the town is almost empty. Most people have been killed or kidnapped. It's very dangerous. Today, I defeated Bahun, so he will definitely seek revenge. Most likely, he will destroy the city. Actually, even if I don't act, he wouldn't let Miao County go. Maoxian is too close to Beilongguo, and Beilongguo won't allow this place to develop. Xiao Xiao, the people of Beilongguo have become very aggressive. You need to be careful, Sister Su Ling said. I am just a weak woman and can't fight alongside you. If I had known this day would come, I should have trained martial arts more firmly with my master. Second Sister Sujin said, Little brother, we know we are no match for the people of Beilongguo, so we will stay quietly here and not hold you back. But if one day we are all caught, I hope you can survive. Aunt Liu nodded strongly and said to Su Xiao, If I am caught, please don't come to save me. Just run far away and stay alive. Everyone else nodded in agreement. Mrs. Song said, It's not the end yet. You don't need to be so pessimistic. If we really can't stay in the city, we will escape through the secret passage. Su Xiao smiled and said, Don't worry, the obstacles I set up are not so easy to break. The leader of Beilongguo and Maoxian is not very clever. I will definitely bring you out of Maoxian safely. As she finished speaking, loud noises came from outside. Su Xiao listened quietly for a moment, then said, The Beilang army is slaughtering. They want me to show myself. Sure enough, in the next second, Bahun roared angrily on the street in all directions. Kid, I give you 1 incense stick's time to stand in front of me. Otherwise, I will kill everyone in Maoxian. You two-legged sheep, listen carefully, you didn't have to die. It's all because of that kid who challenged my authority, so you must use your dirty blood to wash away his crime. The civilians being brought over shrank back, crying desperately, Help! Someone save me. I don't want to die. Hero, since you saved me once, please save me again, a woman suddenly wailed. Her words caught Bahun's attention. Bahun roughly pulled her out of the crowd and asked fiercely, Do you know him? No, I don't know him, the woman hurriedly denied. It's just that when someone tried to me, he suddenly appeared and saved me. Tell me, is he a man or a woman?
How old is he?
Who is he? Bahun asked excitedly. I don't know. The woman tried to remember for a long time before nervously speaking. It was probably a man, right? Not tall, about the same height as me. Little thing. Bahun sneered and grabbed the woman's neck, loudly saying, "Did you hear me? I will count to 3. If you don't come out, the woman you saved will die here." 1, 2. Aunt Liu tightly held Su Xiao's arm, afraid she might rush out in anger. But Su Xiao calmly patted Aunt Liu's arm and whispered, "Don't worry, I won't fall for his tricks. I've seen this kind of thing many times." 3. As Bahun finished speaking, he pressed harder with his finger. The woman's frightened eyes gradually lost their light and disappeared. Her body was casually thrown on the ground, like a broken doll. Coward, useless. "You're not fit to be a man," Bahun continued shouting, trying to provoke Su Xiao. But Su Xiao stayed calm, hiding in the cellar, sharpening her dagger quietly. Bahun kept shouting, but no one appeared. He was so angry he exploded, shouting, "Everyone kill! Kill them all!" With that command, the streets of Mao County ran with thick, sticky blood. This isn't an exaggeration. It's real. That day, 3,000 people died in Mao County. Bahun and the Northern Wolf Army didn't go out to enjoy themselves. Everyone was on high alert, ready to ambush that annoying little man. But they waited all night and saw no sign of his revenge. Bahun paced back and forth in his room. It was almost dawn, but no news came. Suddenly, someone hurriedly entered and said, "General, did he appear? Did he fall into our trap?" Bahun grabbed the other's collar anxiously. "No, he didn't show up," the person trembled and replied. "Has he already left the city?" "Impossible. He's right here." Bahun pushed the subordinate away and looked around fiercely. "He's watching me from the shadows." "You're right." The subordinate, pushed aside by Bahun, suddenly looked up with a strange smile. Before Bahun could react, the other suddenly drew a long knife from behind his waist and lunged at Bahun. Bahun finally saw clearly that this person was not his subordinate, but a face he had never seen before. "Aren't you looking for Grandpa? Grandpa is here." "Grandson, come and kneel." Bahun, a seasoned general, reacted quickly. He quickly grabbed a nearby table to block. Su Xiao had said that cavalry without horses are like heavy tanks. What are tanks afraid of? Su Xiao rolled on the ground and aimed her knife at Bahun's leg. Bahun dodged awkwardly. He was fast, but Su Xiao was even faster. In just a few moves, Bahun was injured. "I'll kill you." Bahun couldn't take it anymore. He swung his fists at Su Xiao. People from the North Wolf country are strong and tall, usually around 1.80 to 1.90 meters, or even taller. Su Xiao is only 1.50 meters now. Fighting closely with the opponent puts Su Xiao at a disadvantage. So she quickly created space, grabbed the curtain, and tore it apart. The soft curtain instantly twisted into a rope, like an extension of her hand, and whipped Bahun, making him scream. "Today, Grandpa will show you what a from a higher dimension looks like. All the skills I learned back then, I give to you." Su Xiao swung the rope fiercely, hitting Bahun's face, body, back, and legs, leaving bruises and cuts. No matter how tough a tank is, injuries are inevitable. "Enough, the game is over." Su Xiao suddenly appeared behind Bahun, wrapping the rope around his neck and pulling hard. Bahun, who had been full of rage, involuntarily leaned back. Su Xiao stepped back lightly and pulled with force. Bahun, weighing over 200 pounds, fell heavily to the ground. Just as Su Xiao was about to strangle him completely, she heard hurried footsteps outside the house. "Almost had him." Su Xiao sneered. "You're lucky." "Bahun, remember what Grandpa said today. One day, I will make you kneel before me and beg for mercy." After saying this, Su Xiao dropped the rope, broke the window, and rushed out. Countless arrows flew toward her from behind. Su Xiao turned around, pulled out a 10 mm thick armored shield, and rolled on the ground. Outside the shield, the ground was covered with arrows. Su Xiao gently tapped the shield, sneered at them, and gave a thumbs up, then quickly swiped downward. This was armor material that could even block bullets. Arrows? What could they do to me? Bahun rushed out of the house, but only saw the small figure riding away swiftly, disappearing from his sight.
Ah!
Ah! Bahun was so angry, he almost exploded. Just one person was moving freely in his camp and nearly killed him. How could he accept this? I will kill him. I will kill him. Ah, Bahun roared in helpless rage. Send orders. Burn the city. I want to burn him alive. Su Xiao jumped back into the underground cellar. Before she could speak, she smelled smoke outside. Oh no! Bahun is burning the city. Su Xiao grabbed a blanket, soaked it in water, and hung it on the door. Quick, cover all the exits with wet blankets. Don't let the smoke come in, or we'll suffocate or choke. The women heard the orders and put down their work, wetting all the blankets and covering every vent. Su Xiao slightly opened the cellar door to let air in, but kept the smoke out. Everyone used damp handkerchiefs to cover their mouths and noses, then lay on the ground, waiting for instructions. Half an hour later, the whole Miao County was filled with thick smoke. Every corner was set on fire. It looked like a human. Those lucky ones who hadn't been caught yet were now forced out by the smoke. Whether they were lucky or unlucky, no one knew. But Bahun no longer cared about them. Killing these people was no longer enough to satisfy his revenge. His eyes and heart were only on one thing: killing that little dwarf to avenge himself. A strong whiff of smoke still sneaked in, making Song Shi cough violently after inhaling. But after a couple of coughs, he bit his lip tightly, trying not to make a sound. The others were the same. Although they were about to faint from the smoke, no one made a sound, all trying not to hold Su Xiao back. Time slowly passed. Finally, the thick smoke in the city began to clear. Bahun saw that they couldn't force the other side out, so he angrily cut down a large tree with 2 people holding it to vent his frustration. General, we still haven't found him, someone reported. This time, Bahun was more cautious. He first checked if the person approaching was someone he knew before letting him get close and speak. Search every house. Tear down all the buildings. Dig 3 feet into the ground. I will catch that annoying little rat, Bahun said fiercely. If we don't catch him, how can we explain to the royal court? Losing so many warhorses is a serious crime. We can only redeem ourselves by catching him. Go quickly. Houses in Maoxian County were being destroyed one after another. The town of Maoxian wasn't very big, and most of the buildings were homes. In this era, most homes were made of mud mixed with straw, dried in the sun, and stacked up. The advantage was that they were cheap, and materials were everywhere. The disadvantage was that they were not sturdy. A light bump could make them fall apart. Within half a day, many of these homes were destroyed, leaving a field of ruins. After demolishing the homes, they moved on to the mansions of the wealthy. Those once luxurious residences in Maoxian were turned into rubble in an instant. But even after demolishing all the buildings they could find, they still hadn't caught the person they were after. How is that possible? Could it really be that the rat has become clever? Bahun muttered to himself, his gaze finally falling on the already broken-down Su residence, which was leaning so much it would fall without needing to be pushed. What is this place? Bahun asked. I don't know. As soon as we entered the town, this house was already in ruins, someone answered. It looks abandoned, and it's been looted several times. I once went inside. There was nothing left. Even the floor tiles had been pried away. So, no one has ever searched this house. Bahun seemed to realize something and sneered. I see. So, that clever little rat used this way to hide from us again and again. Today, I want to see where you can hide now. Men, search everywhere. Su Xiao had been watching the situation outside carefully. When she saw Bahun order his men to demolish all the houses in the town, she knew the final battle was about to begin. This was her first tough fight since arriving in this world. She not only didn't feel afraid, but also felt a bit excited. In her past life, she was always a logistics researcher, but no one knew how much she loved fighting deep inside. In this life, she would let these pests see how powerful a future scientist can be. Su Xiao said to the Song family, Bahun has already surrounded the Su residence with his people. You should retreat through the tunnel now, and be ready to move. Take everything you can from the underground storage, and if you can't take it, destroy it so they can't get it. Then what about you? Song asked. Of course, I want to leave them with the most important memory of this life. To always remember that someone in Mao Xian shouldn't be messed with, Su Xiao said confidently, patting her shoulder. Hurry up and go, don't slow me down. Aunt Liu still wanted to say something, but Song quickly held her back.
Listen to Su Xiao.
She is our leader. We must obey. Little brother, be careful, Sister Su Ling said seriously. We'll wait for you in the tunnel. Come back safely, second sister, carrying a bag, said. If you can't fight, just run. It's not shameful. You will come back safe, third sister, carrying their belongings, said. We will leave together. Su Xiao nodded and watched them all go into the tunnel. She stretched her shoulders and neck. No one would see her taking things from her space. It was time to make these pests see some blood. Su Xiao took out a homemade submachine gun from her space. Yes, homemade. Using the limited materials left in her space, she crafted a TM-44. This submachine gun had been successfully handmade before. The former Soviet Union managed to make the TM-44 without industrial help. She was just copying her predecessor's work. Because materials were limited, she only made one, and had limited bullets. But today it was enough. Su Xiao carried the gun, went to the roof, crouched down, aimed. On the other side, Bahun, fully armored and armed, stood at the front of the Su residence, shouting loudly, Little mouse, I've caught you. If you come out now, I can leave you with your whole body intact. Once I catch you, I will make you regret it. In response, a bullet flew toward him. The bullet embedded itself in Bahun's heavy armor. Its spiral force knocked Bahun back 4 or 5 meters, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. His mind went blank. After a moment, he finally reacted and looked at his chest in disbelief. His pupils suddenly widened. How does he have a flintlock? Actually, flintlocks had already been invented by this time. However, because they were unreliable and reloading was complicated, they were not widely used. So, Bahun, recognizing it was not surprising. Su Xiao, who was shooting, looked regretful. Why didn't she hit his head? It seems she needs to recalibrate her aim. But that's okay. As a talented weapons researcher, even without perfect data, she can still shoot accurately. Su Xiao aimed again and fired. Bahun shivered and quickly grabbed someone nearby to block himself. The person in front of him was shot in the head. Blood splattered all over Bahun. Su Xiao's 2 shots once again angered Bahun. He roared, there's only one of him. No matter how good the flintlock is, it can't hit everyone. Everyone attack together. Capture this little rat alive. I, Bahun, will reward you with 100 taels of silver. With great rewards, brave men will come. The originally timid North Wolf army's eyes lit up at the reward of 100 taels, and they charged recklessly towards Su Xiao. Soon, Su Xiao proved what it means to hold a position alone and keep enemies at bay. All her shots were precise. Everyone trying to get close was targeted and shot. Her high accuracy made the hot-blooded North Wolf soldiers instantly lose their nerve. Many were so scared they just dropped to the ground and dared not move. Come on, everyone, attack now. Bahun, seeing them freeze, shouted angrily, anyone who disobeys, I'll kill them. But even so, they dared not approach. Because any movement would mean being targeted. How many people are hiding there? Why is she so accurate? Bahun was getting desperate. He wanted to go forward, but didn't dare. That last shot, although it didn't hit his head, hit his armor and caused him real pain. What if I accidentally hit the target with the next shot and his head off? Bahun was reckless, but not stupid. A fool can't become a general. Although he is a pretty weak general, he only got the position because of his family connections. Thief, do you dare to come out and fight me one-on-one? Bahun saw that he couldn't defeat the others, so he tried to provoke him. Aren't you people from the Great Yu dynasty always claiming to be gentlemen? Why do you hide in the shadows and only hurt people secretly? Dare you come out and fight me? Su Xiao sneered dismissively and ignored his taunts. However, she checked her supplies. She didn't have many bullets left that she made herself. She really needed to save her ammo. The equipment in the lab was too small for mass production, and raw materials were scarce. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so stingy with her supplies. She stored her submachine gun, switched weapons, and prepared her rainflower darts. Listen carefully, thief. The lives of everyone remaining in Mao Xian are in your hands. If you dare to step forward, I will spare their lives, Bahun said with a wicked smile. You cowards, listen up. I give you a chance to live. If you can bring that person to me, I will let you go. A group of women and children were pushed out of the crowd, all kneeling at the gate of Sue's house. Benefactor, please have mercy and save us. I don't mind dying, but my child is only 3 years old. He's just 3. Benefactor, since you have the ability to move freely among thousands of soldiers, please show yourself and save us. I kneel to you. Amid the crying children and the women's screams, Su Xiao couldn't help but sigh again and again. They say war has nothing to do with women and children. But throughout history, whether in ancient or modern times, the ones who suffer the most are often women and children. If one day she becomes emperor, she would set a strict rule. War must leave women and children alone. Let them go. Su Xiao stood up from the wall. Unsurprisingly, as soon as she appeared, she was immediately targeted by a group of archers. But was she afraid? If she were afraid, she wouldn't have come out. Because she was wearing a modern bulletproof suit. Thin as a cicada's wing, yet able to withstand a force of 2,000 pounds. Bahun saw that he had successfully forced Su Xiao out and laughed proudly. Haha, you finally came out. Too bad, you fell for my trap. Kill her. At his command, heads started to fall. Su Xiao had expected this scene, but she did not regret her choice. She was not a saint who would be kind only within her power, nor would she risk her life for others. Since you broke the promise, don't blame me for not giving you face. Bahun, I will make you see clearly. Your ancestor, am a mountain you can never surpass. Su Xiao gracefully turned around, her cloak flying, and suddenly pulled out a high-pressure water gun from her cloak. Let me show you the power of your ancestor. As she finished speaking, she turned on the switch. Acid rain sprayed out through a long rod like a spray bottle, pouring onto the North Wolf soldiers. This was sulfuric acid. Even diluted sulfuric acid could corrode most things in this world. No matter how heavily armored Bahun was, it wouldn't help. Steel is no match for sulfuric acid. And they must have some skin exposed, right? They need to breathe, to eat, to live. Let's satisfy your wishes. At first, the North Wolf soldiers sneered and mocked Su Xiao's recklessness. They thought, can't fight? Just spray water? Come on, spray harder, more accurately, and wait, this water feels strange.
Ah.
My eyes, nose, mouth, so painful. Bahun initially laughed fiercely too, but as he laughed, something was wrong. He nervously touched his arm, watching in horror as his flesh started to peel away. What is this? This is magic. Magic! Bahun shouted in terror. Someone help! Help! Suddenly, chaos erupted everywhere. Su Xiao spoke to the remaining survivors, run now. Without their horses, they won't chase far. Run as far as you can.
Run.
Those who hadn't yet reacted finally snapped out of it after her angry shout and started to run wildly. Some suddenly stopped, turned around, knelt before Su Xiao, and bowed their heads 3 times heavily before turning and running again. Some still had a conscience, understanding her good intentions. She finally didn't save a group of ungrateful people. Once those villagers had completely left, it was her turn to hunt. Su Xiao drew a long knife from the ground, leaped forward with the tip of the blade leading. Su Xiao cut down a young boy with each strike. When they had killed villagers earlier, they were so arrogant. Now, Su Xiao was just as quick to strike back. That group wanted to fight back but couldn't. Their eyes burned fiercely, making it impossible to look away. Their bodies burned with pain, causing them to scream loudly. They had no ability to resist at all. Su Xiao didn't waste words. She raised her sword and attacked. She swung her blade repeatedly, changing to a new one each time, until all the North Wolf soldiers present were defeated. Finally, she carried a 1.5-meter-long sword and walked up to Bahun. Don't kill me. Bahun kept shrinking back, no longer looking so arrogant. Because he wore a helmet, The acid on his face was limited, enough for him to see clearly who was in front of him. The person with the cold mask had a powerful presence, 2 meters 8 centimeters tall in his mind. Are you afraid now? Do you realize that there are always stronger people above you? Su Xiao smiled lightly as she stepped forward, tapping her long sword on Ba Hun's chest. Then she turned the blade and pressed it against his neck. Ba Hun shivered with fright, trembling all over. In our Great Yu dynasty, your North Wolf people think they can kill and abuse villagers whenever they want. Now it's your turn. Do you understand fear? It's too late now. Su Xiao lifted Ba Hun's chin with her sword tip and said, "If you think I haven't heard what I want to tell you, you're wrong.
No worries.
People can be taught, but they can't be taught if they refuse. Things can be learned, and once learned, they stick."
You.
What are you going to do? Ba Hun trembled as he spoke. Let me go, and I can give you gold, silver, cattle, sheep, women. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ba Hun, your face is really ugly, Su Xiao mocked. Even if I let you go, can your royal court forgive you? The North Wolf army you brought has been wiped out by me. Your war horses are all poisoned. You're left as a lone general. Guess what you'll face when you go back? Ba Hun shivered more at the thought of the consequences. I'm not going to kill you today, Su Xiao said. Ba Hun clearly relaxed. But Su Xiao's next words made him feel like he was falling into an icy pit. I will make you taste despair. You will wish for death but can't die. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Xiao raised her long sword high and brought it down heavily. Ba Hun screamed loudly, instinctively trying to grab his 2 legs that had already been cut off. I'm going to kill you. I will kill you. You ruined me. Ba Hun roared fiercely. Ha ha ha. This is just the beginning. Su Xiao raised her sword again. Ba Hun's 2 arms flew out quickly. Ba Hun's whole body wobbled like a toppled toy, crashing to the ground. I'll keep this head for now.
Clean it well.
One day, I will take it back myself. Su Xiao sharply tapped Ba Hun's face with the tip of her sword. Though she was smiling, her words were full of authority. Go back and tell the Northern Wolf King's court that the Great Yu dynasty is not a place for him to interfere. As long as I am alive, I won't allow it. If I see the iron cavalry of the Northern Wolf Nation again, I will kill 1 soldier for each one I see, and kill them all. I will keep killing until I reach your Northern Wolf court. Since he can't sit on the throne properly, someone else will take his place. The Central Plains are my territory. No one is allowed to interfere. That's my word. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. After saying this, Su Xiao forcefully stabbed her sword into the ground. The sword sank 6 inches into the earth. The entire blade was buried in the ground, only the hilt trembling slightly. Ba Hun looked at Su Xiao in shock. He couldn't understand why this small body had such great strength. Who exactly was she? Su Xiao checked the time. It was getting late, and her aunt and others must be waiting anxiously. She flicked her cloak and leapt away. When she returned to the tunnel, she saw her family's faces full of tension and worry. Don't worry, I'm not hurt. Let's go, Su Xiao said as she walked, taking off her gear and changing into the clothes and shoes her family had prepared for her. She casually wiped some dust on her face, making herself look dirtier and less noticeable. The Northern Wolf army outside. They're all dead. The scene was silent. There were over 2,000 Northern Wolf soldiers. All of them had been killed by Su Xiao. She is hiding so deeply. The passage is very long and not easy to walk through, but everyone is holding on tightly. Su Xiao is the youngest. She can do it, so why can't they? They stumble along the way and finally reach the end of the passage near evening. Su Xiao goes ahead first to check the surroundings for any danger. Once she confirms it's safe, she lets them come out of the passage. Wait for me up front, Su Xiao says. We can't leave this passage intact. Okay, Song's family and their people reply, leaving first. When they can't see this side anymore, Su Xiao takes out a small explosive device from her space, lights it, and throws it in. This completely cuts off their connection to Mao County. From this moment, they are officially fleeing. Meanwhile, Mao County is very quiet. Bang, bang, bang. A group of North Wolf Army cavalry is heading toward Mao County. When they step into the town, everyone is stunned. No one in Mao County is alive. Whether it's the local residents or the soldiers who came to loot and stay, all are dead. When they find the body of Bahun, who is barely breathing, they can't help but ask in a hurry, what exactly happened? Bahun, with only one breath left, weakly says, "There is a man in Mao County. He killed all of us." He said. What did he say? He said he would someday destroy the North Wolf Palace and avenge the people of Mao County. How many people did he have? Just one. What? Only one person. He is very short, his strength is unknown, and he seems to get stronger when faced with danger. He's not old, just a man. Bahun bites his collar and, with his last strength, says vaguely, "Help me quickly. I can't die. My sister is the princess. If I die here, you won't be able to explain to the princess." Bahun is quickly taken away for treatment. The person responsible for helping Bahun walks back and forth several times on the scene. With each step, his heart grows colder. If what Bahun said is true, that such a big scene was caused by just one person, then this person must be very terrifying. He had never heard of anyone in the Great Yu dynasty being so powerful before. Could it be that Bahun did something to offend the other side, triggering their revenge? This matter was quickly reported to Ting, causing him great shock. It was only many years later that the Northern Wolf King Ting learned that the person who had terrified them for so many years was actually a young woman. This place is in the suburbs, with few people around. After the Northern Wolf Army's sweep, hardly anyone was left. Either they hid or they were killed or captured. This also gave them a chance to adjust their plans. After finishing her tasks, Su Xiao took out 2 carriages from her space and packed some daily necessities inside. Although the Song family already knew she had a space pocket, they kept it a secret and didn't reveal anything, not even to Aunt Liu. Su Xiao was also adjusting her mindset. In recent days, her killing intent was too strong, making it easy for others to notice. So now she needed to stay low-key as much as possible. The refugees fleeing were common people from the Dayu dynasty, not soldiers from the Northern Wolf country. They were different, so she wouldn't kill indiscriminately. As long as they didn't provoke her, she wouldn't bother with them. But if someone crossed her bottom line, no matter who they were, it wouldn't end well. She would fight back hard, even if it meant injuring or killing. Su Xiao led the 2 carriages to meet up with them. "Where did these carriages come from?" everyone asked excitedly. "I arranged them outside in advance. There are some essentials inside," Su Xiao explained vaguely. Song sure cooperated with her. "Yes, he told me beforehand that he had arranged some supplies outside. Let's check what we need and fill in the gaps quickly." Su Xiao nodded. "Let's leave here first." The 7 of them split into 2 groups and got into the carriages. Su Xiao, Aunt Liu, and big sister Su Ling rode in one carriage. Second sister Su Zhen and third sister Su Lai accompanied Song Shi and Song Mama in the other. Big sister Su Ling gathered her courage and said to Su Xiao, "Little brother, we can't rely on you alone on this journey.
It's too hard for you.
I also want to learn more. I want to have the ability to protect everyone like you instead of always needing your protection." "Big sister, what do you want to learn?" Su Xiao asked back. "What skills do you have?" Sister Su Ling asked. "I have many skills," Su Xiao said, starting to count on her fingers. "Close combat, ranged attacks, various weapons, military strategy, formations leading troops, forging weapons. Pick whichever you want to learn." Sister Su Ling thought carefully and said, "Teach me how to drive a carriage first." "Okay," Su Xiao agreed, not minding this small task. She immediately gave her the seat. "Remember the key points. Don't hold the reins too tightly." The carriage behind was driven by Granny Song. Granny Song was an elder brought from Song's family by her. She was skilled in everything and was specially trained by her family to be a versatile talent. From a maidservant to Granny Song, she was one of Song's most loyal followers. This time, Song only brought Granny Song, which shows how strictly Song's family watched over her. Over the years, Song's life was almost like being in prison. She was just emotionally numb and didn't care anymore. Anyone with a bit of spirit couldn't stand this. But that's all in the past now. Not long after they left, someone came chasing after them. They looked at the messy tracks on the ground leading in all directions. indicating the enemy was many and had strong anti-surveillance skills. Interesting. A young man jumped down from his horse and squatted to observe the ground for a long time. Baham lost to him, and it's not unfair. I didn't expect there are such talented people in the Great Yu dynasty. So young and so strong. Unfortunately, the fate of the Great Yu dynasty is ending. If this person were in the army, it wouldn't be easy for us to invade. Third prince, someone came over and reported with a fist. We've checked, and all traces disappeared 3 miles away. Should we keep chasing? The third prince of Bailing nodded. Too late. He's already gone. It doesn't matter. Didn't he say he would flatten the Bailing royal court? I'll wait for him at the court. I want to see what kind of person dares to speak such bold words. The third prince of Bailing turned his horse around and said, "We've wasted too much time here. Let's fight quickly and move to the next place." Big sister Su Ling, after half a day of practice and learning, has become quite skilled at driving the carriage. Second sister Su Zhen and third sister Su Lai saw how hard big sister was working, so they also started learning to drive the carriage with Madame Song. This way, everyone can take turns, and it won't be too tiring. Let's rest here for now, Su Xiao said, jumping down from the carriage. She walked around the nearby terrain, explaining as she went, "We should try not to camp outdoors, because it's very dangerous. Only if there are many people and enough strength to protect ourselves, like with an army or bodyguards, should we do it. If we must camp outside, choose a spot near water but away from the water's edge, because many animals come out at night to drink." And other precautions, Su Xiao continued explaining as she walked. Everyone listened very carefully. They didn't bother asking how Su Xiao knew so much. They just remembered her advice. "Tonight, you all sleep and I will stay on watch," Su Xiao said, lighting a campfire outside. She placed a knife nearby for easy access. Aunt Liu said, "Maybe I should stay awake instead. You haven't rested well during the day. Be obedient, Auntie." Su Xiao gently patted her hand. "I'm young and recover quickly. Staying up a little won't hurt. If needed tomorrow during the day, you can drive the cart while I rest on it." "All right," said Madame Song. Nighttime is indeed dangerous. Even if we stay awake, we might not notice danger in time. Once we're more experienced, we can take turns with Su Xiao. Okay, Aunt Liu reluctantly let go and went to rest in the carriage. The carriage Su Xiao prepared was a large one, big enough for 3 people to sleep inside. It was a bit crowded, but since they weren't heavy, they could squeeze in. Su Xiao lay by the campfire. Only then did she have the time and energy to think about her past life. Since crossing over until now, every minute had been so hurried and tense, constantly dealing with unexpected situations. It was exhausting, no doubt. But even so, it wasn't as tiring as her previous life. In her past life, she was part of the team's logistics and research, responsible for ensuring weapon supplies. Occasionally, she would perform some tasks, but they were mostly technical in nature. There were rarely times when she needed to take action herself. If there ever came a day when she had to act, it would mean their team was close to total destruction. Only the government machinery could wipe out their team. No one else could do it. So, how did she end up here? She remembers that before she arrived, she had been working in the lab for 3 days and nights, constantly conducting experiments. What kind of experiments was she doing? Oh, right. She was developing a tiny liquid bomb that could explode inside the human body, causing internal damage, while leaving no visible scars on the outside. In the end, she didn't get the results she wanted because she was too tired and accidentally fell asleep, which caused the laboratory to explode. And then she arrived here. She doesn't know what happened to the others. Hearing that her lab turned into a burst of fireworks, she wonders if anyone might be crying or perhaps feeling relieved that they no longer have to listen to her nagging. Fortunately, her laboratory came along with her. Although those cold, scientific tools can't be eaten or drunk, they help her survive in this chaotic world. The best defense is attack. The best safety is for no one to dare attack. What kind of weapon should she make next? Lost in her thoughts, Su Xiao drifted into a hazy sleep. Even though she was asleep, she could wake instantly at the slightest sound or movement outside. This was their group's special skill. Luckily, the night passed safely and peacefully. "Xiao Xiao, it's cold outside. Go rest on the carriage for a while. Her aunt came early to wake her. I'll go cook, and when the food is ready, I'll call you. Okay. Su Xiao didn't fuss and turned to climb back onto the carriage to continue her nap. Her sleep wasn't long, but it was very restful. This was the first solid sleep she had since crossing over. Xiao Xiao, breakfast is ready. Someone outside called her. Su Xiao jumped down from the carriage, stretched her body, and then performed a set of martial arts to loosen up. This was the first time she demonstrated her boxing in front of everyone, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Her punches were powerful and lively, very impressive and cool. Big sister Su Ling's eyes lit up with excitement. After Su Xiao finished her boxing, she was slightly sweaty, and her mood was just right. Great! Song's eyes sparkled as she looked at Su Xiao and couldn't help asking, Xiao Xiao, may I ask, did you learn this boxing from someone? Then she quickly added, is it a secret? If so, I won't ask anymore. Su Xiao's boxing made her suddenly think back to her youth. Back then, her general was also like this, punching fiercely in front of her, making her heart race with admiration. Su Xiao thought for a moment and made up a fictional master for herself. I learned it from my master. Actually, I started learning various skills from a very young age. Whether it's martial arts or strategy, he taught me all of it. Aunt Liu was surprised and said, no wonder you used to run outside all the time when you were a kid. Turns out, you were learning this from your master. Su Xiao responded vaguely. In fact, the original owner used to sneak out to play. She just happened to frame this on the original owner, completing a perfect story. So your master, an extraordinary person from beyond the world. After teaching me, he traveled around the world. He said I should never reveal his name in this life, to avoid embarrassing him as an unworthy disciple. Su Xiao looked mysterious, describing her fictional master as if he were the Bodhi old ancestor from Journey to the West. Very secretive. But Song's family believed it completely. Because only such a reclusive, peerless expert could have taught Su Xiao to be so talented and capable. Su Xiao was already so strong and impressive, yet in the eyes of the master, she was still not good enough. What kind of disciple would be considered truly capable? Could it be that they are actually immortals? Song's mind instantly went wild with endless ideas. If they could teach 13-year-old Su Xiao to be so powerful and give her a space inside her sleeve, they must be gods. So, Su Xiao is an immortal disciple. Then, nothing about her would surprise Song anymore. She just logically convinced herself of this. Big sister excitedly said, little brother, can I learn this boxing style from you? Of course, Su Xiao nodded. Anyone who wants to learn can practice with us. You don't have to become a fighter. It's also good for health and fitness. Mrs. Song was the first to agree. Yes, we are now fleeing from hardship. We must abandon our old ways of being delicate ladies. If we still see ourselves as women living in big houses, we will always be a burden to Su Xiao. We need to learn some new skills and hold on until Su Xiao comes to save us. All right, I'll listen to you, madam, Aunt Liu said. She was always someone who followed whoever made the most sense. The whole family decided to practice martial arts together. After breakfast, they set out again. Su Xiao drove the carriage and told Aunt Liu, we'll soon be on the main road. Aunt, you and Mother should work a bit harder these days, prepare more food. When we meet other groups, it will be harder to start fires and we don't want to attract attention. Okay, I'll do as you say, Aunt Liu replied. We have many people, so we need more food. Just then they heard voices coming from ahead. People are coming. Everyone, stay alert and don't talk to strangers. Su Xiao warned the people in the carriages behind. Remember, don't be too kind. Even if someone kneels and begs for help, don't be soft. Got it, everyone answered. This group of refugees included old and young people, looking like a family. When they saw the carriages approaching, their eyes showed suspicion. Both sides were wary of each other, afraid the other might suddenly attack, each cautious of the other's strength. Fortunately, neither side had the intention to fight. Su Xiao and her group smoothly blended into the refugee group. At noon, everyone found a shady spot to rest. Su Xiao's group also got out of the carriages to stretch. Sitting in a carriage for a long time was uncomfortable and tiring. The carriages weren't like modern ones with shock absorbers. They were made of wood and iron, so they jostled a lot. After a morning of riding, everyone's bodies felt numb from the bumps. The refugee group saw that the two carriages had only women and small boys, and finally relaxed. Women and children were generally not fighters. At this moment, a middle-aged woman came over to greet Mrs. Song. She could see that among the group, the Song family member was not the oldest, but she was the most graceful. She thought that the Song woman was like a family leader. Yes, that's a fair way to see it. Where are you headed, little sister? The other woman approached and tried to get friendly with Song. Song looked at her cautiously and replied vaguely, going south to visit relatives. Are you also heading south? We're from Li Family Village, and also going south. I see you're all women with a child. Would you like to travel with us? The woman warmly invited. Don't be afraid. We're not bad people. We're just women, and traveling outside is hard, so any help is good. Su Xiao sat nearby, listening to their conversation but didn't speak to interrupt. She wanted to see if Song's response matched her promise. Song hesitated and refused. No, we're not used to traveling with others. Don't overthink it. We're really not bad. The woman's eyes flicked toward the carriage, clearly interested in it. We really don't need help, Song said firmly, sensing their true intentions. We travel fast and will probably split from you tomorrow. Really? I won't beat around the bush. Some elders and children in our group can't walk anymore. Can we borrow your carriage? We'll trade you food in return. The woman finally revealed her true goal. Sorry, there's no space left on our carriage, Song replied impatiently. We can't lend it. That's when Song realized what Su Xiao had been emphasizing earlier meant. This group was really difficult to deal with. They didn't know each other, but immediately asked to borrow the carriage. If the carriage was lent out, it might never be recovered. Seeing Song's resistance, the woman behind her exchanged a quick look. At this moment, several children suddenly rushed forward, clinging to Song's legs and crying loudly, "Kind lady, please. We really can't walk anymore. Please let us rest on your carriage. We promise not to dirty it, and we won't cause you trouble." Mrs. Song was very surprised and kept stepping back. What are you trying to do? Let go. But the children didn't loosen their grip. Instead, they held on tighter. Madam, please be kind. Mrs. Song looked at Su Xiao for help. Su Xiao knew it was her turn to act. Getting on the carriage is not impossible, Su Xiao said casually, chewing on a blade of grass, acting like a spoiled young lady. She playfully lifted a girl's chin and looked her over as if choosing goods. This one is good, she can go. This one is okay, but that one isn't, can't sell for a good price. Oh, I mean, it would lower the style of our carriage. The woman who had been proud just moments before looked shocked when she heard the word, sell. She pulled the children back with both hands. We're not going up anymore. Don't. Su Xiao quickly stopped her. Didn't you just say the children couldn't walk? I'm a kind person and hate to see kids suffer. Let me take these children. The price is negotiable. As soon as she said this, the woman, pulling the children, scrambled away in a hurry. Mrs. Song was impressed with Su Xiao. You're amazing. She actually believed you, because in this chaotic world, anyone with a carriage can't be an ordinary person, Su Xiao chuckled. At first, she thought we were easy targets, but now she's realized that we're a group, old and young women, who dare to appear openly in the wild. We must have backing or support. Human traffickers are the most fitting explanation. At this moment, the women of the Su family were convinced by Su Xiao. The nearby refugee group was watching them cautiously, clearly having overheard the woman's exaggerated story, and now they thought Su Xiao's group might be human traffickers. Even though both groups were resting in the same place, they kept their distance, afraid their children might really be taken by these people. Without the harassment and disturbance from that group, Su Xiao and her companions could peacefully cook, eat, and rest. Just after finishing their meal and before setting out, they saw distant horse hooves and flying yellow dust. Could it be the North Wolf army coming after them? Su Xiao and the others quickly packed their things and got into the carriage, which sped through the woods. Meanwhile, the fleeing group on the opposite side also scattered into the trees. The forest path was uneven and difficult to walk. Su Xiao told them to get out of the carriage and quickly cut off some branches to cover themselves. "Wait here and don't go anywhere. I'll check the situation," Su Xiao said. After that, she turned and ran back to the main road, then swiftly climbed a tree. Just as Su Xiao hid herself, the group on horseback arrived nearby. These people were indeed the Iron Cavalry of the Northern Wolf Army. However, they moved very fast, rushing at full speed without stopping to chase the refugees. Clearly, something more urgent was happening ahead. What could be so urgent that it made the Northern Wolf Army feel like they were facing a serious threat? Su Xiao looked at the soldiers' backs, then quickly climbed down from the tree and returned to Song's group. She lowered her voice and said, "The Northern Wolf Army has gone ahead. Something big is happening up there. We might need to change our route." "What's going on?" second sister Su Jin asked nervously. "Is the army from the Great Yu dynasty coming? Are they here to rescue us?" "I don't know if the Great Yu army is coming, but if they are, it's definitely not to save us," Su Xiao replied coldly. If their troops responded so quickly, how could the border be broken? The officials in the court are not doing their jobs, which is why the Great Yu army is being pushed around by the Northern Wolf. Even if they push back the Northern Wolf army, we shouldn't celebrate yet. We might be mistaken for rebels and killed, so it's hard to say. But we have household registration papers. Third sister Su Lai asked, still a bit naive. Why would they want to kill us? Why do they need a reason to kill someone?
Su Xiao is native.
An army without law is no different from the Northern Wolf army. As she finished speaking, Su Xiao added, "All right, let's go quickly. We can't stay here any longer. Since the Northern Wolf army cleared the way for us, let's move fast." Okay. Everyone hurriedly pulled the carriage out of the woods, climbed aboard, and sped forward at full speed. The villagers from Li Jiatun, who had been traveling with them, saw Su Xiao and the others leave quickly. At first, they didn't understand what was happening. After a moment, they realized and said, "Quick, follow them. The road is safe now. Let's go." Everyone from Li Jiatun, young and old, started running after them. The carriage was faster than walking, but it still couldn't catch up. Soon, the villagers caught up with them. Su Xiao smiled slightly and said, "It seems there are smart people in their village too. Should we let them follow us?" Sister Su Ling asked. "Let them," Su Xiao replied. "It's no harm anyway. If anyone else from their side is foolish, we won't hold back." They traveled at a fast pace until everyone was tired and finally stopped the carriage. As soon as they got off, they were surrounded.
"Who are you?"
"Get out of the carriage. Your horses have been taken." As soon as Su Xiao stepped down, someone pressed a shiny big sword against her neck. Men on the left, women on the right. "Hurry." Aunt Liu almost reached out to pull Su Xiao away, but Su Xiao gave her a calming look. Aunt Liu held back and stood on the right side with Mrs. Song. Su Xiao slowly moved to the left and stood with the unlucky people from Li Jiatun. "Tell us, who are you? Where are you headed?" someone asked. The people from Li Jiatun trembled and said, We are refugees from Mao County. We have guides and household registration papers." Someone took out a stack of household registration papers to show, but the other side didn't look at them. Instead, they turned to Su Xiao and asked, "And you?" "We're going to visit relatives," Su Xiao said politely. "My father is Su Mingji, a local gentry from Mao County. My mother is the eldest daughter of the Song family in the capital. We're visiting my maternal grandparents." The person paused and asked, "The Song family in the capital?" "Yes." Su Xiao pointed to the woman opposite her. "That's my mother." Mrs. Song stepped forward and bowed. "The Song family's daughter greets the Lord. This is our family token." After speaking, she took out a high-quality jade pendant from her waist and handed it to the maid, Song Mo, to pass to the others. Her manners and words showed her noble background. This is not something others can easily imitate. This group of people only believed a little. "We are willing to offer the carriage to the Lord, but..." Su Xiao cleared her throat, leaned closer to the other person, and quietly slipped a silver ingot into their hand. The materials for this carriage were all provided by my mother as a dowry. If the Song family sees us returning to the capital looking poor and shabby, they might blame the officials in Yenzhou for poor management. Oh, the other person weighed the silver and casually pocketed it. Why are there only a few of you? As the family of a respected official, how come so few? You're so perceptive. Our group was scattered by refugees, and we agreed to meet at the nearby county town. I believe my father, and the others are already searching for us now. Su Xiao spoke convincingly, and the other person no longer doubted her. Go ahead. The other person waved at Su Xiao, allowing them to pass. Su Xiao quickly led her family and the Song family Anne away with the carriage. People from Li village saw them leave and immediately became anxious. Sir, what about us? All the men aged 13 to 50 in your village are conscripted into the army, the other person replied. Hearing this, the villagers felt like the sky was falling. Is this any different from sending them to die? What about him? Why did he leave? One villager pointed at Su Xiao and asked. He should be old enough too, right? Su Xiao just turned around and said, Oh, I'm only 12 this year. How old she was, wasn't it all decided by her words? Anyway, they wouldn't see her household registration. Besides, she couldn't show her household registration to others. It clearly states she is female, not male. Later, she planned to use laboratory equipment to forge a fake household registration certificate. Su Xiao successfully left with her family, while the villagers of Li village were devastated, crying loudly. How could this happen? The three sisters of the Su family kept questioning their beliefs, constantly reshaping their worldview throughout the day.
See?
They call them soldiers, but they're really no different from bandits. As long as you have money, you can buy your way out. Su Xiao laughed at herself. So, the fate of the Great Yu dynasty might really be coming to an end. It's just barely surviving now. The corruption is so deep at every level, and it's even worse at the top. Officials oppress the people layer after layer, increasing taxes and burdens. The officials push the people to rebellion. Even without the North Wolf Nation's grassland attack, the internal conflicts within the Great Yu dynasty would eventually erupt. Then where can we go? Third sister Su legibly asked. Anywhere is the same. Yes, anywhere is the same, Su Xiao replied calmly. But we still have to leave because too many people died in Mao County. The weather is getting hotter, and the dead will rot and spread disease. If we leave too late, we might not be able to escape at all. When mentioning the plague, everyone's expression changed. Next is Lynn County. We should go to the town to rest and gather supplies, like medicinal herbs. Our supplies are running low. But won't the North Wolf Army attack Lynn County? Aunt Liu asked, unable to hold back after a whole day. Didn't we see them heading that way earlier? Lynn County is only 100 miles from the military territory. Unless they are crazy, the North Wolf Army won't attack it. They want grassland attack, not to fight the regular army. Plus, the soldiers just now already saw that the garrison responded quickly and started organizing defenses against the North Wolf Army. That means the grassland attack should be over, Su Xiao explained. So, escaping from Mao County without being caught is because of this. Spending time to seek revenge on someone uncertain is not as good as quickly hitting grassland attack again. They are very clear about this, Song sure nodded. Su Xiao is right. We go to Lynn County, and we must arrive before the plague breaks out. The northern land is different from the south. It's vast and sparsely populated. The distance between one county and the next is over 100 kilometers in a straight line, not to mention winding roads. The carriage moves at about 4 or 5 kilometers per hour because the roads are uneven. Going faster would cause it to bounce. If there were cement or asphalt roads, they could go 10 or even dozens of kilometers per hour. But in this era, where would such roads come from? Plus, they need to avoid refugees and treacherous soldiers, taking smaller paths instead of main roads, which makes travel very slow. After leaving the main road, everyone got out of the carriage and prepared to take smaller paths. Just as they were worried about what to do with the carriage, Su Xiao gently pressed her palm on the side of the carriage. Third sister Su Lage was so shocked she couldn't speak. Mrs. Song quickly added, "It's no big deal. Your younger brother can learn all kinds of skills from the immortal, and the immortal wouldn't mistreat his own disciple. This space inside his sleeve must have been given by Xiao Zhao's master. Su Xiao shamelessly agreed with this explanation. She had thought it over. Since she was traveling south with her family, it was impossible to hide the fact that she had this space. Since it couldn't be kept secret, she might as well be honest about it. Even if one day they chose to reveal this secret and go their separate ways, what would happen? Even if they believed her, who could take it away? Moreover, she was confident that if someone betrayed her, she would deal with them before they could leak the secret. Aunt Liu came over and patted Su Xiao, as if she had hidden everything she took from her on herself. Su Xiao couldn't help but laugh and say, "Mother is right. This special skill was given to me by my master. Only I can use it. It's vital for our safety. Remember, absolutely must not share it outside, or both of us will be in danger." Everyone nodded desperately. Second sister Su Zhen quietly said to eldest sister Su Ling, "Wow, our little brother, could he also be a reincarnation of an immortal? His abilities are incredible. From now on, we should all listen to him. He definitely won't mistreat us." The three sisters looked at Su Xiao with completely changed expressions. From that day on, Su Xiao's status in their hearts kept rising, reaching the highest point. Su Xiao was living out the life they always wanted. "With my little brother here, we probably won't have to be so timid anymore." Eldest sister Su Ling's eyes looked almost divine. "From now on, my goal is to follow my little brother." Second sister Su Zhen seemed to have found her purpose in life. "I'm with you. I will definitely not hold my little brother back." Third sister Su Lai also said brightly. Mrs. Song exchanged a glance with Aunt Liu, and they both smiled knowingly. Grandma Song smiled warmly and said nothing. She always listened to her master. If her master said it was good, then it was good. "We're going into the mountains." Su Xiao looked at the sky and said, "Before it gets dark, we must find a place to stay. The mountain trail is difficult, but if we go diagonally, it's not slower than riding a horse. The most important thing is, we can gather some firewood in the mountains, which will be useful in the future." Yes, I agree with what you said." Third sister Su Lai nodded repeatedly. "Let's hurry along the small path." Everyone smiled gently, moved lightly, and quickly left the main road to enter the narrow, winding trail. The trail was hard to walk on, only allowing one person at a time. It was used by woodcutters and hunters coming down from the mountain. Although difficult, the trail was not guarded or guarded by soldiers, so they could pass without trouble. In just one attempt, Su Xiao spent 50 taels of silver. After many times, who could bear it? With that silver, they could buy many household items. Su Xiao led the way, constantly tapping her stick against the roadside, which was a way to scare away snakes. If there were poisonous snakes in the bushes, she could react quickly and remove them. Then, the women of the Su family saw Su Xiao casually tap her stick, and when she lifted her hand, a small animal was caught on it. Sometimes it was a snake, sometimes a rabbit, a hedgehog, or a wild chicken. She wasn't just catching small animals, she also knew many edible wild vegetables. As they walked, she explained, "This is called bitter vegetable. It can be eaten and used as medicine. This is shepherd's purse. It can be eaten. And this is..." While she explained, the women behind her rolled up their sleeves and started digging. The northern land was dry, and the trees looked wilted. The grass was also drooping, but the wild vegetables grew quite well, with strong vitality. Because the path was difficult to walk, few people came here, so there were many edible plants to gather. The group kept walking into the mountains. The trail became even harder, and in the end, everyone had to support each other to keep up with Su Xiao. Su Xiao walked ahead as if the ground was flat, moving very easily. When encountering obstacles, she would grab a branch and leap over effortlessly. Meanwhile, the others could only struggle and climb over. Big sister Su Ling became more determined to learn martial arts with her younger brother. As the eldest sister, she wanted to protect her younger siblings. Suddenly, Su Xiao raised her hand to stop them. "What's wrong?" Aunt Liu asked instinctively. "A wolf pack is coming," Su Xiao answered calmly. "Can you all climb trees?" The women looked awkward. They really couldn't. Fortunately, Granny Song stepped forward and said, "I can." Grandma Song, Send them up the tree. The higher they climb, the better. Don't come down to hold me back, Su Xiao said calmly. Can you do that? Grandma Song gritted her teeth and replied, yes. She turned to the Song family and said, Miss, I will send you up first. Miss Song nodded and agreed. All right. She kept in mind Su Xiao's advice. Don't hold her back. Stepping on Grandma Song's shoulders, Miss Song slowly climbed the tree. Others came to help and pushed Miss Song up. After she reached the top, Aunt Liu was next, followed by the other three sisters. Grandma Song was the last to go up. At this moment, the women completely abandoned their dignity, clinging tightly to the branches and anxiously looking down. Although Su Xiao was the youngest among them, she was now standing at the front, protecting everyone. It was hard not to feel moved. From that day on, the three older sisters became fierce protectors of their little sister, willing to give her everything. Su Xiao stood still, coldly watching the wolf pack approach. Xiao Xiao, be careful. Aunt Liu was so frightened she was crying, but she dared not shout loudly, afraid of distracting Su Xiao and harming her own daughter. Trust her. Miss Song looked at Su Xiao with such admiration that she felt Su Xiao was the reincarnation of her past love. The wolves caught the scent of the people on the tree and started howling loudly. Dirty animals, you're no match for me. No, you're not even worthy to be my opponents. Su Xiao suddenly drew a small sword from her space, kicked off the sheath, and without hesitation, charged at the lead wolf, swinging her sword with force. Her stance was so cool and brave, it was truly impressive. This made the three sisters see her skills up close and realize she was even more impressive than they had thought. Big sister Su Ling's eyes widened in shock, almost turning into a fan shape. At first, the alpha wolf didn't take Su Xiao seriously, dismissing her as a little kid. But when her sword swung over its head, it finally realized it had underestimated her. This was no ordinary opponent. It was a formidable foe. The alpha wolf reacted quickly, trying to bite Su Xiao's sword, but her strength was too great. The alpha wolf couldn't bite properly. The blade sliced into its face instantly, tearing half of it apart. Su Xiao struck quickly and didn't want to fight longer. She grabbed a dagger from her space, spun around, and pressed her back against the wolf. She stabbed it hard in the waist and twisted. The wolf's weak spots are its neck and waist. Su Xiao hit both targets successfully. The alpha wolf let out a sad cry and collapsed to the ground. Do you think Su Xiao would just stop there? No. A dying creature can't be fully defeated. She wouldn't give her prey a chance to fight back. Su Xiao drew her sword again and aimed to strike at the wolf's neck. The wolf died with a look of regret. Seeing Su Xiao single-handedly kill the alpha wolf, the rest of the pack was so frightened they took 2 steps back, but they still stared fiercely at her. Ignoring her blood-stained clothes, Su Xiao picked up her sword and charged at the wolves. Clang, 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 clang. After about 10 minutes, she had killed 7 or 8 wolves. Her killing aura was so strong it seemed real. The remaining 2 wolves were so scared they trembled and dared not come closer. They let out frightened howls and ran into the woods, disappearing in an instant. Su Xiao was so exhausted she collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Her body was still too weak, too fragile. She must grow up quickly, become stronger, and regain her past strength. She hated being weak, passive, and bullied. Of course, if you are not afraid, continue climbing the tree. I will keep hunting here. More supplies are always good. No, we should leave quickly. Let's go. Aunt Liu forgets crying and pulls Su Xiao to move forward. We have enough food. No more risks. Listen to Aunt Liu. These wolf pelts are pretty good. They can be sold for a good price. Song Shi, who has good eyes, says, with some careful processing, they can make many leather boots. Su Xiao raises her hand and puts the wolf corpses on the ground into her space. She says, we don't have much time. We'll decide when we reach Lynn County. Let's go. After the group leaves, a black bear appears at the scene. It sniffs curiously, then shakes its head and walks away. They almost had the chance to eat bear paws. As evening approaches, Su Xiao stops and looks around. She chooses a sheltered mountain hollow to rest. We will stay here tonight. Where will we sleep? Second sister Su Zhen looks around. Are we sleeping on the ground? How is that possible? Su Xiao smiles and says, First, you clear the land here. I'll be back soon. If there's danger, shout loudly. I'll be nearby. After speaking, Su Xiao takes out her machete and axe, then heads into the nearby woods. She chops and cuts a lot of branches, then clears and drags them back. She sticks some here and some there, quickly building a frame. A triangular shelter frame appears. Are we going to build a house? The three sisters are all surprised. Sort of, just a temporary one. You all find some large leaves. Su Xiao directs them. Grandma Song, find some dry wood to start a fire. We'll have a good meal tonight. Mother and Aunt Liu are responsible for gathering some dry grass for beds. Su Xiao looks at them. Any problems? No problem. Everyone answers in unison. Although living outdoors is hard, with Su Xiao here, they feel confident. No matter how tough it is, it feels sweet. Especially Aunt Liu, who seems to have found a new direction in life. Whatever Su Xiao says, she does. She's full of energy now, no longer always frowning or crying. An hour later, the shelter is built. The campfire is also lit. Su Xiao took out some fine dishes from the space she had looted from the Su residence and laid out a full table. Come on, let's eat. What's this? This is the feast that Su Mingji planned to sell us on the night he wanted to sell our family. I managed to it away, Su Xiao said. My little secret space is pretty good. Things stay just as they are when I put them in or take them out. Nothing's spoiled. Come on, everyone, dig in. Everyone turned to look at the Song family. Mrs. Song smiled and said, Listen to Xiao Xiao, let's eat. No one hesitated anymore. They picked up their chopsticks and started eating quickly. It's been hard to eat and sleep these days. It's really tough. Finally having a good meal. We should enjoy it properly. I've been nibbling on dry bread for days, but this is much better. Third sister Su Lai mumbled. My little secret space is amazing. When we get to Lynn County, we should stock up on cooked food. That way, we won't need to cook on the road, just take it out and eat. That's a good idea, Su Xiao nodded. I think so too. Cooking takes too much time and can attract attention. We need to stay low-key, very low-key. Su Xiao looked around and said seriously, There's one more thing. As we've traveled south, you've probably noticed more and more yellowing leaves. That shows the drought in the south is very serious now, and it's urgent. The further south we go, the more likely we are to meet refugees. The group of refugees we saw today are fleeing from war. They don't lack food or clothes. But the drought victims in the south might not be so lucky. They are very short of everything. If people find out we have a lot of grain, the consequences could be terrible. When people are hungry and desperate, they might do anything. We have elders and children and all women. We could easily be targeted. Little brother, what do you think we should do? We'll follow your lead, said the eldest sister, Su Ling, generously. If you tell me to shave my head now, I'll do it immediately. I trust you, you won't harm me. Me too, second sister Su Jin said very seriously. Second sister isn't capable, but she's obedient. From now on, she's your eyes and hands. Whatever you ask me to do, I'll do it. Third sister, busy eating, didn't speak, but she nodded along with what the eldest and second sister said. Our clothing is still a bit too fancy, Su Xiao said with a worried look. I've never seen poor people dress like this. I thought our clothes were already simple enough, but after seeing the villagers in Li Jia Tun, I realize we are still too well dressed. So, please, mother and aunt, patch up everyone's clothes. It's best if the patches are colorful and varied, Su Xiao continued. And about her hair, please don't comb it neatly. Let it be messy and look dirty. Do you all understand what I mean? Understood. Everyone nodded at once. Also, in the next few days, let's gather firewood quickly, Su Xiao added. Starting tomorrow, we'll walk while chopping wood. Pick dead or fallen trees so they can dry out a bit and be easier to light. The next morning, the whole family wore patched, dull clothes, looking like they were fleeing from danger. Su Xiao carried a chopping knife and led the way. She was responsible for chopping, while others packed and tied the firewood. Once tied, they left it on the spot, and Su Xiao collected it last to put into her space. They spent 3 days chopping. With many people, they were strong. Actually, it was mainly Su Xiao who was strong. She climbed trees and chopped fiercely. Honestly, the firewood they gathered in these 3 days was enough for them to burn for half a year. While chopping, they found a person. Hey, 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 hero, I finally found you. A handsome young man, about 17 or 18, was lying in the grass, looking at Su Xiao with anticipation. Today, I predicted I would meet a noble person. And that noble person is you. Su Xiao had already moved aside the dead branches, leaves, and bark from him. When she heard his words, she covered him back up. Then she pretended she hadn't noticed anything and kept chopping firewood. Hey, 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 little brother, little brother. The young man struggled to push aside the dead branches and leaves. At least give me a hand. Su Xiao continued to ignore him. Lying in the deep mountain forest, what was this guy trying to do? Even the ancestors said, don't pick wildflowers by the roadside. And don't pick up men by the roadside. In her past life, she loved reading dramatic electronic stories. Usually, men she found by the roadside brought trouble, either this one or that one. It was never a good idea. That's why she wouldn't fall for it. At this moment, Aunt Liu came over and heard the noise. She nervously asked, Xiao Xiao, I hear someone talking. Who is it? Big sister. Big sister. It's me. The young boy waved his arms desperately. Help. Please help me. Aunt Liu couldn't hold back and went over to help him. She looked down and saw the injury on his leg and immediately exclaimed, Oh no! How did you get such a bad wound? Did something bite you? Well, it's just bad luck, the boy rambled on. I was walking on the main road, but it's too dangerous. Either the North Wolf men are killing people or bandits are robbing travelers. If I was even luckier, I might run into soldiers from the Great Yu dynasty. That would be even worse. They'd either draft me into the army or make me do hard labor, and I'd be hungry and cold. Do you know? The friends I was traveling with were caught and made into porters. They had to carry heavy loads for 80 miles a day, and if they couldn't keep up, they'd be beaten badly. It was terrifying. Seeing this, I thought, I can't let this happen. With my looks, I can't afford to get hurt or disfigured. If I do, I might never find a wife. So I decided to go my own way. Others take the main road, I take the smaller paths. Others walk on flat ground, I go through the mountains. It was going well at first, but then, out of nowhere, 2 wolves suddenly howled and charged at me like they were crazy. I didn't provoke them, I didn't do anything to them. I just ran. I turned and ran as fast as I could, but I couldn't escape. I was bitten. Aunt Liu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sorry, I don't mean to make fun of you, Go ahead and laugh if you want, the boy said, sitting cross-legged. There's no one else here. You guys are like me, taking small paths to avoid trouble, right? Before Aunt Liu could speak, Su Xiao interrupted calmly, Auntie, let's go, don't leave. Take me with you, the boy begged anxiously. I can work for you. I don't eat much. Really, it's a good deal to take me along. Su shouted and turned around. The young boy saw that they were really about to leave, so he finally took out his trump card. I am a doctor. I can treat illnesses. There is already a place in the north where the plague has appeared. It won't be long before it spreads widely. Take me with you, and I can ensure your safety. This sentence successfully made Su Xiao stop in her tracks. Then why don't you treat your own injuries? Su Xiao asked him. Don't have any medicine, the boy replied helplessly. Come and see for yourself. I've already bandaged myself, but I have no medicine, so I just did a quick bandage. Sure enough, Su Xiao turned back to the boy and didn't hold back. She directly lifted his clothes. Aunt Liu said, Hey, Xiao, you're a girl. Even if you dress as a boy, you can't change the fact that you're a girl. Just lifting your clothes like that. How will you get married in the future? Su Xiao reached out and examined the boy's wound carefully. Yes, the dead tissue had been removed. The bandage was done properly. There was some herbal medicine on the wound to reduce pain and prevent infection, but it was applied carelessly, probably because he was in too much pain to do it neatly. What is your name? Su Xiao asked. I am Sun Ziqing from Central Plains, the boy said with a cheerful smile. Little brother, what's your name? So your name is Su Xiao. Nice name. Sun Ziqing looked at her deeply and said, now I believe, right? Can you take me along? Su Xiao stood up and said, no, why not? Sun Ziqing was stunned. I told you, I am a doctor. Don't look at my age. I've studied medicine for 15 years. I won't let you down. Smooth talker. Not a good person, Su Xiao said calmly. We have many women, so it's not convenient to bring a man along. Come on. I can dress as a girl. Sun Ziqing tried to sell himself. Look at how good-looking I am. I can dress as a girl too. Aunt Liu couldn't bear it anymore and said to Su Xiao, Xiao, maybe you should take him. In these deep mountains, if something dangerous happens, we can take him to the county town and split up. Okay, I agree, Sun Ziqing quickly said, afraid that Su Xiao would really leave him behind. Su Xiao frowned, not very happy. At this moment, the Song family arrived and asked, what happened, mother? Su Xiao nodded casually, it's nothing. I accidentally found an injured person. He said he's willing to work for us for free, help treat our injuries, and in return, we would save his life. Xun Ziqing. When did I say that? Fine, I said it. I really said it. Mrs. Song looked carefully at Xun Ziqing. This child looks quite familiar. Have we met before? No, Xun Ziqing quickly denied. I've been studying at my master's place until recently. I think you might have mistaken me. Mrs. Song nodded. Who is your teacher then? Well, Xun Ziqing hesitated. Sorry, ma'am, but my master doesn't allow me to say. He says I only learn small skills, and if I tell others, it would embarrass him. Mrs. Song looked at Su Xiao and then at Xun Ziqing. Could they have the same master? Their stories sound exactly the same. Su Xiao glared sharply at Xun Ziqing. That was her line. Forget it. Saving a life is more important than building a 7-story pagoda, Mrs. Song said. Just take him along. Mrs. Song usually didn't speak much, but when she did, Su Xiao would respect her opinion. At worst, once they reached the county town, they could part ways. She wasn't worried he would refuse to leave. Su Xiao helped him up. Can you walk on your own? Not really. Xun Ziqing looked at Su Xiao innocently. Can you carry me? Su Xiao immediately withdrew her hand, and Xun Ziqing plopped back down. Hey, my leg. My leg. Xun Ziqing yelled. You could have just told me. At least give me a warning. I dislike troublemakers and people who cause trouble for me, Su Xiao said coldly. If you're coming with us, either walk on your own or stay here and lie down. Okay, I get it. I'm scared of you. I'll go by myself. Can I have a stick? Xun Ziqing replied irritably. I won't bother you. Su Xiao really cut a stick for him. Seeing how quick and skillful Su Xiao was, Xun Ziqing felt like he had seen that move somewhere before. But he couldn't remember when. He predicted that he would face a disaster, so he actively prepared for it. He couldn't understand why the young boy, who looked like a bean sprout, was the one facing his disaster. Isn't it normal for children to have a bit of temper? When he was their age, he was more rebellious than this little kid. He didn't understand, so he looked again. Because there were outsiders, they couldn't freely use their powers. The woodcutting activity also temporarily stopped. The group walked along a small path, struggling to move toward Lien County. Are you also going to Lien County? Wow, what a coincidence. Me too. Sun Ziqing was very talkative. He felt uncomfortable when he didn't speak. Su Xiao, how old are you this year? I'm 17. Su Xiao, shut up. Su Xiao couldn't bear it anymore. If you keep talking, I will leave you behind. Sun Ziqing immediately shut up, looking obedient, helpless, and pitiful. Seeing their interaction, Mrs. Song felt very happy. Because only at this moment did she realize that Su Xiao was just a 13-year-old girl, not a brave young woman standing in front of everyone, protecting them from harm. Suddenly, Su Xiao stopped and held her stick horizontally, blocking everyone behind her. What's going on? Sun Ziqing asked curiously. Shut up, Su Xiao replied coldly, pushing him toward Aunt Liu. Watch him, don't let him fall behind. Sun Ziqing was a bit annoyed when he heard this. After all, he was the only man in the team, right? Su Xiao didn't count. She was still a child. However, in the next second, Sun Ziqing closed his mouth tightly. Come out. Su Xiao held her stick and whispered with authority, Don't force me to act, or it will be life or death. Rustling sounds. From the grass ahead, a few bandits suddenly appeared. Wow, so many women. You're really pretty, one bandit laughed proudly. We're lucky this time. Take them back and enjoy. Didn't expect there to be such good stuff hidden in these mountains, another bandit said, rubbing his chin with a lecherous look, staring at the three women from the Su family. The three sisters' faces turned pale with anger. Su Zhao's lips curled up slightly. Where is your hideout? Hey, is there a brave little guy here? TSK, TSK, TSK. You look pretty good, but too bad you're a boy, said the first bandit regretfully. I'm not into that. No problem, I like it. The second bandit drooled at Su Xiao. Little brother, what are you asking about our mountain hideout? Want to come back and enjoy life with us? You really know your stuff. I hate people who talk nonsense. Su Xiao lowered her eyes. Forget it, since you don't want to talk, then everyone just shut up. Oh, you're quite fiery, huh? Sounds pretty scary. The second bandit laughed loudly, hands on his hips. I like this kind of troublemaker. Suddenly, she felt a stomach ache. A knife appeared, stabbed into his stomach. His eyes widened instantly. Attack together. The remaining bandits reacted quickly. They realized this kid was not ordinary. They still didn't take Su Xiao seriously, thinking no matter how tough a kid could be, right? Could they really not beat him if they all attacked together? As long as they caught this little boy, all the women would be like sheep waiting to be slaughtered. But in the next second, they regretted their thoughts. This little boy was really tough. Su Xiao swung a 1.5-meter stick fiercely, hitting wherever she aimed. If she hadn't been worried about the mental strength of the Song family women, she would have used a knife instead of a stick. Killing wolves and killing people are two different things. After a few hits, all the bandits were knocked to the ground. Su Xiao's stick directly pressed against one of the bandits and asked, Tell me, where is your mountain hideout? On the hill about 50 miles from here, he replied. Horse Hoof Mountain, Sun Ziqing added. Yes, 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 Horse Hoof Mountain. Little brother, we know we were wrong. Please forgive us. The bandit kept begging. We won't dare do it again. Su Xiao didn't speak. The bandits turned to beg the Song family women. Madam, miss, we know we were wrong. We had no choice but to become bandits. We can't go on like this. If we had food and drink, why would we be bandits? Please, miss, have mercy and let us go. My family has an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child crying for food. If I die, my family will fall apart. I was forced into this. I haven't done anything truly bad. Yes, the ones doing bad things are our boss. We just arrived and haven't done anything wrong. If you let us go, we promise to change our ways and become good people. We will never be bandits again. Aunt Liu's heart softened, and she couldn't help but say, Xiao, they don't seem like truly evil people. They are just acting out of desperation. Maybe we should just let them go. Su Xiao smiled and turned to ask the others. What about you? Do you want to let them go? Mrs. Song didn't say anything. Elder sister Su Ling shook her head, indicating she didn't trust these people. Second sister Sujin frowned uncertainly and didn't give an answer. Third sister Sulai felt a bit soft-hearted. She bit her lip and said, Our teacher once said that no one is perfect, and if someone can turn over a new leaf, that's the greatest good. And you? Su Xiao asked Sun Ziqing. Sun Ziqing was surprised and didn't expect Su Xiao to ask for his opinion. He cleared his throat, about to speak at length, but Su Xiao interrupted him directly. That's enough. You don't need to say anything. He was so nervous he almost choked on his words. Sun Ziking's face turned red from holding back. Sure enough, she was his nemesis. Today, Su Xiao decided to teach Aunt Liu and third sister, Sulai, a lesson. She put away her stick and deliberately turned her back to the bandits, saying, All right, you can leave now. The bandits, who had just been freed, didn't turn to run away. Instead, they looked up at each other, then suddenly raised their blades and viciously swung them toward Su Xiao. Don't! Aunt Liu saw this and shouted in rage, Xiao. Run. Third sister Sulai couldn't help but scream, No, She didn't use a knife, only a branch, to take down these bandits. This move made Sun Ziking gasp in surprise. Her strength, accuracy, ruthlessness, and skill, is she really just a child? Madam, third sister, remember this. Never listen to what men say, because their words are useless nonsense, meant to distract you and then find a chance to harm you, Su Xiao said expressionlessly. Of course, I am an exception. Aunt Liu suddenly rushed forward, hugged Su Xiao tightly, and started crying loudly. I'm sorry, it was my fault. I almost caused you harm. My Xiao Xiao, I promise I won't be so kind-hearted again. I will listen to you from now on. Little brother, I'm sorry. Third sister, Su Lai also looked guilty. I thought too highly of people, Su Xiao smiled. It's okay. It's good to remember lessons. Repeating 1,000 times isn't as effective as letting you feel it once. Now, do you all remember? Yes, I remember. I remember everything. Aunt Liu cried as if her heart was breaking. I will listen to you. I do too. Little brother, I was wrong. Third sister also cried. It won't happen again. Good. Su Xiao sharply snapped the branch in her hand. Behind her, the bandits, turned into candied haws, lay dead with their eyes wide open. Find a place to settle down, Su Xiao said. Dispose of these bodies somewhere and clean up the bloodstains here. What are you planning to do? Sun Ziking asked curiously. Are you setting an ambush? Quite clever, Su Xiao threw the sickle to Sun Ziking. You're responsible for erasing all traces here. No problem. Of course, Sun Ziking was genuinely interested. He realized he had underestimated her. Although Su Xiao was young, her abilities, heart, and strategy were all top-notch. She was almost like a prodigy, not at all like a 13-year-old child. He never expected that in this world, besides himself, a genius like Sun Ziking, someone could be so extraordinary. He was truly interested now. Sun Ziking dragged one leg and quickly started cleaning the scene. Su Xiao glanced at him. He's quite cunning. He's quite clever. He almost instantly understood his own intention and carried it out very thoroughly. After Sun Ziking cleaned up the scene, there was almost nothing left to see. No bodies, no bloodstains. After finishing everything, Su Xiao made a gesture for everyone to leave and wait somewhere else. Sun Ziking, you stay here and watch over them to keep them safe, okay? Su Xiao asked. You're the only adult man in our team. You can't mess up such a small task, right? I can do it, so you should be able to too. Sun Ziking sneered. Don't try to provoke me. Even if you don't say it, I will protect them. If you do well, I'll give you something good to help your wounds heal faster. Su Xiao offered him a reward. What good thing? Could it be better than what I have? I don't believe it, Sun Ziking said, clearly skeptical, even if he ends up eating his words later. Wait for me to come back. Su Xiao smiled softly, then leapt away and disappeared into the woods. Sun Ziking couldn't help but ask Songshi, Madam Su, is your young master always so arrogant? Songshi smiled. Is that a bad thing? Not at all, not at all. It's just that he's confident and powerful, otherwise he'd be beaten up sooner or later, Sun Ziking said awkwardly. He's too proud. I thought you'd feel the same way about him, Songshi said with a smile. Don't you think you two are quite similar? Sun Ziking stroked his chin. They really do look alike. That's confidence, absolute confidence, liking to control everything in their hands, planning carefully and executing swiftly. He's actually starting to admire that young guy. They barely knew each other, but he already felt a bit of mutual respect. Su Xiao was hiding near the bandits' ambush spot. Before long, a few bandits came over to change shifts.
Where is he?
Where did he go? The bandit on shift looked around but couldn't see anyone. There were only signs of a struggle on the ground, nothing else, proving they were safe and unharmed. It looks like they slipped away early, another said. It's hot today. Who wants to stay outside in the sun? Let's go back quietly and cool off. Who would come to this mountain valley? Just wasting time. Let's go. We're heading back too. A few bandits confidently returned to the hideout. What they didn't know was that they were being followed by a small tail. Initially, Su Xiao planned to kill them before going to the mountain village, but now she changed her mind. She wanted these bandits to lead her inside, then activate the clearing mode. There should be many good things in the hideout, right? Su Xiao smiled mischievously. She followed a small path, and surprisingly, she reached the mountain village in just half an hour. It turned out there was a secret shortcut through the mountains, an underground river leading directly there. Luckily, she was following the bandits, or she might never have found this hidden river. From afar, she saw the mountain village. It was built with locally sourced stones, covering at least 500 square meters, making it a medium-sized village. There weren't many people inside. Maybe they had gone out to rob or just didn't have many members. But that didn't matter. Today, it would all be cleared out. "Who's there?" Someone at the watchpost noticed something was wrong and loudly asked, "Who brought people back?" The bandits who had returned with the group were slow to react. One said, no one brought anyone back." "Who's there?" The last one in line, being cheeky, said, "If I had brought someone back, I'd be the first. I'd need at least 3 days and nights to do it." Suddenly, a cold dagger was pressed against his neck. "Open the door or die." The bandit tensed up, about to shout for help, but Su Xiao's dagger swiftly and lightly cut his neck. Though it avoided the main artery, blood immediately started to flow. The bandit realized this person was serious, no joking. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He didn't want to die, he wanted to live, so he could only betray his brothers in the hideout. "It's me. I brought someone back," the kidnapped bandit shouted loudly. "Open the door quickly. I brought a girl to entertain everyone. Today, I went out and successfully caught some goods. The village chief will definitely reward you well." The kidnapped bandit was helpless and ready to cry, but the hand behind him was tightly holding a knife. If he moved even a little, he would be killed instantly. Su Xiao smoothly entered the village's main gate. She smiled brightly and asked, "Where is your village's warehouse?" The kidnapped bandit thought he was back in his own hideout and felt safe, so he didn't take the threat behind him seriously. He suddenly shouted loudly, "Everyone, close the gate quickly. Someone has fallen into our trap." Su Xiao liked it when people were sensible. She didn't need to call each person over. Surrounding the area to trap them was her favorite tactic. Suddenly, a group of people approached her, all with mischievous smiles. "Although he's still young, he's a boy, but that's okay. I like him. Don't judge by age. The boss likes him the most. Such a handsome face is rare. Even in this poor village, we have such a lively little guy. All right, let the boss have the first bite, I'll take the second. I don't mind." Their rude words became more and more inappropriate. But Su Xiao was not annoyed at all. There was no need to argue with a group of doomed people. "Is everyone here? I'll give you a little time, about the length of an incense stick, to gather here." Su Xiao looked up at the sky. "I'm in a hurry. Ha ha ha, he's more anxious than us. All right, everyone, call them all over. Let's have a good time today. Since the little brother has this wish, we'll definitely make it happen."
More people arrived this time.
No matter what rude words they said, Su Xiao pretended not to hear. If she didn't have this much willpower, her past life would have been a waste. Back then, those people cursed much worse than this. "Time's up." Su Xiao took a step forward and looked back at them. "Let's go. I really don't have much time. The big boss isn't here. Why don't I go first?" One of them said, still foolishly eager to be the first. Su Xiao then took out her modified rainstorm pear blossom needle from her back. This version had an effective range of 15 meters and covered all areas within a semicircle in front of her. In other words, she only needs to turn around briefly and within a 15-meter radius, all enemies can be accurately targeted and hit. This is already a very powerful and impressive weapon. These little troublemakers are not worth her using traditional weapons on. "Hey, little brother, what toy are you holding? Show it to your older brother. If he's happy, he'll give you a bigger reward." The first person who didn't realize the danger spoke up. "I'll be the first to attack you." Su Xiao smirked and shot a rain of needle-like projectiles at him. At first, these people didn't take what Su Xiao had seriously. But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore. Because Su Xiao had poisoned the needles with snake venom that seals the throat upon contact with blood. It only takes 10 seconds to cause suffocation and death. Poisoned, The first person hit by a needle clutched his throat and fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Soon, blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and he died with a look of shock. Hurry up and give us the antidote.
Ah, ano taparsong kulyapsa?
Su Xiao stood there coldly, watching them die one by one. She picked up a machete from the ground and kept attacking, killing anyone who was lucky enough not to be poisoned. As expected, just as she was finishing her attack, someone on the ground dared to stop pretending to be dead. He grabbed a knife and charged at Su Xiao, shouting, "I won't give up." This person also fell, dead. As he closed his eyes, he couldn't understand how a young boy who looked barely grown could have such terrifying weapons and strength. Was he really just a child? Or had the world already become so crazy that he didn't recognize it anymore? No one answered his questions. He could only go to the afterlife to discuss with his brothers. Su Xiao was worried about Song's Liu auntie and others, so she didn't linger in battle or search the mountain bandits thoroughly. Anyway, her attack had already scared the others so much that anyone with a bit of sense knew they shouldn't appear in front of her now. They all hid tightly, afraid that this killing god might find them. So, Su Xiao smoothly found the mountain camp's warehouse. It couldn't be helped. The warehouse was built in a very obvious place. Anyone with eyes could see it, with a big warehouse sign written on it. There were no guards at the warehouse entrance. It was unclear whether she had just killed someone with her rainflower needle or scared them into hiding, but none of this mattered to her. She never asked for the names of defeated enemies. She sliced open the warehouse door with a single and kicked it open. Inside, she was dazzled by the abundant storage. How many people had been robbed here? The nearly 600 square meter warehouse was packed full. Why call it a robbery? Because the items inside were diverse, obvious signs of different trades. There were leather goods, mountain products, grains, fabrics, silk, ropes, burlap sacks, and even embroidery frames used by wealthy young ladies. There were also some furniture pieces that looked expensive, but whose purpose she couldn't tell. These things definitely weren't used by bandits. So now, they belonged to her. Oh, and there were many pieces of gold and jewelry? And some knives? They were a bit poor in quality, but that was okay. Her workshop had a forging station to refine and rework metal. She could take them.
Huh?
These wooden shelves look sturdy and good. They're perfect for storage. Her current space was cluttered with items, so organizing them would be helpful. What are these? Tools for plowing and harrowing? This one is great. She decided to take it. When she settled down, she'd need tools for farming. Oh? There were fishing nets here, even though they weren't near the sea or a lake. After finishing with the warehouse, she headed to their gathering hall to search. Wow, so many tables and chairs. They were quite good quality and sturdy. She took them all. She'd find use for them later. Even though she had already taken furniture from the Sioux residents, who would complain about having too many supplies. At worst, she could break them up for firewood. These stones looked nice, flat, and even. Perfect for curbstones. She decided to take them. Su Xiao collected as she went, and by the time she finished looting the mountain stronghold, there was almost nothing left. Not even the roof and the walls had been dismantled. Anything Su Xiao liked, she took the stones too. After grabbing the last item, she happily clapped her hands and turned to leave. When she reached the door, she paused and shouted loudly inside. Anyone who didn't voluntarily join or was forcibly brought here and plans to leave, listen up. You have 1 tease time to get out. I'm going to set fire now. Wow. You really shouted out the survivors inside. They tentatively moved around, saw that Su Xiao didn't attack them, and then ran away quickly. Su Xiao said that a single lamp is just a lamp, and once the time is up, she started setting fires everywhere. Soon, thick smoke was billowing. After finishing this task, Su Xiao happily hummed a little tune and left. When the leader of the mountain camp returned with his people, they were completely stunned. Su Xiao returned to the team. Only 2 hours had passed. Xiao Xiao, are you okay? The 3 sisters hurried over when they saw Su Xiao come back, pulled her aside, and looked her over several times before finally relaxing. Su Xiao let them check her. It's good that someone cares about her. Nothing happened here, right?
Su Xiao asked.
No, I'm here. What could happen? I'm not just decoration, Sun Ziqing said. Second sister Su Zhan explained, Mr. Sun taught us about herbs, how to process them, and how to sell them for good prices. We never thought that some ordinary grass and vegetables are actually medicinal herbs, Su Xiao nodded. She only knew some edible wild herbs and vegetables, but mostly she didn't pay much attention because she rarely went on outdoor missions. Even if someone was injured, they used ready-made medicines, rarely using herbs for treatment. Plus, she is a chemistry and weapons research doctor, not a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. Sun Ziqing at least knew how to do some proper work. Teaching some survival skills for the wild was also good for her family. Sun Ziqing proudly raised her chin and said, Of course. As long as I'm here, I can save anyone with serious injuries. We should go now, Su Xiao said. We've stayed here too long. Let's pack up. The three sisters turned to gather their things. Mrs. Song, Aunt Liu, and Granny Song each carried a large basket filled with herbs. Good. All thanks to Sun Ziqing. Su Xiao didn't say anything. It's good to have something to do, so she wouldn't overthink, right? Su Xiao continued walking at the front. Sun Ziqing came over with her cane and asked in a low voice, I saw the fire over at Ma Ti Mountain. Was that you? Su Xiao casually asked a question, then walked while polishing a bamboo stick, testing its hardness and flexibility to make a bow and arrow. Definitely you did it. I figured it out. You're petty and hold grudges. Xuan Ziqing kept talking with his small mouth. By the way, what does your family do? Your mother seems educated and graceful, like a noble lady. Your three sisters also behave politely and seem well-educated. But you just don't get it. Even though you're the only child, how do you manage to be good at both reading and fighting at such a young age? Or are you lying about your age? Hey, where are you going? He was answered with an arrow. A wild chicken fell in front of him. Su Xiao then looked back at him. What did you just say? Xuan Ziqing looked at the chicken at his feet and slapped himself. Su Xiao kept walking and hunting along the way. The baskets on the others' backs were full of game. Most of the animals were small, wild chickens, rabbits, sparrows, squirrels. None were large animals. By evening, they finally left the mountains and returned to flat land. It was mealtime, but the nearby villages had very little smoke from cooking fires. This doesn't feel right, Xuan Ziqing said seriously. This is the territory of Lynn County. The Northern Wolf Army wouldn't come here to hunt, but there are so few people around. There must be a problem. Let's not get too close, just observe first. Hey, where are you going? Didn't you say we should observe first? Su Xiao replied. You stay here and shout if there's danger. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Xiao was gone. She quickly climbed a 100-year-old tree, using the branches for cover. From her space, she took out a telescope, adjusted the focus, and looked toward the village. She saw people constantly carrying very sick, near-death individuals out of the village, then gathering and arguing intensely. The camera zoomed in on the faces and hands of the sick, revealing alarming red spots that made Su Xiao's heart tremble. This was supposed to be under Lin County's control, yet the plague appeared first here. Something was wrong. Could it be that the plague had already broken out, but everyone was hiding it? If so, they need to move faster. After observing the situation, Su Xiao quickly jumped down from the tree and returned to the group. She hurriedly said, We can't go forward anymore. We need to reach Lin County town as quickly as possible, or we won't be able to get in. Someone in this village is already sick, so the disease is spreading faster than we thought. Su Xiao looked at the sun and quickly figured out the time and direction. She pointed and said, We go this way. We need to travel overnight and reach the town before dawn. I know this is hard, but everyone hold on. Once we get to the town, we can rest. We need supplies from Lin County. Okay, we'll listen to you, Song said immediately. Even if I have to climb, I won't hold you back. It's not that serious. Su Xiao casually looked at Xuan Ziqing and said, Isn't it time for someone to take the initiative to leave? As long as Xuan Ziqing is not here, she can take out the carriage from her space, and traveling won't be so hard. Xuan Ziqing was stunned. Really? Are you going to leave me behind? You don't want me anymore? Weren't we just having fun? Weren't we getting along well? Why turn on me so suddenly? Xuanzi Qing turned to ask Song. Mrs. Song. Mrs. Song sighed and said, in the home, I follow my father. After marriage, I follow my husband. After the husband's death, I follow the son. I listen to my son. Xuanzi Qing's eyes widened. And the three older sisters? The three older sisters nodded at the same time. We all listened to the little brother. Xuanzi Qing then looked at Lu Yinyang. Lu Yinyang simply looked up at the sky and counted on her fingers. She had learned her lesson and would no longer give random advice. She would listen to the children from now on. Anyway, Su Xiao wouldn't trick her. Madame Song, used to silence, didn't say anything. Xuanzi Qing looked at Su Xiao with tears in her eyes. Brother Su, we can't do this. I haven't repaid your life-saving kindness yet. I can't leave. No need, Su Xiao replied firmly. Let's part here. After saying this, Su Xiao grabbed Lu Yinyang and started walking forward without looking back, just like a heartless person. Xuanzi Qing, injured on her leg, couldn't catch up and could only watch them leave and disappear. Her sad smile vanished, replaced by a half-smile full of interest. Interesting, very interesting. I've never met someone this interesting. Su Xiao, we will meet again. After speaking, Xuanzi Qing took a bamboo tube from his waist. Gently pulling it, a fireworks display suddenly exploded overhead. Half an hour later, a few people appeared in front of Xuanzi Qing, kneeling on one knee. Master, we are late. No. You arrived just in time, Xuanzi Qing replied, changing from his previous friendly tone to a cold and mysterious one. Go to Lynn County. Su Xiao and her family walked far enough away to be sure no one was around. Then she took out the carriage from her space, packed everyone's large and small baskets into it, and helped everyone onto the carriage. The carriage sped forward rapidly. Everyone knew how urgent the situation was, so they endured the bumps and jolts. If a village had an outbreak of the plague, it would quickly spread to a town, then to a county. Their time was very limited. They had to reach the city before the outbreak, leave through another city gate before it was sealed off. Along the way, Su Xiao shared her plans with them. After we arrive in Lin County, Mother, Aunt, and Granny Song, you three are older, responsible for buying clothes and shoes. We need simple, plain styles. The outerwear should be as worn out as possible, low-key and discreet. You can buy in batches to avoid attracting attention. Big sister, you're in charge of boiling water at home. Boil all the water we buy, let it cool, then store it in water jars or bags. Second and third sisters, split up to buy food. Whatever you can find, bread, pancakes, or anything else, buy it. We don't have time to cook on the road. Just make sure we're full. All 6 agreed. Mrs. Song asked, Xiao Xiao, where will we stay? At an inn, Su Xiao replied. Inns are chaotic, but they have good information. We can also order some items from the innkeeper that are hard to find outside. Oh, and when shopping, remember to buy a lot of medicinal pills, preferably patent medicines, and avoid herbs. Do whatever is easiest. Don't be afraid to spend all the money. We have enough to get to our destination. Also, stay safe. Always go out in pairs, never go alone. Especially you, second and third sisters, don't go to deserted places or quiet markets. Did everyone remember? Yes, we remember.
Go.
The carriage sped away quickly. They didn't stop for dinner. Everyone took turns eating and driving. 2 carriages still raced forward at high speed. At a bend in the road, a group of people was hiding, planning to rob travelers passing by. At this time, no one should be on the road. The leader probably overthought it, someone muttered. Everyone must be exhausted. Hey, wait, listen. Do you hear the sound of a carriage? Someone is traveling at night, a companion said, listening carefully. Come on, the goods are here. After we finish this job, we can rest early. Let's go and see who's unlucky enough to run into us. They'll regret it. 2 people, holding shiny big knives, suddenly jumped out from the woods. The carriage ahead, listen up. This mountain is mine to control. This tree is mine to plant. If you want to pass, leave. They were met with 2 simple wooden arrows. Both bandits, A and B, looked down in disbelief at their chests and then collapsed. The two carriages sped past their bodies in a flash. "Mommy, did I see things just now?" "I think I saw two people by the roadside, but now they're gone," Song asked. "Miss, you're seeing things. There's no one there. It's late at night." "It's just us," Song's maid replied. "Maybe you're right." Song relaxed, feeling relieved. After a sleepless night of driving, they finally reached the county town of Lynn County before dawn. Outside the town, a long line had formed, people waiting to enter. But before they could be happy, someone started beating a drum and shouting, "Listen up, everyone outside the city. The county magistrate has issued an order. Everyone entering or leaving must show their household registration. Only locals of Lynn County are allowed in. Visitors, especially from the north, and those coming from Mao County, Sioux County, and Ping County, are not permitted to enter." As soon as the announcement was made, many in the line started to get restless. "What does this mean? Why can't we go into the city?" "Someone, go find out what's happening," someone shouted. Many people got off their carts to ask around. Su Xiao also went to find out. As soon as they arrived nearby, they saw a man dressed like a servant handing a small silver ingot worth 5 taels to the city gate guard. He asked, "Brother, we are traveling merchants from outside. Can you tell us what's going on?" The guard weighed the small silver ingot in his hand and answered in a low voice, "Listen, you should leave quickly even if you get into the city. There's a plague in the north, and it might spread here at any time. I heard that people in Maoxian and Ping County have all died. No one is burying the dead, and with this hot weather, the bodies will be full of maggots in 2 days. How can there not be a plague?" "What? The city was destroyed." The young man dressed like a servant looked shocked. "Everyone dead?" "Yes, everyone is dead," the guard replied. "I can't say more. If you're from the south, it's a bit better. If you're from the north, we won't let you in." After hearing the news, Su Xiao quickly returned to the carriage and explained, "Plans have changed. Everyone, take off your patched clothes and change into slightly better ones. We're going into the city to pretend to be rich." The faces of Madame Song and Aunt Liu immediately changed. "What should we do?" Aunt Liu was so scared she was about to cry. "Should we keep going south?" Madame Song said. "If they check the household registration, we really can't do anything. We might as well not go into the city and just keep moving." "It's okay," Su Xiao suddenly said. "Mother, let me see the household registration documents." Madame Song was confused but handed her a small box. "Our whole family's household registration is in here." "What are you going to do?" Faking it, Su Xiao opened everyone's household registration papers, looked at them, and immediately smiled. "Don't worry, I have a plan." Su Xiao turned around and got off the carriage. She wandered ahead, took the opportunity when no one was paying attention, and stole the household registration of a local from Lynn County. Then she found a quiet place, entered her space, and took out her computer. She quickly copied the format of the household registration and changed everyone's documents to look like they belonged to a nearby town in Lynn County. The amazing thing about modern technology is that it can make fake documents look real. And in this era, there's no advanced anti-fraud technology. As long as the paper and descriptions look similar and the seals aren't suspicious, it can pass as genuine. The guards' eyes aren't X-ray machines. When it was their turn with the carriage, Madame Song and the others were so nervous they were sweating and couldn't speak properly. Everyone was thinking, will this work? The guard brother held the household registration and looked it over several times, then asked curiously, "Are you from Shiping Town? Coming to the county seat to find your son?" Su Xiao quickly replied, "Yes, yes. My older brother is named Su Mingxian. He's studying at a school in Lin County and plans to take the imperial exam next year. If you don't believe me, you can ask around." When the guard heard that the other person's brother was a student, he became much more polite. Anyone can offend others, but students are different. You never know if they might rise to great heights someday. Today a commoner, tomorrow an emperor. They can change their social status in an instant. This is not a joke. The guard returned the household registration to Su Xiao and said, "All right, go ahead." Next, Su Xiao took her fake household registration, calmly got into a carriage, and drove into Lin County. As soon as the carriage entered the county, everyone's tense hearts finally relaxed. They had thought she might get caught. Su Xiao parked the carriage in front of an affordable inn, and soon a clerk came out to greet her. Guests, how many? What would you like to eat? The clerk enthusiastically came to help with the horses. These days, only the rich or noble can afford a carriage. Ordinary people definitely can't. We want to stay at the inn. Do you have any rooms? Su Xiao asked. Oh, you've asked the right person. Our inn is the best and busiest in this area, with the most rooms. A Tian room costs 1 or 2 silver coins a day. It's expensive, but it includes 3 meals and 3 buckets of hot water for bathing, all prepared and delivered to your room. A D room costs 500 copper coins a day, includes 3 meals but no water. Regular rooms cost 200 coins a day, nothing included or provided. But guests staying here get an 80% discount on meals. Why is it so expensive? Su Xiao frowned. Last time I came, it wasn't this costly. Is this a way to cheat people who don't understand prices? 1 silver coin equals 1,000 copper coins. Ordinary workers in the county earn about 20 coins a day, and that's considered good. A day's stay costs about 2 months' wages. Isn't that outrageous? This is just a normal inn, not a luxury one. It's like a 7-day luxury suite costing 10,000 coins a day. Who could afford that? Oh, don't say that. Things were different before, but now. The young clerk proudly said, You're lucky. You came early and can choose a room. In a few days, even the most basic rooms might cost a silver coin a day. Why do you say that? Su Xiao quietly took a coin and handed it to the clerk. The clerk, pleased with the tip, spoke more enthusiastically. Don't you know? Recently, all the merchants from nearby areas have come to Lynn County. The neighboring counties have either been attacked by northern wolves or are plagued by plagues, so no one dares to go there. Merchants who used to go to those counties are now coming to Lynn County instead. I also heard that some big traders are bringing a lot of good goods to Lynn County. Wealthy people nearby are coming here to buy things. That's why the prices at this inn are going up. Not just our inn, even the nearby houses are almost all rented out. There's no place left. I'm telling you this because I think you look honest. If you want a room, better book it early or there might be none left. After saying this, the clerk went to attend to other guests. Su Xiao saw that more and more people were coming to ask about the rooms, and they all looked like outsiders. It was a good time for her to stock up on supplies in Lynn County. She turned to discuss with Madame Song, then booked 3 rooms. 1 for herself, 1 for her father's family, and 1 for her aunt and sisters. Since her outward appearance was male, she took a single room. Madame Song, Granny Song, and her elder sister Su Ling shared 1 room. Aunt Liu brought her second sister Su Zhen and third sister Su Lai to another. They didn't book ordinary rooms because those were too chaotic, full of all kinds of people. With so many women in her group, she was worried about safety. The top-tier rooms, called Heaven and Earth rooms, were in the best, quietest, and safest part of the building, perfect for Su Zhao's plans. The carriage was brought to the back courtyard, which had a special place for horses, with people to feed and take care of them. Of course, for a fee. Su Xiao had raided the entire Su family estate and even a small village, so she was very rich now and didn't care about small expenses. She ordered the best hay and grooming services for the horses, acting like a wealthy person. She booked the rooms for 7 days, planning to extend if needed. She was acting like a true rich person. To make her identity more believable, Su Xiao invented a story. They were all relatives of a successful scholar, coming to Lynn County to wait for her father to return home, then they would all go back together. This explains why they wear rough cloth clothes but have 2 carriages and live in large houses. It turns out her father is a successful scholar. After passing the exam, it's normal for local landowners and gentry to give gifts. Many people become wealthy after passing the exam, and their families also benefit. The innkeeper, upon hearing their status, became very friendly and even gave them an extra bucket of hot water for free. When Song Shi heard the false identity Su Xiao made up, she almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Su Xiao's lying was so natural that it seemed effortless. When outside, people often invent their own identities. They use what's convenient because others usually don't check. Su Xiao went downstairs to order food for her family and tried to get friendly with the innkeeper. She looked proud and exaggerated her wealth, saying, "My father passed the exam this time, and his rank is quite high. I heard he has a good chance to get into the top group next time." The innkeeper was very pleased and said, "Wow, then he'll be a successful scholar." Just being modest, Su Xiao casually twirled a small silver ingot in her hand and said in a playful tone, "My father said life was hard before, and he felt sorry for my mother. Now that things are better, it's time to buy some nice clothes. Boss, do you have any recommendations?" The innkeeper immediately smiled happily and squinted his eyes. "Since you trust me, I'll boldly suggest some shop's goods. Go ahead. I'm open to anything." Su Xiao acted like a wealthy young lady. "My father gave me 500 taels of silver to treat my family well."
All right.
The innkeeper's eyes lit up at the mention of 500 taels. He quickly thought of several shop owners he knew well and gathered them. He wanted to make money himself and help his friends get rich too. That was exactly the effect Su Xiao wanted. Going from shop to shop was too slow. Better to have them come to her with their goods. Now that her status was higher, asking for more buckets of water to wash was not unreasonable. The wife of the successful scholar and the young lady and young master of the family could be a little spoiled. More food and drinks wouldn't be too much, right? That night, the small kitchen in the inn was busy, with hot dishes delivered to the 3 rooms, hot water flowing into the rooms, and fresh fruits and snacks also brought in. Many people whispered in amazement, "They really have money." The family of a successful scholar is truly impressive. However, the reality is that as soon as the food and hot water are brought into the room, Su Xiao quickly stores everything into her space. Then everyone simply eats a few dishes for dinner. "Young master, have you rested yet?" The young servant happily comes to knock on the door. Our inn has a big guest merchant with a lot of leather goods and dried meats. Would you be interested? Su Xiao's eyes light up. This is a great opportunity. A chance to stock up on supplies.
Su Xiao immediately nods.
"I'll go ask my mother to come and take a look." "Young servant, please prepare a vacant room for us to talk. My mother is from a family of scholars, so she can't show herself openly. I hope you understand." "Of course, I will pay for the room." The young servant likes guests who act confidently. Who wouldn't want a guest who spends freely? He quickly agrees. Our shopkeeper has already prepared a top-quality room for young master, charging the regular price for that type. This is our sincerity. When your father returns, I hope he will speak well of us. Of course, Su Xiao agrees happily. Then she turns around and invites Madame Song. Mother has a sharp eye and can tell good from bad instantly. "Please help us check the quality," Su Xiao says to Madame Song. Madame Song playfully chides, "Child, why are you being so polite to me? Isn't this what I should do?" Madame Song no longer just cares about appearances. She truly treats Su Xiao as her own daughter. Some might ask, Su Xiao's biological mother is clearly Lady Liu. Madame Song neither raised her nor gave birth to her, so why does she treat her with such respect? The answer is simple. Everyone has roots. Unless Su Xiao is hiding away in the mountains and avoiding all contact, if she wants to make a name for herself, she must acknowledge Madame Song's status and position. That's the social rule. Unless she becomes powerful enough to change the rules, she must live within them. Moreover, Madame Song has been very kind to Su Xiao, especially regarding her marriage and the incident with Lady Liu being sold. She even risked her relationship with Su Mingji. Because of this, Su Xiao is willing to call her mother and respect her. Throughout their journey escaping hardship, Madame Song supported her in many ways, earning her this title of mother. So, this was a mutual effort. After all, the Song family is the main family in Beijing. Her knowledge, vision, and taste are all top-notch. Having her oversee things is the best choice. When the fur trader took out a bunch of defective goods to sell at high prices, Song simply sneered and served tea, saying, "Since the boss isn't serious about doing business, let's pretend you never came today." "Son, see them off." Su Xiao frowned and said, "I will honestly report this to my father. Although my father is just a small scholar now, he won't stay a small scholar forever. He has many friends, from high officials to common traders. If you look down on my father, he will make sure you get a fair explanation. Please, seeing that Song and Su Xiao, a woman and a child, had such strong presence, the trader immediately regretted listening to the shopkeeper's words, thinking this was a big opportunity. Yes, it was a good deal, but it was a clever one, not easy to fool. If he really offended a scholar, it would be a big loss. A scholar can become an official, even a minor county magistrate, and just a small move could cause him a lot of trouble. If he still wants to make money and do business, offending officials is the worst choice. So, the fur trader immediately slapped himself and said, "Oh, look at me. I didn't pay attention to my work and accidentally gave someone else's goods to the lady. That's my fault. I won't take these goods back. I'll give them to the lady as a gift, for the household staff to make boots. It's my apology. The gifts for the lady and the young master are downstairs. I'll send someone to get them." Soon, a batch of high-quality furs was brought into the room. Song nodded at Su Xiao, showing her approval of the quality. Then, according to their agreement, she rated the goods. Su Xiao understood and pulled the shopkeeper aside to sit and drink tea, starting to bargain and haggle fiercely. At first, the fur trader looked down on Su Xiao, thinking that at his age, he was just a beginner and wouldn't understand business tricks. But as soon as Su Xiao spoke, he was completely stunned. Su Xiao did not start by discussing prices. Instead, she talked about the current situation, the business environment, and the overall circumstances. She kept the other person interested until they were fully engaged, then casually said, "Honestly, my father has some connections in central China and the south. This trip, we are also visiting famous scholars and discussing studies with senior teachers and uncles. The gifts we bought are for them. Your leather goods are really good quality and worth the price. But, sir, you forgot one thing. People in the south don't use leather goods. The air there is humid and the temperature is high, so they can't wear these items. However, my mother and I are from the north and have a deep attachment to leather goods. So we thought if the price is right, we might buy some to keep for future use." Now, North Wolf Country has had several conflicts with the Great Yu Dynasty, but it's uncertain if this will continue. According to North Wolf's customs, after fighting over the grasslands, they usually negotiate a ceasefire with the Great Yu Dynasty. When trade routes open between the two countries, North Wolf's leather goods will flood into the Great Yu Dynasty. Sir, your business might be in trouble. No matter how good your leather goods are, they can't compare to those from North Wolf. Well then, what do you suggest I do? The leather goods merchant asked, interested. Su Xiao dipped her finger in tea and wrote 4 words on the table. Sell in small profits, quick turnover. While North Wolf's goods haven't yet entered the Great Yu market, speed up your cash flow. You may earn less per item, but you'll turn a quick profit. This way, you not only make decent money but also strengthen your market position and reputation. Keep your major clients firmly in your hands, Su Xiao said with a smile. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. I am young and inexperienced, so please just take it as a joke. After speaking, Su Xiao remained silent. The leather goods merchant pondered her words repeatedly and increasingly found them convincing. How do you know that North Wolf will negotiate with the Great Yu Dynasty? The merchant asked. It's simple. The Great Yu's luck is not yet exhausted, Su Xiao replied with a mysterious smile. The old wolf king of North Wolf is now quite old, and his princes have all grown up. If it were you, would you strengthen your inheritance first, or go to conquer new lands, only to have your brothers steal your achievements and step onto the throne on your hard work? I've heard that the North Wolf King's court has 4 princes, each one outstanding. The eldest prince is the oldest and has already gathered his own team. The second prince's mother is very noble, with strong external support, and can compete with the eldest prince. The third prince doesn't have powerful relatives or a mature team, but he is very ambitious and capable. He is said to have the style of the young Wolf King and is quite popular in North Wolf Country. There is also a very favored 4th prince. His mother is the current Wolf King's most beloved concubine. Because of her, the Wolf King might eventually support the 4th prince to succeed him, which is not impossible. Ordinary families even have disputes over property, let alone a whole country or court, Su Xiao said with a smile. If I were the third prince, I would seize the opportunity. It would prove my strength and ability, and also protect my team. Then I could officially compete with the other three brothers. After hearing Su Zhao's analysis, the leather goods merchant immediately showed respect. It's not surprising when others say such things, but for a 13-year-old boy to say it, it's truly impressive. His insight, perception, and analysis are extraordinary. This boy has a bright future. No wonder he is the child of the scholar's family. The leather merchant boss bowed to Su Zhao and said, "I've lived so long, and today I've learned something new. Young people are truly formidable." Su Zhao smiled and waved his hand. "I don't dare to take credit. Let's get to the main point. About our price," the leather merchant immediately responded. "I'm willing to give up 30% and ask for your advice. How do we do this small profit but quick turnover?"
Su Xiao smiled slightly.
When the merchant arrived, he was full of ambition. When he left, he looked very happy. Other big merchants asked him, "Did you sell at a high price and make a lot of money?" No. I sold it to him at half the usual price," the merchant said happily. "Young Master Su is a good person." The other merchants looked confused. The cloth merchant was not convinced, and immediately stood up. "I'll see this young master. How can a 12 or 13-year-old kid cut the price in half?" Half an hour later, the cloth merchant also came out with a big smile, shouting that he had made a profit. Then he turned around and told his followers to sell all the goods he brought at a 40% discount to Su Zhao. The performance of the fur and fabric merchants attracted a lot of people's attention and curiosity. Even those shop owners who originally had no plans to trade with Su Zhao started bringing their goods to negotiate. However, every boss who came out of the Tianzi room looked happy or surprised and satisfied. Because of this, more and more shop owners came to visit. Most of them came with doubts but left feeling satisfied. Gradually, a steady flow of goods was sent into the inn. Both the other parties and Su Zhao and the innkeeper were happy with the profits. The reception room was full every day. More and more goods couldn't be stored and piled up in 3 rooms of the inn. This also attracted some people's greed. Strangely, this family only bought and stored the goods in the rooms. They rarely went out, so others couldn't steal from them. Because the goods were very heavy. On the 3rd day, a coal seller brought news to Su Zhao. A terrible plague had broken out outside. Now, the entire northern region was under the shadow of the disease. Many big merchants planned to leave Lynn County early and go to the Central Plains in the south to do business. They also advised Su Zhao to reunite with her family soon and not wait outside, as too many people had already noticed them. Su Zhao thanked him for the warning. Starting the next day, she stopped buying goods and instead ordered a lot of food from the tavern. She wanted all kinds of banquets. Everyone was confused and didn't understand what this family was doing. Meanwhile, the 3 Su sisters began using the kitchen intensely, boiling large buckets of hot water. They didn't say what they were using it for, but it was used up very quickly. Mrs. Song and Granny Song went from pharmacy to pharmacy buying medicines, mostly ready-made medicines and some herbs, prepared for specific illnesses, ready to be boiled and used directly. Su Zhao herself ran around the city, looking for the easiest way to leave. The northern city gate of Lynn County was now completely closed, and no one from the north was allowed to enter. Whether local or from outside, no one could go in. Other city gates had stricter checks than before. Anyone with issues in their household registration or travel documents was immediately turned away. It seems that soon Lynn County will fall. It's time to leave. Su Zhao starts walking through the streets and alleys, buying whatever she sees. In short, her only word is, buy. She finds a quiet place to put the items into her space, and then moves on to the next place to buy more. Since there are no surveillance cameras in this era, she can do as she pleases. Su Zhao doesn't even know how much she has bought. All her original 100 taels of silver and copper coins are gone. When it's about the right time, she turns back to the inn. As soon as she enters, she sees the lively main hall filled with worried faces. Everyone is talking about when they should leave Lynn City. Many shop owners haven't sold all their goods. If they can't sell, they can't leave. Just then, Su Zhao comes in. The grumpy shop owner's eyes light up, and they quickly pull her aside. They ask, "Hey, young Master Su, I have some goods here. I'll sell them to you cheaply. Do you want them?" Su Xiao stops and asks, "Tell me the price. Come inside, let's talk." They warmly invite her into a room, setting up a table of food and drinks, very eager. They are really eager to sell their goods. Knowing Su Xiao's kind and fair way of dealing, they realize they can't ask for too much. So, they sell everything at cost price to her. Su Xiao accepts everything without hesitation. "Whatever you sell, I want it. These items are all related to people's livelihood and will be useful sooner or later." Soon, a shop owner who successfully sold his goods attracts more owners to do the same. Before long, the room Su Xiao rented is packed full again. Now, more people are watching her. They want to know when Su Xiao will hire a team of carts to transport all these goods, then ambush on the way to them. 2 days later, Su Xiao gathers everyone and says, "It's time to leave." Mrs. Song nods and asks, "How will we leave?" She suggests, "Mother and Auntie, along with Granny Song, will pretend to go by silk threads, leave the inn first, and then go to this place to wait for me. I secretly rented this small house, and it's absolutely safe." After the 3 older sisters and their mother left, they said they would buy some fresh flowers and fruit, then take a different route and wait for me here. During the day, I will stay here and keep them busy. Before the city gate closes at dusk, we will leave the city. Regarding the carriage we left behind, Aunt Liu asked, "Should we leave it here?" "No, we shouldn't. We will make a quick escape. Just 2 carriages, and we can afford it. The profit we've made these days could buy many more carriages." Mrs. Song nodded in agreement and said, "Be careful. We'll wait for you. Mother, you also need to be careful. Once you go into that house, don't go outside again." Su Xiao handed a bundle to Mrs. Song. "This is your food for the day. Don't light any fires or make noise." Mrs. Song took it and said, "Okay." "Don't worry." Mrs. Song, who usually stayed inside, finally stepped out of the inn with Aunt Liu and Granny Song for the first time. As they walked, she loudly said, "Today, we finally get to go out. My son's new clothes for the spring festival are already too small. I need to make him a few new outfits. Let's go to the embroidery shop to see if they have good silk threads. As a mother, I want to sew him a small pouch myself." Aunt Liu smiled and replied, "Yes, yes, yes. His shoes also don't fit anymore. I'll make him a new pair." The 2 mothers discussed and then left together, heading into the embroidery shop. Meanwhile, the people watching them returned to their posts. After a while, the 3 sisters from the Su family also left hand in hand, all smiling brightly, looking cheerful and lively. "My little brother loves fresh fruit the most. I'll buy some for him. I'll buy some flowers for him to put in his room to freshen the air, and I'll get some snacks for him. He's been so tired and thin lately." The 3 sisters left smoothly, without any luggage. It's obvious to everyone that they didn't carry any bags when they went out. Most importantly, the carriages were still in the backyard, and Su Xiao was upstairs chatting with the shop owners. As the only son in the family, Su Xiao's status was clear. These people firmly believed that this group would never run away. If they did, it would be Su Xiao taking the things and escaping, not a group of women. Su Xiao was just wandering in front of everyone, drawing attention. In the afternoon, she pretended to be very drunk, staggering back to her room to rest. After the others left, Su Xiao opened her eyes suddenly. A slight smile appeared on her face as she calmly pushed open the window and looked down. It was 5 stories high, nearly 20 meters. Most people wouldn't dare jump. But was she an ordinary person? No, she was not. That's why she dared to jump. Using one hand to hold the window, she lightly jumped, then closed the window with her other hand, creating the illusion that she was still inside resting. She then gracefully leapt onto the roof of the neighbor's house. On the roof, Su Xiao ran lightly, taking off her outer clothes to reveal her old female disguise. She untied her hair and quickly braided it into 2 pigtails. The moment she landed, her disguise was complete. She took a large cloak from her space, draped it over herself, pulled the hood up, leaving only half of her delicate face visible. With boldness, Su Xiao walked forward, passing by the people watching her. She even overheard their conversation. That kid really has patience. Buying so many things, not afraid of being robbed. Why wouldn't he be afraid?
You see, he hardly goes out now.
Probably waiting for someone. But he's really rich. His family listens to him. The only son in the family with high status. Plus, his father is a scholar. How can he not be arrogant? But that's good. Once he leaves the city, we'll…
Hehehe. Exactly.
There are many watching him now. If we steal from him, we'll be rich. This batch of goods is enough for us to live comfortably for a lifetime. If I sell it, I'll go find Hongru and have a good drink.
Ha ha ha.
Su Zhao's lips curled into a smile as she quietly left. The watchers quickly looked away when they saw her. They were more interested in a young man, not a girl. Su Zhao left the inn naturally and calmly, soon arriving at her rented house outside. She knocked on the door. It's me, Su Zhao. The door creaked open quickly. Come in quickly.
Aunt Liu pul Su Xiao incide.
How was it? Did anyone suspect? Don't worry. Not many people can see through my disguise. Su Zhao took out several sets of clothes from her space and said to her 3 older sisters, Come, change your clothes. The 4 of us are now maids for a wealthy lady in Lynn County. When she travels, she brings 2 nannies and 4 maids. It makes sense. Mrs. Song smiled and said to Aunt Liu, Thank you for your hard work. Aunt Liu smiled and replied, It's my blessing to serve the lady. All right, don't waste any more time. Let's hurry and get moving, Su Zhao said, standing there and instructing her second sister to style her hair as a maid. We need to leave the city before sunset. The group moved quickly and soon finished dressing. Su Zhao then took out a carriage from her space. This time, only Mrs. Song and Aunt Liu rode in the carriage. Mrs. Song was in charge of driving. The 4 maids followed the carriage on foot. Their status was very clear. When the carriage reached the South City Gate, the sun was setting in the west, and it was almost time for the city to close. However, the city gate was strictly controlled now, with fewer people entering and more leaving. So, Su Zhao and her group quickly blended into the outgoing crowd.
Who are you?
Where are you going? The guard asked seriously, glancing at the carriage, but his gaze didn't stay on the 4 sisters of the Su family. All 4 sisters had makeup on. Su Zhao used to have sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, looking very heroic. Now, she had curved eyebrows like willow leaves, small cherry lips, and every step was full of charm, with gentle eyes. Their appearances were completely different. Not to mention the city gate guards, even the 3 sisters thought their younger sister had returned. Guard, we're going to a nearby estate for a few days. Su Zhao stepped forward and placed a string of copper coins in the guard's hand. We are family members of Sun Landlord. Please understand. The guard's eyes flickered briefly. Landlord Sun's family looked like this? He seemed to forget. But it didn't matter. They were all women, with no men among them. Just let them go. I must remind you, once you leave the city, it will be hard to come back, the guard said after taking the money, still doing his duty. Now, the restrictions on entering the city are increasing. Maybe someday, just like at the North Gate, all the gates will be closed and no one will be allowed in. Su Zhao smiled and said, Thank you for the reminder, brother. We have no choice. My wife's sister-in-law is about to give birth. As the eldest sister, how can I not go to see her? I see. The guard nodded. Then go ahead. Thank you, big brother. Su Zhao signaled to Granny Song. The carriage clattered away from the south gate of Lin County. As they left the city, Su Zhao looked back and smiled. Hey, her carriage can go out, but why can't mine? A man's voice came from behind, sounding unhappy. The guard answered, The Lord's orders. Young men are not allowed to leave the county for now.
Su Xiao smiled softly.
It turns out that not only the mountain bandits and highway robbers are after me, but also the county magistrate. Well, actually, they're after the supplies I have. If Lin County is sealed off, most likely my goods will be confiscated. But luckily, I've escaped just in time.
Haha.
Goodbye then. Night fell. The inn was full of people. They had waited until their limit and were ready to act tonight. It's just a small kid and some family members. So, what if his father is a scholar? With so many people, who knows who is responsible? Money can be very tempting. Recently, that boy spent at least 5,000 taels. He could buy 500 acres of good farmland or a house in the city, with servants and maids. A small landlord's family background isn't much, and others would be jealous. He asked, is he really still sleeping? It's already this late, and he's not up? A muscular man with a beard placed a large sword on the table and asked, have his family members come back yet? This question surprised everyone. It was suddenly quiet. Someone tentatively said, it seems they haven't come back yet. Maybe they ran away? Ran away? Would they leave without anything? His carriage is still in the backyard. When his family left, it looked like they took nothing, just a small bag. But the house was full of stuff. You can't carry all that in a small bag. It's not just silver notes. You can't just roll them up and take them. Should we go check? This group of people with unfriendly smiles arrived at Su Zhao's room and started knocking on the door. Young Master Su, sorry to bother you. I have some goods here that I want to sell to you. I don't know if you're interested. The room was very quiet, with no movement at all. Outside, the people felt something was wrong. They knocked harder. Young Master Su, young Master Su. Everyone go away. I'll handle this. The bearded man pushed others aside and kicked the door open. The door was kicked down directly. At first, everyone was pretending to be polite, ready to act friendly with Su Xiao and then reveal their true intentions. But when they saw the room was empty, everyone's face froze in surprise. I don't know anything. Quick, check the other rooms. The rooms Su Xiao had checked were all broken into. They were empty, no goods. The rooms were so empty that even mice could run freely. What's going on? Where are the items? The bearded man lost control first, shouting loudly. Is this a joke? Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Didn't you see him take the stuff out? The bearded man shouted excitedly. They probably haven't gone far. With so many things, it must be slow to leave the city. Let's chase after them. There's still time. This woke everyone up. Suddenly, everyone rushed out. Split up and chase. The bearded man shouted loudly. Catch them and send a signal immediately. Okay. A group of people split into 4 teams and headed toward the city gate. When the bearded man reached the gate, it was just closing. He shouted anxiously. Wait. Brothers, hold on. I need to ask, are there many carts leaving the city today? Is there a young boy around 12 or 13, traveling with family? The soldier at the gate waved his hand. No. Today, only carts coming into the city. No carts leaving. What's going on? Oh, the bearded man said regretfully, slapping his thigh. They really got away. When the 4 groups of pursuers regrouped, they found no trace of Su Xiao and the others. All their faces turned pale. After successfully escaping, Su Xiao and her family left Lynn County. They then encountered an acquaintance again. Is it you again? Su Xiao looked at Xuan Ziqing with some frustration and said, You're pretending to hit my carriage, but I didn't hit you. Let's go back 10 minutes. Su Xiao chose a good spot to rest. Just as her carriage stopped, someone suddenly ran straight into it. The donkey cart was broken apart. The person on the cart tumbled down, looking very clumsy. Then, Madame Song felt sorry and asked her maid to help the person up. But the person started blaming her. Madam, is that you? Boo-hoo, you came to find me because you're worried about me? That's great. I finally found you, so I'm not scared anymore, Xuan Ziqing whined, pointing at her leg. You don't know how hard I've had it these past few days. Hard? Where did that donkey cart come from? Su Xiao crossed her arms and looked at him skeptically. That's not cheap, right? Oh, I was gathering herbs in the mountains. I traded for the cart with my herbs, Xuan Ziqing replied. What about you? Your carriage isn't cheap either, right? Oh, I also traded herbs for it. My mother and they were with me collecting herbs. Since you can afford a donkey cart, we can afford a carriage. Both of them rolled their eyes at each other. I want to follow you. Just tell me what I need to do. Xuan Ziqing finally stopped pretending. First, tell me why you want to come with us, Su Xiao asked. Don't you think I look too handsome? Xuan Ziqing moved his face close to Su Xiao's. She impatiently pushed him away. I look so good. Isn't it dangerous for me to travel alone? Xuan Ziqing said. Even though you're young, Your fighting skills are just as good as any man's. Plus, you're small, so people might overlook you. You're good at sneaking attacks. Following you would make me feel safe. I don't accept that reason, Su Xiao said. You're not telling the truth. Xuan Ziqing clenched his teeth. Why are you such an unlikable kid? If you keep acting like this, no girl will like you when you grow up. It's not like you have anyone who likes you. Su Xiao looked him up and down. You're 17, still huh? Xuan Ziqing was momentarily stunned, then his face suddenly turned red. He stammered but couldn't argue back. You can't have already. Think about what you're saying. Su Xiao rolled her eyes at him. If you want to follow me, you have to tell the truth. Okay. I've done a little calculation, and you are my destined person. So, I must follow you, alright? Xuan Ziqing replied irritably. Su Xiao turned to leave. That excuse was even more unbelievable. Hey, I'm telling the truth. I swear. I'm not lying. Xuan Ziqing grabbed Su Xiao's arm helplessly. Although I don't understand why my destined person would be a kid, in our line of work, once you've figured it out, you never get it wrong. Let's do this. I can cook, and I cook very well. I also know medicine, both internal and external treatments. Xuan Ziqing had never been so humble before. To cling to Su Xiao, he showed his real skills. You've heard about the spreading plague, right? Honestly, I am working on a medicine to prevent it. If you take me along, it's really worth it. I also have money, bring my own food and expenses, and I'll serve for free. How about that? Su Xiao, are you refusing me because you're worried I like your sister? Don't worry, I swear I don't have feelings for her. Xuan Ziqing raised his finger and swore. If I lie, let me never have a good ending in life. What do you mean? The eldest, second, and third sisters all stood behind Xuan Ziqing with stern faces, asking in unison. Xuan Ziqing immediately looked to Su Xiao for help. Su Xiao spread her hands, showing she was helpless, and said, If you can convince my 3 sisters to agree to take you along, I'll agree. You mean it? Xuan Ziqing suddenly grinned mischievously.
No regrets, Su Xiao nodded.
Yes. Xuan Ziqing quickly turned to the 3 women of the Su family and bowed. Sisters, I have a secret I want to tell you. Xuan Ziqing and the 3 sisters of the Su family stood to the side, whispering for a long time. No one knew what they said or what promises Xuan Ziqing made to them. The 3 sisters immediately smiled happily. Third sister Su Lai even patted Xuan Ziqing on the shoulder and said, That's up to you. Yes. Xuan Ziqing smiled humbly. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Then, Xuan Ziqing happily came to find Su Xiao and said, All 3 sisters agreed. Big sister, what did he tell you? Su Xiao asked curiously. To her surprise, the 3 sisters shook their heads together. It's a secret, we can't tell. Su Xiao glanced at Xuan Ziqing and nodded, saying, You're impressive. Follow us. Your donkey cart. I'll ride the donkey, Xuan Ziqing said. When we reach the next town, I'll buy a donkey cart then. Do you have money? Su Xiao asked. Yes. Xuan Ziqing took out a small bag of money from his sleeve, weighed it in his hand, and heard the clinking of silver and copper coins. Where did you get the money? Su Xiao asked again. I treated a wealthy family for an illness, and they paid me for the consultation, Xuan Ziqing replied confidently. While he was tossing the money bag, Su Xiao quickly reached out and grabbed it, slipping it into her pocket. I'll keep it for you. Do you mind? Xuan Ziqing. Does he dare to have an opinion? It was getting late, and everyone was busy preparing for the night's stay. Because of Xuan Ziqing's presence, they couldn't freely use the space anymore. Luckily, Su Xiao had anticipated this, so she had stored plenty of long-lasting food, clothes, and bedding in the carriage. The carriage had been modified. Su Xiao had gradually built it in her space laboratory, piecing it together. It looked like an ordinary carriage on the outside, but inside, it was quite spacious. The frame was made of titanium alloy, making it lightweight, sturdy, and resistant to water and fire. There was a large storage space underneath, enough for clothes, bedding, and many daily necessities. At night, one wall could be opened, and with a support frame, 2 more people could sleep inside. The wheels were specially reinforced with support and equipped with springs for shock absorption. It was much more comfortable than before. Originally, this design was fine, and everyone could sleep comfortably. But now, with Xuan Ziqing added, Su Xiao could only sleep outside with Xuan Ziqing. Xuan Ziqing also showed off his cooking skills. It was quite good. Though not as good as a professional chef, it was still edible. Song Shi asked out of curiosity, Mr. Xuanzi, who taught you your cooking skills? Madam, just call me Zijing. I am still young and don't have a courtesy name yet. When I get one, I will be an adult. Xuan Ziqing replied with a smile. My cooking skills were taught by my senior brother. He says that when we travel the world, there will be times when it's inconvenient, so we need to learn to feed ourselves. My brothers and I all know how to wash clothes and cook. Aunt Liu asked curiously, Isn't it said that gentlemen avoid the kitchen? Xuan Ziqing laughed loudly. Madam, you misunderstood. When people say gentlemen avoid the kitchen, it doesn't mean they never go in. It means they don't like to see living creatures die, so they avoid scenes of killing. I never think of myself as a gentleman. Our school's rule is, reflect on myself 3 times a day. Am I being too polite? Did I give him face? Should I take action? Aunt Liu was stunned for a moment, then finally understood and burst out laughing. Su Xiao also couldn't hold back and smiled. At this moment, she finally found Xuan Ziqing more agreeable. He's not a stuffy person, which is good. After dinner, the 3 sisters from the Su family pulled Xuan Ziqing aside to whisper. Soon after, each of the sisters had slices of cucumber pressed against their faces. Su Xiao knew how Xuan Ziqing had won over her sisters.
All right.
She had forgotten. Girls are naturally fond of beauty. Although she was also a girl, she always felt more like a guy. At night, the women went to sleep in the carriage. Since it was summer, they weren't afraid of the cold and just lowered the mosquito net to sleep. Su Xiao lay beside Xuan Ziqing by the campfire, one on each side. Xuan Ziqing looked across the fire at Su Xiao. Even now, he still didn't understand why Su Xiao was his trouble. But it didn't matter. When he left the mountain, his master had told him a fortune. No danger, safe and smooth. So he wasn't afraid of anything. Xuan Ziqing fell asleep peacefully. Su Xiao, however, quietly got up after Xuan Ziqing was asleep, sneaked onto the carriage, and secretly took out some things. She was acting like a thief. She took a lot of food, drink, and supplies. Mrs. Song whispered, All right, enough, enough. Don't take more next time. It's late. Go to sleep early. We need to keep moving tomorrow. Okay. Su Xia quietly returned to her seat and lay down to sleep. When Su Xia opened her eyes, she saw Xuan Ziqing applying medicine to her wound from behind. Su Xia walked over and asked, Do you need help? No, I can do it myself, Xuan Ziqing replied. It's not serious. Su Xia looked at the wound. The care was good, no infection, no redness, no fever. It showed that Xuan Ziqing's medical skills were indeed capable. Not wanting to carry a patient all the time, Su Xia took out antibiotics and anti-inflammatory medicine from her space and handed them to Xuan Ziqing. Do you dare to eat this? Xuan Ziqing looked surprised at Su Sun, then took the medicine from Su Xia's hand and ate it. What is this? It's so bitter, Su Xia said. Drink water or you'll choke. Feed me. Xuan Ziqing indicated the ointment in his hand. Su Xia shook her head helplessly, turned around, and took the water pouch. She poured water into Xuan Ziqing's mouth, casually asking, Aren't you afraid I might poison you? I give you food, and you eat it. You wouldn't, Xuan Ziqing said with a mischievous smile. I can read faces. You carry a strong aura. It's strange, given your age, but I won't be mistaken. We have no grudges, so you won't attack me. Self-obsessed, Su Xia muttered, dropping 2 words before turning to leave. This shameless Xuan Ziqing probably won't be able to shake him off. But as long as he's sensible and follows along, it's fine. Anyway, she has the ability to monitor him. If he shows any signs of harming the Su family, she will eliminate him. After breakfast, Xuan Ziqing carried over a large pot. Come everyone, 1 bowl each, he said. I've tested this recipe repeatedly and it should work. What is this medicine for? Su Xia asked. To prevent the plague, Xuan Ziqing answered. Lin County has been sealed off. No one can go in or out. It's to protect against those who might have the plague. Outside Lincian, there are many sick people now. To stay safe, we need to prepare in advance. Are you afraid I might poison you? Sun Ziqing took a bowl, poured some medicine, and drank it in front of everyone. Then he tasted it and said, "It should be effective." Su Xiao took a bowl, poured herself a drink, and drank it all in one go. The others then quickly drank their medicine juice. "Get ready, we're leaving soon," Su Xiao said. "Your donkey can follow us, right?" "No problem." "It's a bit silly, but it's still obedient," Sun Ziqing replied with a smile. "Don't worry, I won't hold you back." "Good," Su Xiao said, jumping onto the carriage. She pulled the reins, and the carriage clattered forward. Not long after, they saw some people ahead. Before they could feel happy, they saw one person walking and suddenly collapse to the ground, not moving anymore. Although they didn't go over, they could see from afar that the person's face and body were covered in red patches, clearly infected with a plague, and unable to stand. Su Xiao took out a stack of thick masks and handed them out. "Everyone wear these. Don't take them off." "What are these?" "They look interesting," Sun Ziqing said, examining his mask carefully. "Stop talking nonsense," Su Xiao replied sharply. As the carriage moved forward, more and more people appeared by the roadside. Almost everyone had a numb face and hollow eyes, looking hopeless about life. When they saw the carriage, they suddenly rushed over, begging or trying to steal. "Everyone stop." Su Xiao shot 3 arrows into the ground in front of them. The arrows went deep into the earth, showing strength and accuracy. The crowd had to stop. "Honored guest, please have some food." "We're starving." They knelt in front of the carriage. Su Xiao coldly said, "Move aside. No food for you." "Honored guest, it's okay if we die of hunger, but the children are so small." Someone pulled open their clothes, revealing a tiny, thin body that looked about 1 year old, skin so thin it was almost bone. It was very pitiful. Aunt Liu turned her head away, unable to watch. As a mother, she understood that pain. But she had made a mistake once before and couldn't do it again. She listened to the children. The 3 sisters of the Su family also showed sad eyes but restrained themselves from causing trouble. Mrs. Song sighed but said nothing. Sun Ziqing chewed on a piece of medicinal herb, his mood unreadable. At that moment, another carriage arrived and stopped beside Su Xiao. "What happened?" a delicate young lady asked, lifting the curtain. The coachman replied, "Miss, someone is begging." "Begging? Oh, how sad," the young lady said with disdain, glancing at Su Xiao. She mocked, "Some people are so heartless. They can ride such a nice carriage but refuse to do good deeds. But it's okay, I have some food here." She turned to reach for the food. The coachman quickly stopped her. "Miss, no. Madam told us not to cause trouble. We need to go back quickly." "It's fine. It's just a little food," the young lady said innocently. "Besides, if I do good, my mother will be very happy." After saying that, she took out a bag of food, ready to share with the homeless person with a child. The moment she showed the food, the group of pitiful refugees suddenly brightened their eyes. They jumped up from the ground and rushed toward the carriage. Su Xiao hurriedly drove the carriage away to prevent them from getting close. The carriage was overwhelmed by the refugees. All the food and items inside the carriage were quickly snatched away. If the coachman hadn't protected her fiercely, she might have lost her clothes too. The refugees who took the items scattered in all directions, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The young lady was completely stunned. "Did you see that? This is the price of being a saint," Su Xiao said to the people behind her. "Refugees, strictly speaking, are no longer truly human. Are you still human? Seeing those people rob me, and you do nothing?" The young lady angrily directed her anger at Su Xiao. "You just watch them steal my things." Third sister Su Lai couldn't bear it anymore. She sneered and said, "Who are you? Why should I care about you? Are you my daughter or granddaughter? Go ask your father or mother to handle it. Do you think everyone is your parent? Also, since you want to be a great benefactor, how can we stop you? Now that you've given away all your things, shouldn't you be happy? Refusing to give you charity makes you unhappy. Giving you charity also makes you unhappy. So, which is it? Is it because of you? Either way, you. The delicate young lady burst into tears of anger. The young lady's coachman looked coldly at Su Xiao and the others and said, "You are heading toward Nanping County, right? Do you know who my young lady is? Her aunt is the county magistrate of Nanping. We are the richest family in Fenglin Town. Aren't you afraid of offending the Duan family? Is the Duan family really that powerful? More powerful than the county magistrate? More powerful than the prefect? More powerful than the imperial court? Oh, I'm so scared." Third sister Su Lai was not one to hold back and sneered. "Do you have the right to tell us where to go? If you're so impressive, why aren't you the richest in the country? Is it because you don't like it? Why not become emperor? Is it because you don't love it?" As soon as she finished speaking, Su Xiao and the others couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xuan Ziqing laughed especially loudly. He thought he probably knew why Su Xiao was his trouble because his family was so interesting, full of people who didn't hold back their words, just his type. The other person was directly made to cry by third sister Su Lai, crying loudly. Remember, third sister Su Lai is only 14 years old. She still has a child's heart and made a funny face at the other person. "Crybaby, so embarrassing. Let's go." Su Xiao tugged the reins and the carriage clattered away. The young lady was furious and said, "Don't let me see them again, or I'll definitely teach them a lesson." But there's a saying, isn't there? What's meant to happen will happen. When they met at the broken temple, sparks flew between everyone, enough to cook a meal. On this journey, everyone's mood was very heavy. Not only because more and more sick people appeared by the roadside, but also because the drought was worsening the further south they went. At first, there were some green grass and trees by the roadside, but as they traveled, the grass disappeared and the trees were bare, either dead from the drought or eaten by refugees. Whether fleeing from war or drought, everyone gathered together. The food and drink costs along the way were not small. No food, what could they eat? They ate grass, leaves, and bark. Don't dislike it. These are all good things. After eating all this, only dirt will be left. But eating too much dirt can cause constipation, making limbs thin and the belly large like a 9-month pregnant woman, eventually leading to suffocation from holding it in. What if I don't want to die? Then I have to eat people. Right now, everyone still has leaves to eat, so it's not yet the step of eating people, but that will happen sooner or later. Big sister Su Ling used to eat openly, but after seeing so many people starving, she now eats only half a meal when eating. Su Xiao noticed this and privately told Su Ling, "Big sister, if you want to practice martial arts with me, you need to eat enough. Otherwise, you won't be able to improve. I understand your worries, but don't worry, I can support the whole family. Eat boldly, don't be afraid to eat a lot. When you succeed, I will have another helper to share my burden. Although Xuan Ziqing is with us, she is still an outsider. I trust my own sister more." These words made Su Ling completely dispel her doubts. She said very seriously, "Little brother, don't worry. I will learn what you teach me as soon as possible. Actually, I have liked practicing martial arts since I was young, but my father didn't like it, so I didn't practice openly. I secretly trained with the family's bodyguards, but I can't compare to you. But I will try my best to become stronger and not hold you back." "Good," Su Xiao smiled. "Since Big Sister has this wish, I will help you achieve it. As sisters, we work together and are unstoppable." "Me too," the second and third sisters came over without knowing when. Second sister Su Jin said, "I'm not good at physical work. Although I don't know yet what I can do, whatever my little brother needs, I will do it." Third sister Su Lai said, "I like embroidery. From now on, I will take care of all your clothes." "No, I will take care of the whole family's clothes." Su Xiao smiled and said, "Good, I look forward to the 3 sisters fighting with me to defend our home." She extended her hand toward them. Big sister was the first to put her hand on top, followed by second and third sisters. "Together, sisters, we are unstoppable. The weather is getting hotter. Everyone tries to wear lighter clothes, but even so, they are still sweating profusely." Su Xiao estimated that it was at least 37 or 38 degrees. This temperature has become normal for future generations who have air conditioning and are not afraid of temperatures over 40 or 50 degrees. However, in this era, such high temperatures only exist near the equator. Even in the regions of Guangxi and Guangdong, such extreme heat is rare. And it's even less common in the northern areas. Currently, Su Xiao and her group are roughly in the area near Gansu and Ningxia, close to Inner Mongolia. The normal temperature here is about 20 degrees. Suddenly, the temperature rises to nearly 40 degrees, which is like 60 degrees in the southern regions. Just thinking about it shows how terrible it is. Because of this, the plants and people here cannot handle such extreme heat and drought. Many die or fall ill. Many people suffer heat stroke and collapse. Those with family can be helped by loved ones, but those alone can only lie there and hope for the best. There's a temple ahead. Let's go rest there, Su Xiao said, noticing a broken temple from afar. Even if the temple is broken, it's better than nothing for shade. That's what she thought, and others thought the same. Everyone rushed toward the broken temple. With a horse-drawn carriage, they moved quickly. Su Xiao arrived first and took the best spot. The proud young lady was right behind her. Seeing her chance for the best spot taken, she got angry. Hey, I saw that spot first.
Can you give it to me?
Third sister Su Lai smiled and said, Hey, your earrings are nice. I like them.
Can you give them to me?
The young lady rolled her eyes and said, Why should I? These earrings are priceless. You can't afford them in your lifetime.
Oh, right.
Because we got there first, you'll never get that spot, Su Lai replied. The young lady was so angry she almost fainted. The coachman didn't say a word. He chose a decent spot. If he waited too long, there wouldn't be any good places left. Soon, a group of people rushed in. Leading the group were men. They looked at Su Xiao's team and the proud young lady's team, then finally chose Su Xiao's team because her spot was the best. Get out of the way, one man said as he walked over, about to kick the table in front of the Song family. Could Su Xiao let him be so arrogant? She drew a knife and held it against his neck, saying, Say that again. The man's accomplices all pointed weapons at Su Xiao, including sticks, hammers, and sickles. Kid, are you looking for trouble? Xuan Ziqing reacted quickly, pulling Song's family behind him, then spreading his arms to protect the women behind him. Just this action made Su Xiao feel that her effort in giving the antibiotic was worth it. If I don't show my strength, they'll think I'm a weak cat, Su Xiao said, retracting her knife and grabbing the other's neck with her hand. We finally found a safe place, and I don't want it to be spoiled. So, you might as well die like this. As she finished speaking, she applied force, and with a cracking sound, she broke the other's throat bone. Su Xiao loosened her grip. The man, who had looked fierce just moments before, instantly turned red in the face and collapsed to the ground, struggling desperately. But his throat was broken, and his air passage was cut off. He could only suffocate in fear. Compared to killing, this method was more intimidating. Who's next? Su Xiao turned lightly, her sharp eyes scanning the group of armed men. The men looked at their comrade on the ground, struggling for air, then at the young boy who was only about 1.5 meters tall. They gritted their teeth and shouted, No matter how tough he is, he's just a kid. He's only one person. Let's attack together. Kill him, and take those women and the carriage. You're courting death, Su Xiao sneered coldly. She gently kicked the ground, lifting a thick wooden stick. In an instant, she grabbed it and swung it toward the group of men. What if they had hoes or sickles? Let them taste her stick skills. One strike after another, hitting solidly. In just a few seconds, the once fierce and arrogant group was completely overturned by Su Xiao alone. Not a single one dared to make a sound. Su Xiao spun the heavy stick easily between her fingers. Anyone else not convinced? The entire broken temple was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The proud young lady who had just argued with her sister Su Lai looked at the sky, her fingers, and refused to meet Su Xiao's gaze. Despite being about the same age, how is there such a big difference? But honestly, she was quite handsome. Seeing that everyone had no objections, Su Xiao casually snapped her stick in half with a loud, turning it into two pieces and tossing them on the ground. Everyone in the abandoned temple was so scared that they shivered and didn't dare to look directly at Su Xiao. The group that Su Xiao had beaten silently left the temple, dragging their now unconscious friend without making a sound. Now, no one talked about revenge or punishment for killing. The counties in the north had lost their officials, so no one cared about whether you killed someone or not. Who had the ability to survive? Who was unlucky and would die? It was that simple. The Song family member sat down again, took out food and water from the cart, and prepared to eat. At that moment, a sound of someone swallowing nervously came from a corner of the temple. But no one dared to go over and ask for food or water. Su Xiao's impressive display earlier had scared everyone present. The proud young lady, after thinking for a moment, couldn't hold back and moved closer to Su Xiao. What's your name?
How old are you?
My name is Duan Yunyan. I am 14 years old. Su Xiao looked at her strangely. And then, just tell me your name. Duan Yunyan pouted. Can I say it? This name sounds more like a girl's name, Duan Yunyan said. Hey, that's not right. Sun Ziqing came over and sat beside Su Xiao. Xiao, this character doesn't suit a girl. Girls usually don't have such a strong aura, he said. Everyone in the room perked up their ears and looked at them. Sun Ziqing continued. The character Xiao originally means small bamboo, thin bamboo, sharp, tough, and unyielding. People with strong destinies often can't hold it, which can harm themselves. So, it's not a good name for girls. Su Xiao became interested.
Why?
It's simple. Now, wealthy families want gentle, modest women who are calm and refined. Who would marry a woman fighting for power like a man? Sun Ziqing explained. So, only those with strong and noble destinies can bear the name Xiao. Only powerful and valuable people can control this aura, even ride the wind and soar across the sky, becoming free and unrestrained men. As he finished speaking, all the women of the Su family looked at Su Xiao. Honestly, when they named Su Xiao, they didn't think much about it. They just picked a character randomly, following the usual practice. So, they accidentally discovered that they had raised a gifted child with a noble destiny. Aunt Liu started to doubt whether she truly had a genius daughter. Duan Yunyan listened, seeming to understand but not quite, then looked at Su Xiao with bright eyes. So, that means you'll be very talented in the future? Well, you're already so impressive now, so you'll definitely be even better later. Do you want to marry into my family? Cough, 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 cough. The Song family and others started coughing wildly. What kind of bold words are those? Su Xiao helplessly said, I won't marry into your family. Why not? My family is very well off. My aunt is the county magistrate's wife, my father is the richest man in town, and my mother has a good personality. Besides, I don't look bad either, Duan Yunyan said unhappily. As you can see, I am the only son in my family, Su Xiao pointed to his family members. And our family is quite wealthy. My mother also comes from a noble family. Do you think I would marry someone else? Duan Yunyan pouted. That's such a pity. At this moment, someone spoke up. Who still has water? I'll buy it. The scene fell silent. Everyone didn't have enough water to drink themselves, so who would sell theirs? The weather was getting hotter, and the demand for water was increasing, but where could they find water? At this time, the three sisters from the Su family understood why Su Xiao had been urging them to boil and prepare water frantically. The southern area was suffering from a severe water shortage. Please, I beg you, spare a sip of water. A child suddenly stepped out from the crowd and knelt down with a thud. My mother is dying of thirst. If you give me a sip of water, I am willing to sell myself. Whether they eat me or sell me, I accept it. From behind the crowd, Su Xiao saw a woman with a face flushed from heat, already fainting from heat exhaustion. Both mother and daughter looked terribly thin. It was clear they had come a long, difficult way to get here. Many people felt pity, but since they didn't have enough water themselves, no one was willing to give away their own survival water. Su Xiao tapped the ground with his stick. I need some dry firewood. The boy hesitated for a moment, then quickly reacted, rushing out to carry a bundle of dry wood under the blazing sun. The boy's lips were cracked and bleeding, but his eyes still showed stubbornness. Third sister, give him 3 sips of water, Su Xiao said to her third sister, Su Lai. Okay, Su Lai turned around and took out her water pouch. She asked the boy, "Do you have a bowl?" "I do." The boy hurriedly crawled and found a cracked wooden bowl, then held it out to Su Lai with both hands. Su Lai poured 3 sips of water into the bowl and stopped. She didn't give him more out of pity. She was following her little brother's strict orders. Her little brother said to give exactly that amount. The boy carefully carried the water back to his mother, saying, "Mom, Mom, there's water now. We have water. Hurry and take a sip." Someone nearby looked at the water in the boy's hands with ill intent. Before he could try to it, Su Xiao calmly said, "Anyone who tries to take his water, I will break their claws." Those who were about to act froze instantly. Forget it, forget it. This fierce one is not someone to mess with. The boy tremblingly brought the water to his mother's mouth, feeding her little by little. Perhaps human survival instinct is very strong. The mother, who was unconscious before, surprisingly woke up after drinking these 3 sips of water. The boy burst into tears of joy. "Mom, get better soon. If you're gone, I won't be able to live alone." A mother hates hearing such words the most. The woman, who had been on the brink of death, suddenly opened her eyes. "I'm fine now. Don't give me any more." You drink. Seeing her mother wake up, the boy's tense nerves relaxed and he cried out loud. Song Sure watched with a worried heart and asked, "Is there no water at all on this journey?" "Madam, you don't know," someone nearby said. There was some river water at first, but since several counties in the north had a plague, people threw the sick into the river, polluting the water. Anyone who drank the river water caught the plague. Now, even if we find river water, we dare not drink it. Those who died from the plague on the roadside had all drunk contaminated water. Now, unless we find well water, we absolutely won't drink anything. Song Sure turned to look at Sun Ziqing. Sun Ziqing nodded and said, "That's right. The river water is polluted and the water downstream can't be drunk. People can still drink it." Su Xiao spoke, "But you can't drink it directly. First, you need to filter and disinfect it, then boil it. Boiling for at least the time it takes to brew 2 cups of tea. This will remove most impurities and bacteria." "What's bacteria and viruses?" Xuan Ziqing asked Su Xiao. Bacteria and viruses are tiny microorganisms invisible to the eye. You need special instruments to see them, Su Xiao explained. People get sick because they are infected by bacteria and viruses. Injuries can also be caused by them. "How do you know all this?" Xuan Ziqing asked with interest. "My master taught me," Su Xiao replied. "Then tell me, how do you filter and purify water?" Xuan Ziqing asked eagerly. Su Xiao thought for a moment. She knew she had to teach her family because such situations would happen more often in the future. The water they stored was not enough. "Come on, you all go find some stones, sand, burnt wood, charcoal, and fine cloth," Su Xiao told Song and others. "Today, I will teach you how to filter water in the wild. I will only teach once, so learn as much as you can." The young boy who had just traded for 3 sips of water was the first to respond. "Thank you, brother. I'll go find them now." Some people in the broken temple didn't believe Su Xiao could filter water and just stood still, waiting to see a joke. But some clever people had already secretly prepared the items Su Xiao mentioned. In a short while, they found everything, including a bucket of murky, dirty water from the river. Su Xiao took the lead, explaining as she worked. "First, use these stones to filter out large debris and impurities. Then, use sand to remove small floating organisms, including eggs and insects. Remember, you must never drink raw water. The eggs can stick to your body and take root. The next step is to add charcoal to remove some viruses, bacteria, and eggs. But this doesn't clean the water completely, so we need another step. Finally, filter the water through fine cloth. If you don't have fine cloth, you can skip this step. Look, after filtering, isn't the water much clearer?" When everyone saw the water dripping out and becoming clear, the entire broken temple was excited. They seemed to witness a miracle. "It's done. It really works. It's possible now." Cheers erupted among the crowd. To ensure safety, it is best to boil water thoroughly for at least 20 minutes, ideally half an hour. This process kills most viruses and bacteria, making the water safe to drink. The safest method is distillation, boiling water continuously and drinking the condensed steam. This produces completely clean and safe water. However, given current conditions, this is difficult to do. Su Xiao clapped her hands and stood up, saying, "That's it. Do you understand now?" Xuan Ziqing bowed deeply to Su Xiao. "Thank you, Sister Su. I have learned a lot. No wonder our master always says there are people better than us and skies higher than ours. Today, I finally understand this truth. It's nothing. There will be many more places to learn in the future," Su Xiao said. She didn't think a small water filter device was very impressive. But she forgot this was an era when most people were illiterate. The knowledge she shared was very precious. As soon as Su Xiao finished speaking, Xuan Ziqing suddenly sensed something. He instinctively looked up. He saw a golden beam of light falling from the sky, directly onto Su Xiao. Her previously faint soul suddenly became solid. Xuan Ziqing's eyes widened in disbelief, almost unable to believe what he saw. A golden glow of virtue? It was a gift from the heavens, divine virtue light. How is this possible? Xuan Ziqing desperately rubbed his eyes. When he looked again, it was true. The golden glow of virtue, just as his master had said. "Su Xiao, do you feel anything special?" Xuan Ziqing asked. "What feeling?" "I feel nothing," Su Xiao replied, looking at him with confusion. "Are your eyes bothering you?" "No, it's fine," Xuan Ziqing confirmed. Only he could see it. Su Xiao herself saw nothing. Even if Su Xiao was extraordinary, she was still just an ordinary person. How could she see the golden glow? But he was truly envious and jealous. Having the divine virtue glow meant the heavens recognized her as a favored one, destined to soar high and reach great heights. At this moment, Su Xiao didn't realize that the water filtration method she accidentally shared had saved many lives and restored many families. After seeing that this method worked, others suddenly went crazy, rushing out to find various materials to filter water. These days, everyone was exhausted and desperate. Having clean water was the only hope, and only fools would refuse it. An hour later, 3 people in the broken temple had successfully filtered clean water. Many were overjoyed and cried tears of happiness, hugging their filters and kissing them happily. This was a life-saving tool. Su Xiao and the others had rested enough and were ready to set out again. As Su Xiao was about to get on the cart, the boy who had drunk water from him suddenly knelt down and bowed 3 times, knocking his head on the ground. "Brother, I wish you a long life." Su Xiao turned around, smiled at him, waved his hand, and with a carefree flick of the whip, drove the cart away. Aunt Liu couldn't help but ask, "You said not to be too kind-hearted. Why did you help him?" "We're not short of firewood." "Because I saw how desperately he was trying to save his mother. It reminded me of myself," Su Xiao replied. "A child who refuses to give up on family even in a tough situation deserves a chance. People can fall low or be humble, but they must not lose their conscience." As he finished speaking, Aunt Liu was moved to tears. "Oh, her good boy." Xuan Ziqing nodded slightly. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to acknowledge that even though Su Xiao was only 13, he already possessed the basic qualities of a leader. "Hey, look. That Duan Union is catching up," third sister Su Lai called out. Su Xiao looked back and saw Duan Union's cart following theirs at a moderate distance. "This road isn't ours, so if she wants to follow, let her," Su Xiao said casually. "As long as she doesn't cause trouble for us." But what was that saying? The more you fear something, the more likely it is to happen. Someone stopped their cart. It was Duan Union's cart. Duan Union immediately panicked and shouted loudly, "Who are you? Don't cause trouble. Do you see the cart ahead? My fiancé is on that cart, and he's very powerful. He can defeat all of you alone." Then the group of people rushed towards Su Xiao's cart, forcing it to stop. "Are you Duan Union's fiancé?" The other person's knife pointed at Xuan Ziqing. Sitting at home. Suddenly something fell from the sky. Xuan Ziqing's eyes widened instantly. "What is that? It's not you. It can't be this kid, right? Has his hair grown long?" The other person's sword tip shifted back to Su Xiao. Su Xiao waved her hand. No, no, it hasn't grown yet. Seeing Su Xiao use herself to clear the situation, Xuan Ziqing was worried about being blamed, so he quickly said, "My marriage must be decided by my master. My master said my marriage is already arranged. So, it's not us, definitely not us." At this moment, Duan Yunyan on the carriage behind was shouting, "Su Xiao, you saved me. My parents will thank you very much. I am their only daughter, and my father values me the most. Our family is the richest in Fallen Town." "Get to the point," Su Xiao impatiently interrupted her chatter. 500 taels of silver, 5 oxen, 50 pigs, 100 chickens, ducks, and geese, 1,000 jin of grain. Here they come." Su Xiao leapt into the air. In the moment she turned around, she had already drawn her bow and shot 3 arrows at once. The 3 people surrounding Yunyan were instantly struck and flew away. She dropped her bow and rolled on the ground, then grabbed a bamboo stick and swung it at the remaining people's horses' hooves. Whoever the stick hit, that person would fall off the horse. Once on the ground, everyone was equal. Yes, they all felt the power of being hit. The bamboo stick in Su Xiao's hand seemed to have eyes. She swung it in all directions, her stick skills showing off in many ways. Suddenly, the crowd was forced to kneel and beg for mercy. "Big brother, wait a moment." The once arrogant man immediately backed down, raising his hand to Su Xiao. "It's a misunderstanding. We are family of Duan Yunyan. We came to take her back home. This is a family matter." "He's lying. He's not my family at all. He just believed you were my fiancé earlier." Duan Yunyan, holding up her skirt, jumped down and said, "They are clearly after our family's wealth, forcing me to marry them, trying to swallow our family business. I may be a bit naive, but I'm not stupid." "So you ran away?" Su Xiao asked her. "Did you only bring a coachman?" Duan Yunyan stiffened and awkwardly said, "I didn't know they were so reckless. For money, they don't even care about their face. Who are you all?" Su Xiao became interested. Another carriage arrived. It was a 4-horse carriage, a luxurious type pulled by 4 horses. The carriage was very fancy, showing wealth. The carriage also had a badge with a character in clerical script, Yuan. This means the owner's surname is Yuan. A slender, bony hand slowly appeared from inside the carriage, followed by a weak-looking, handsome young man. He carefully stepped out with help from others. "Yun Yun, have you caused enough trouble?" The handsome young man gently coughed and slowly walked toward everyone. Seeing his people being overwhelmed by a child, he didn't frown but kept walking steadily. Xuan Ziqing rolled her eyes. "I hate pretenders. More than me." Third sister Su Lai nodded in agreement. "Exactly." Su Xiao crossed her arms and asked Duan Yunyan, "Are the supplies you promised still valid?" "Yes. As long as you send me safely to Fonlin Town, all these things are yours," Duan Yunyan said. "You're quite skilled, little brother." "I am Duan Yunyan's cousin, from the Nanping Yuan family, Yuan Jingxi. May I ask your name?" The weak, handsome young man greeted Su Xiao. Heroes emerge young. "Brother Su, you're so young but already so capable. Truly impressive. Where are you headed? If you don't mind, you can come to Nanping. I would be honored to consider you a close friend," Yuan Jingxi said with a smile. "No, I prefer not to depend on others. I like to do things my own way." "So, thank you," Su Xiao replied calmly. "Since this concerns your family matters, I won't intrude. Farewell." Su Xiao threw down her bamboo pole, picked up her bow and arrows, and was about to jump onto the carriage and leave. Duan Yunyan hurriedly called out, clutching her skirt, "Su Xiao, if you take me to Fonlin Town, I'll double the supplies I promised." Su Xiao chewed her lip thoughtfully, then turned and looked at Yuan Jingxi with a half-smile. "Brother Yuan, sorry, but I find it hard to refuse these rewards." Yuan Jingxi chuckled softly. "No problem. I happen to need to go to Fonlin Town too. Why not go together?" "Great." Su Xiao turned to Duan Yunyan. "Is that okay?" Duan Yunyan gritted her teeth and nodded. "No problem. I want to ride in your carriage." "No way, my carriage can't hold so many people," Su Xiao firmly refused. "Then you can come into my carriage." "I don't trust him," Duan Yunyan said angrily. Su Xiao was about to refuse again when she heard Duan Yunyan say, 50 taels. My young lady, please. Su Xiao quickly turned around and politely invited Duan Yunyan onto her carriage. Yuan Jingxi smiled helplessly, then turned and also got into his own carriage. The three carriages headed together toward Fenglin town. On the road, wandering people saw so many carriages and horses and quickly moved to the side, making way. At this time, anyone with such a grand display was almost certainly not an ordinary person. You can't afford to offend them, but you can avoid trouble. Su Xiao was driving Duan Yunyan's carriage, since her original driver could only ride a horse now. The Song family's carriage was at the front, Duan Yunyan's in the middle, so if there was any danger, Su Xiao could easily go to help. Yuan Jingxi's carriage was at the back, giving a bit of a protective feeling. The sky gradually darkened. It seemed they wouldn't reach Fenglin town tonight. Everyone found a flat place to set up camp. Then Su Xiao got a close-up look at the grandeur of noble families traveling in ancient times. His attendants quickly took out tables from the carriage, assembled them on the spot, then set up mats, placed incense burners, and even brought some wildflowers from somewhere. 4 plates of snacks, 4 plates of dried fruits, and 4 plates of desserts were arranged in the middle. A small red clay stove was lit nearby, and tea bubbled and steamed. The atmosphere instantly became lively. Su Xiao walked over to Xuanzi Qing and asked, "Are all noble children like this?" "Probably," Xuanzi Qing said with a righteous expression. "Children from humble backgrounds are opposed to them." Su Xiao gave him a look of disdain. "Come on. If you became a noble child, you'd be even more pretentious than them." "That's true," Xuanzi Qing replied with a smile. "Su Xiao, guess what Su Jingxi is planning to do?" "Tell me." "The strong noble families, the flowing emperors," Su Xiao chuckled softly. "It seems everyone sees that the Diyu dynasty's empire is about to collapse, and they're starting to prepare for their own future. Whether they give up land to become vassals or support a new emperor, they need these things. First, they need supplies. Second, they need talented people. Third, they need to recruit soldiers. And fourth, they need money. Duan Yunyan said her family is the richest in Fenglin town. From her tone, it seems they are not short of money or supplies. This instantly satisfies 2 of the needs. However, Yuan Jingxi will not marry Duan Yunyan. At most, he might take her as a concubine. His official wife will be someone who can bring strong support to the Yuan family or to him personally. Su Xiao continued, "That's why Duan Yunyan is so angry. She left with just her groom. People with the same view are often in agreement." Xuanzi Qing smiled. "So, do you think the Yuan family wants to break the land and become marquises? Or are they trying to crown someone as emperor?" "It's hard to say right now," Su Xiao replied. "Which army is currently stationed in the northern region? Which general is in charge? Which faction does the general belong to?" "It's Liu the Great General's Tiger Guard army. They don't belong to any faction for now. They used to be royalists, but they've been hurt deeply by the royal family. So, their current stance is unclear. That makes things interesting," Su Xiao said with a light smile. "Let's see if the Yuan family can manage to win over General Liu. If they do, they could break the land and become marquises, aiming at Central Plains. If they can't, they are probably betting on something else. But I hope they won't cooperate. It's not the time for a formal break." Xuanzi Qing smiled slightly. "I think the same. His lord has not appeared yet. If they start fighting now, who will he support?" Just as they were talking, Yuan Jingxi invited Su Xiao and Xuanzi Qing. "The tea is ready. Would you like to join me for a cup?" Su Xiao and Xuanzi Qing exchanged glances and then went over, sitting opposite Yuan Jingxi. Xuanzi Qing picked up his teacup, sniffed it, and raised an eyebrow. "Claude Mystère. Good tea. Traveling outside, I can only drink casually. If you don't mind, I'll invite you to Nanfeng County another day. I'll treat you well." Yuan Jingxi tried to win over Su Xiao but then turned to Xuanzi Qing. Although Xuanzi Qing didn't speak or make a move just now, Yuan Jingxi could sense that he was not as harmless as he appeared. When Su Xiao was about to act, Xuanzi Qing's eyes showed no fear or unease. Instead, they held a look of evaluation like someone in a high position. Someone with such eyes is definitely not an ordinary person. Xuanzi Qing smiled and politely declined. Sorry, I already made plans with Su Xiao to tour the mountains and discuss ancient and modern topics. So, I must regretfully decline. Su Xiao rolled her eyes. Young Master Yuan is well informed. I want to ask about Miao County. How is Miao County now? What about the neighboring counties? Where did the governor and his troops go? Who did they take with them? Su Xiao doesn't like false politeness and speaks directly. With the plague spreading so quickly, what does the court plan to do? Will they let Yanzhou fend for itself, or give up on Yanzhou? Brother Su, you really hit the mark. Every question is right on point, Yuan Jingxi said with admiration and fondness. Yanzhou is a key place for the Dayu dynasty. It was once very important, but unfortunately, now the court has no time to care. Now the Empress Dowager holds power and refuses to step down. The emperor is practically a figurehead. The Empress Dowager keeps pulling resources for her family, which has caused public anger. Many officials in the court are unhappy with her, and some of her orders are just for show. Everyone is busy making money for themselves, caring little about the people's lives. When the North Wolf Army attacked Caogu, the governor of Yanzhou got the news early. He took his family and trusted aides and left without telling the court, heading straight back to Jiangnan. The court didn't dare to say a word, because the governor's brother-in-law is the Empress Dowager's son-in-law. This time, he took away a year's worth of taxes from Yanzhou and also took many local officials. Now, Yanzhou is just an empty shell. With no officials and no governance, it's like self-destruction. Miao County is pretty much finished. The North Wolf Army has almost destroyed it. No one is left, only bodies. The dead weren't buried, and with the heat, they rotted, becoming the source of the plague. The other counties are similar. Those who survived are infected and won't live long. The North Wolf Army's leader in this attack was the third prince of North Wolf Country. He is very clever and cautious. He avoids direct confrontation with the main army of the Dayu dynasty, instead choosing easy targets. The court is weak, grain supplies are short, morale is low, and defeat is inevitable. General Shui, who guarded the Yanzhou border, lost many soldiers in battle, and the Grand General committed suicide. When General Liu's Tiger Guard arrived, they only managed to recover General Shui's body. A brave general, who could have died fighting the North Wolf Army, was instead killed by court schemes and internal conflicts. It's truly a pity. Now, the North Wolf Army has retreated back to North Wolf Country, but Yanzhou will never be the same again. In the northern part of Yanzhou, the plague is rampant and 9 out of 10 houses are empty. In the southern part, there is a severe drought, and the people are displaced, forced to move south to seek survival. Our Yuan family has no choice but to step forward and find a way to survive. Otherwise, the great house will collapse, and we will be affected too. Right now, Pingping County remains relatively stable because of our Yuan family's presence. During peaceful times, we stay low and hidden. When chaos arises, our family naturally cannot stay out of it. Protecting even one person is worth it. Yuan Jingxi spoke firmly. Saving the people is our family's duty. We do not hesitate to take responsibility. Su Xiao and Xuanzi Qing exchanged glances, both seeing the mockery in each other's eyes. If they want to openly claim they are aiming to become officials, why pretend to be so noble? But that's normal. We always believe in having a proper reason for our actions. Things should be justified, follow the will of heaven, and be granted by divine authority. How is Lynn County doing? Su Xiao asked again. The situation isn't good. The whole county has been sealed off, Yuan Jingxi replied. I heard there was a big problem there. Someone impersonated a scholar's son and scammed a lot of money, then suddenly disappeared. Some say it's a gang working together, because with so many goods, they couldn't just vanish overnight. The case remains unsolved, and no one knows exactly what happened. Likely, Lynn County isn't doing much better. Outside is already fallen, and the county has become an island. How long can they hold on?
Su Xiao ignored Yuan's probing.
He would never admit that she was behind it. Since Lynn County is now sealed off and the people inside can't come out, no one can recognize her. She's not afraid. So, what are the Yuan family's plans now? Su Xiao continued. Since you intend to step forward, are you trying to stop this plague? Of course, Yuan Jingxi said confidently. This time I'm going to phone Lynn town to do just that. I plan to persuade my uncle-in-law to join us, to unite with the Yuan family, and work together to save the people of Pingping County and eliminate the plague. Su Zhao's eyes flickered. I remember Duan Yunyan said her aunt is the wife of the county magistrate of Pingping County. Yes, she is my aunt too, Yuan Jingxi said without any embarrassment, very openly. It's quite normal for noble families to marry local officials, isn't it? Xuan Ziqing had not spoken until this moment. Then he asked a very important question. Brother Yuan, forgive my curiosity. May I ask, did the Yuan family have any involvement in General Shue's death? Xuan Ziqing smiled innocently. The Northern Wolf Army has been attacking Yanzhou for quite some time. Since the Yuan family has taken it upon themselves to save the people, why did they stand by and watch General Shue's predicament? Yuan Jingxi was speechless. Xuan Ziqing continued. The Yuan family has ambitions, I understand. But risking the lives of half of Yanzhou's people to gain a reputation, I'm sorry, I cannot agree with that. Su Xiao applauded Xuan Ziqing. No matter how eloquent Yuan Jingxi was, he couldn't hide the fact that the Yuan family ignored the fall of half of Yanzhou to start their uprising. Yanzhou was guarded by the Yuan family, so General Shui shouldn't have died so helplessly. If the Yuan family truly cared for the people, and if the court didn't provide enough supplies, the Yuan family could have supplied them. At worst, they could have made some deals or agreements with General Shui, making concessions on both sides. But the Yuan family did not do this. They knew well what would happen if the Northern Wolf Army broke through the city gates, yet they let it happen. Sometimes, the real villains are not only the demons wielding swords to kill you, but also the allies who have the power to help but watch you die. Sorry, we didn't mean to expose the Yuan family's weaknesses, Xuan Ziqing said with an apology, but his expression showed no remorse. He was arrogant and full of himself. I just think that our ideas don't match. Different paths, different goals. Young Master Yuan, you are not the person I am looking for to assist me. Xuan Ziqing clearly refused Yuan Jingxi's offer to join him. Yuan Jingxi sighed helplessly.
All right.
Even if Brother Xuanzi cannot join my Yuan family to work together on great plans, we can still be friends, drink tea, recite poetry, enjoy the beauty of life. That works too. Xuan Ziqing nodded calmly. Is the Sun family from Hunan your own family? Yuan Jingxi asked. Xuan Ziqing neither confirmed nor denied, only smiled. Yuan Jingxi and Su Xiao understood. She had truly thought Xuan Ziqing was from a humble background, but it turned out he was from a noble family. I am a branch member, not the main line. I suppose I am also from a humble background, Xuan Ziqing shamelessly defended himself. Besides, I have been studying with my master at the mountain gate since I was young. I don't interfere in the affairs of the Sun family. Su Xiao rolled her eyes at him. It would have been better not to explain at all. Brother Su is... Yuan Jingxi looked at Su Xiao. I didn't know we have a young hero like Brother Su in Yanzhou. If I had known earlier, I would have considered you a close friend. We are from Mao County. My father is a local gentry. We can't compare to you, Su Xiao replied modestly and vaguely. The term, gentry, covers a wide range. It mainly includes two types of people. 1. Retired or dismissed officials who have returned home, and relatives or children of current officials. 2. Students from local schools or the Imperial College, and those who pass the imperial exams, such as the recommended scholars and jinshi. Every county has quite a few gentry. Without careful distinction, it's hard to say exactly who is who. Then your father, Yuan Jingxi asked again. Why didn't he come along? Su Xiao casually made up a lie. Oh, unfortunately, my father was injured while protecting us during our escape from Mao County. She didn't say more. Let your imagination fill in the rest. Anyway, if it's eventually exposed, she can't be accused of lying, right? She didn't say anything specific. After all, Su Mingji was truly unfortunate. His nest was gone, and everything was lost. So tragic. Sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. By the way, where do you plan to go? I have no other intention. Just feel like we've become friends quickly and want to do something for you. In Yanzhou, I can still speak a few words, Yuan Jingxi said confidently. Xuan Ziqing said casually, I have no specific goal. I just want to travel around and see things. Su Xiao is very interesting. Wherever she goes, I go. Su Xiao said, I don't have a particular goal either. I just want to take my family away from our current difficulties. Most likely, we'll return to my maternal grandparents' home. They are big landowners, with some small fields. When my mother got married, she brought a few hundred acres as dowry. Going back to be small landowner sounds good. Yuan Jingxi was relieved to hear that Su Xiao didn't want to compete for power or fame. If she had ambitions for a career, he might not have let her leave today. People like Su Xiao, once involved in such a game, could grow into something terrifying. He definitely couldn't allow that to happen. Since Su Xiao does not want to seek power or dominance, she can focus on building a good relationship. Maybe when she grows up, she can be persuaded to join her side and help her rule the world. At this moment, Yuan Jingxi does not know that he has let go of his biggest rival in life, the fearsome female emperor of future generations. Seeing these two people not taking things seriously, Yuan Jingxi relaxes and says, That's fine. Yenzhou is chaotic now, so it's good to go out and relax. Whenever you want to come back, just come to Nanping County to find me. Su Xiao and Sun Ziqing both smile and nod. Everyone is smart. The previous test is over, and now they can talk about other things. For example, about Duan Yunyun and Yuan Jingxi. I am a bit curious about the relationship between young Master Yuan and Duan Yunyun. Su Xiao can't help but ask curiously, Are you related by marriage? Yuan Jingxi nods. There's nothing wrong with admitting it. It's very normal in this situation. Duan Yunyun's mother is our Yuan family's distant relative, an aunt. Her mother and the county magistrate's wife are both daughters of the same concubine. My grandfather has 4 concubines, but I have many aunts, most of whom married locally, Yuan Jingxi explains. This time, Yunyun came to visit us, and the elders mentioned our marriage plans. Yunyun didn't want that, so she secretly ran away. It's dangerous outside, and I was worried, so I chased after her, also to explain to her father in Fenglin town that it's not that our Yuan family is neglecting her, but that it's unavoidable. So, Yunyun wants to marry you as her main wife, but you can only give her a concubine status, Su Xiao asks. Brother Su, you are very sharp to guess that, Yuan Jingxi replies. Yes, my marriage was arranged by my grandfather. He wanted Yunyun to be my concubine. She was very angry. He sighs helplessly. I understand her anger, but I really can't do anything about it. Su Xiao and Sun Ziqing both lean back slightly, tactically. They really can't blame others for disliking Yuan Jingxi. He is just too hypocritical. He is a true hypocrite. What a waste of such a good-looking face. Yuan Jingxi continues talking. I grew up with my cousin Yunyun, and I also want to marry her. But due to current political circumstances, I can only beg my uncle for understanding and forgiveness. If my cousin insists on not marrying me, I will prepare a dowry for her and wish her good luck in finding a good partner. Su Xiao and Sun Ziqing understood. This means that it would be best if Duan Yunyun agreed to be his concubine. If she refuses, he would marry her to his trusted aide. This way, he can win over the richest person in Fenglin town and also keep his own people close, achieving a win-win situation. Although Su Xiao does not agree with Yuan Jingxi's ideas, she can see that he is ambitious and determined to succeed. He is a capable and strategic person.
Dinner was ready.
Yuan Jingxi invited Su Xiao and Sun Ziqing to eat together. They didn't refuse. Duan Yunyun had gone to eat with the Song family and refused to come with Yuan Jingxi, clearly very angry. Su Lai, the third sister, used to argue happily with Duan Yunyun, but now they are chatting comfortably. Su Lai asked curiously, What exactly is going on between you and that young master? Don't ask. It's so annoying. Duan Yunyun pouted. I thought I was going to be my cousin's future wife because my family said so. My parents said that my cousin is the main heir of the Yuan family, and if I marry him, our Duan family will have support. But I never expected that when I visited my maternal grandfather, he told me to be my cousin's concubine. I refused, and they kept persuading me, forcing me to agree. I was so angry that I left without anything, just told the driver to take me away. On the way, I met you guys, she said angrily. I will never be a concubine. My father also has a concubine, and I know exactly what it feels like to be one. My cousin will marry a proper wife in the future. Where would I fit in? Besides, I'm not someone who would be a little servant. My grandfather also said that even if I become my cousin's concubine, it's no big deal. When he becomes the head of the family, I could even be a noble consort. I don't want that. Duan Yunyan turned to Su Lai and asked, Third sister, can Su Xiao really not marry into my family? I think he's very good. My father is really the richest person in Fenglin town, but that's because of the Yuan family in Nanping County. Without the Yuan family, we would be the richest in Nanping. We are very wealthy, with lots of land and crops. If Su Xiao married me, it would be a good match.
Su Lai looked embarrassed.
Haha, no, that's not possible. We only have this one younger brother. Then you all can come too. I will support you. Duan Yunyan said, I can afford to support you. Haha, no thanks, Su Lai replied. Honestly, our family is also from a modest background. Marrying into another family? Don't even think about it. Our ancestors would come out of their graves to hold us accountable if they knew. That's such a pity. I've never seen anyone as brave and handsome as him. The way he protects me is so charming. Duan Yunyan blushed and said, I'm so jealous of his future wife. How lucky she will be. Su Lai didn't know what to say. Will my younger brother be able to get married someday? Meanwhile, Aunt Liu and Mrs. Song were inside the carriage, making clothes for Su Shuang. Su Shuang was always fighting and causing trouble, so her clothes wore out quickly. Counting the days. In a few months, Shuang will turn 14. I wanted to give her a proper coming-of-age ceremony, but Aunt Liu looked a bit lost. Now, we have to prepare for her minor coming-of-age ceremony. We've been a burden to her, Mrs. Song sighed. Your mother and daughter have suffered. Don't say that, madam, Aunt Liu said with a smile. I see she really likes her new identity as a young lady. Seeing her happier than before makes me happy too. But I wonder how long she can keep the secret and what will happen in the future. Future things can be dealt with when they come. When the time comes, she can just live as a man. We'll find her an honest, reliable man, and then adopt a child from outside, claiming he's theirs. Mrs. Song said, her mind sharp. Since leaving Mao County, she had become more lively and clever. That's a good idea, Aunt Liu said, smiling. Madam, you're so thoughtful. That night, Yuan Jingxi invited Su Shuang and Sun Ziqing to ride in his carriage, where they all sat close and talked by candlelight. But both of them refused at the same time. Su Shuang said, I don't feel comfortable leaving my mother alone. I want to stay and keep watch. Sun Ziqing said, I'm still sick. See, my leg is injured. Yuan Jingxi looked a bit disappointed but agreed, and he also gave Sun Ziqing a bunch of good ointments. When they went to sleep, Sun Ziqing happily carried his bedding and lay down beside Su Shuang. Before Su Shuang could refuse, Sun Ziqing quietly whispered in her ear, Let me tell you, we can make a lot of money from Fenglin town. The problem is, we can't take it with us. What should we do? What's the benefit? Su Xiao immediately became interested. I just talked briefly with the third sister. Duan Yunyan has been telling her all day that her parents always thought she could marry Yuan Jingxi as the main wife. That means Duan Yunyan's father is also ambitious. Otherwise, why would he only have one daughter and no other children? I guess the Yuan family and Duan Yunyan's father made some kind of agreement. But now, the Yuan family has changed their mind. What do you think Duan Yunyan's father will do? Let me guess. The Yuan family has long wanted to take control, but they haven't had the chance to act. So, they started planning early, and Duan Yunyan's father knew about it. They probably agreed that once everything was settled, Duan Yunyan would become empress. Only then would her father be willing to support her and help the Yuan family with the whole family's effort. The Yuan family is the richest in Nanping County, and the Duan family is the second richest.
So, a strong alliance should be fine.
But the problem is, the Yuan family thinks Duan Yunyan isn't fit to be an empress and is interested in someone else. So, these two families will likely clash, causing disagreements and mistrust. What does this have to do with us? Su Xiao asked back.
I don't want to be emperor now.
I can tell that Duan Yunyun really likes you, Sun Ziking said. I know you're not interested in her, but if you can keep her hanging, prevent the Duan and Yuan families from forming an alliance, then when you want to be emperor someday, you'll have a use for it. Let's plant the seed now and wait for it to grow. And what about what you just said, that you can't take the things with you? Su Xiao asked casually. Just say what you mean. The person who caused such a big fuss in Lynn County is you, right? Sun Ziking asked directly. Do you have some special ability? Can you move objects with your mind? Su Xiao's pupils suddenly shrank. Her body moved faster than her mind. She quickly pressed Sun Ziking down and held a dagger against his neck. Calm down, stay calm, don't be impulsive. Sun Ziking raised his hands, looking honest and open. I can't help but think of you because you resemble those people so much. Su Xiao, I consider you a friend, so I ask you honestly. Otherwise, I could just pretend I don't know anything. We are both smart people, and sooner or later, the truth will come out. So I might as well ask you directly. Whether you want to tell me or not is your choice. I just want to help you. Really? Tell me what you think about me, Su Xiao said coldly. How do you know what I want to do? Get down first. Two grown men stacking together look strange. Don't worry, I won't leave, Xuan Ziqing said. If I wanted to go, I wouldn't be talking to you now. Su Xiao turned over. But Xuan Ziqing moved closer to Su Xiao. Su Xiao awkwardly pushed him away. Stay back. We're just brothers. What's there to worry about? Besides, I don't like men, Xuan Ziqing said suddenly. Then he asked, Tell me, do you really have the ability to move objects with your mind? Then you answer me first. Why do you think that way? Most people wouldn't think like that, right? Or, do you really have that ability? Su Xiao asked cautiously. I don't, but I know that in this world, there are many strange things. Since the book mentions moving objects with the mind, it must be possible. Otherwise, why would it be recorded and passed down? Also, my master told me that after I leave the mountain, I shouldn't be surprised by anything I encounter, because even more surprising things are yet to come. I've been pondering what could make my master say that. Xuan Ziqing moved even closer and said, I've calculated that our bond is very deep. We're either brothers or brothers-in-law, so just tell me. Su Xiao rolled her eyes at him. You really have a strong ability to accept things. Of course. Even if one day you told me you had an identical twin sister, I could accept it. Come on, tell me. Isn't that right? Xuan Ziqing boasted, not knowing that soon, he would almost be unable to accept that his brother, with whom he shared meals and sleep, would suddenly become his sister. Su Xiao was at a loss for words when asked. She could only nod vaguely. Let's say so. What do you mean, let's say so? If it's yes, then it is. If no, then it isn't, Xuan Ziqing said excitedly. Where did you hide those people from Lynn County? How did you escape? I heard over 300 people were watching you, and Lynn was tightly surrounded. How did you get away right under their noses? Su Xiao didn't answer. Xuan Ziqing was extremely curious and wanted to know more. So he decided to share one of his secrets with Su Xiao as a trade. I have a problem, I told you. It's that. Xuan Ziqing's face turned red as he spoke. Which one? Su Xiao looked confused. I can't be close to girls. So you can rest assured, I won't have any feelings for your 3 older sisters, Xuan Ziqing bravely revealed his secret. Whenever I touch a girl, I feel uncomfortable all over, like prickles and itching that won't stop, and I have to scratch until I bleed. So, I probably won't get married in this life. Su Xiao looked at him in shock. You have a problem. Yes, I do, Xuan Ziqing said sadly. But my master has looked at me several times and said there's nothing to do about it. Do you still itch now? Su Xiao asked. No. Why would I itch? Xuan Ziqing replied. You're not a girl. But don't worry, I have no interest in boys either. Su Xiao was speechless. Thinking about it, it was quite sad. Suddenly, she couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. I've told you my biggest secret. Now you can tell me yours, Xuan Ziqing asked eagerly.
Su Xiao nodded.
Okay, you guessed right. I do have a special ability. It's innate. I can hide things in a place where no one will ever find them. Xuan Ziqing's eyes lit up. Show me. Su Xiao held a dagger in her hand, held it up in front of Xuan Ziqing, then flipped her wrist, and it disappeared. Xuan Ziqing's eyes and mouth widened in surprise. He reached out to feel her, saying, "Let me see where you hid it." Without warning, Su Xiao kicked him away. "What's going on?" someone asked cautiously. Nothing. Su Xiao was restless in her sleep and kicked me out, Xuan Ziqing quickly explained, afraid of being mistaken for an intruder. He returned to his bed, grimacing. "You kicked me so hard, right in the waist. Anyway, since you won't marry in this life, that waist probably doesn't matter anymore," Su Xiao said. "Serves you right for touching me. I'm just curious," Xuan Ziqing whispered into Su Xiao's ear. "With so many supplies in Lincheng, did you hide them all? Nobody can find them?" "Wow, impressive. Su Xiao, are you really not going to compete for dominance in the world? This thing of yours is a treasure." "I don't want to. I just want to live peacefully with my family. The hard work of competing for dominance isn't suitable for me." Su Xiao turned over and ignored Sun Ziqing. "I'm going to sleep." Seeing that Su Xiao had already started snoring softly, Sun Ziqing reluctantly lay back down. He secretly rubbed his waist. He turned his back to Su Xiao and showed a deep, mysterious smile. "You really make me more and more curious. What secrets are you hiding that I haven't discovered yet?" Su Xiao, with her back to Sun Ziqing, also let out a gentle sigh. "This kid is so sharp, it's really hard to hide anything from him. Where did I slip up?" She was very careful after all. Didn't Sun Ziqing say she could go to Fenglin town to make some easy money? She was so focused on hiding her secrets that she forgot to ask him how she could make money easily. Suddenly, Su Xiao turned around. She was about to speak, but thought better of it. Maybe she'd wait until tomorrow. Anyway, Sun Ziqing would tell her sooner or later. The night passed quickly. By dawn, Su Xiao was already up, jogging along the roadside to warm up. After warming up, she started practicing boxing. Her boxing was vigorous and lively, attracting quite a few onlookers. Most surprisingly, several young ladies from the Su family also joined in the boxing practice. Although they weren't very skilled, it was good for stretching their muscles and bones, and their complexion looked especially healthy. Duan Yunyan watched the three young ladies from the Su family with envy, but didn't intend to join. Yuan Jingxi looked at the three young ladies thoughtfully. "Better to give up early," Sun Ziqing said leisurely as he walked over to Yuan Jingxi. "Su Xiao and her sisters are very close. She wouldn't allow her sister to become your concubine. You're overthinking," Yuan Jingxi denied immediately. "It doesn't matter if I'm overthinking or not. The important thing is, today we're heading to Fenglin town. You should think carefully about how to explain your situation to your uncle," Sun Ziqing said with a smile. "We'll also go there to rest and gather supplies." Yuan Jingxi smiled slightly, but didn't explain. At breakfast, Yuan Jingxi invited Su Xiao and Sun Ziqing to join him. Both politely declined but sent him a plate of fresh wild vegetable buns as a thank you for yesterday's banquet. Yuan Jingxi happily accepted. As long as Su Xiao and Sun Ziqing were willing to be friends with him, everything could be discussed. After eating and drinking enough, they set out again. Today was another very hot day, but everyone still felt okay. Yuan Jingxi always carried ice cubes when he went out, living a luxurious life of comfort. On Su Xiao's side, she had already made her position clear in front of Sun Ziqing, so she didn't need to hide anything. She openly took out ice cubes from her space to use. Yes, the ice cubes were stored when they were in Lynn County. Now she had money and supplies, so suffering through hardships was just unnecessary suffering. The convoy clattered along the road, and more refugees appeared by the roadside, all heading toward Fenglin town. Su Xiao felt a little worried inside. She wondered how the pandemic in Fenglin town was going. Would they get infected if they went there? Suddenly, the convoy stopped. A large group of refugees had surrounded the convoy tightly. Su Xiao looked over and saw that these refugees looked pale, with fierce eyes, and they seemed desperate and hungry. "What's happening up front?" Yuan Jingxi pushed open the carriage door. "Young master, a large group of refugees appeared ahead and blocked our way," the bodyguard reported. "They don't seem friendly." Today, Sun Ziqing and Su Xiao were riding in the same carriage. He leaned close to Su Xiao and whispered, "Do you think there's something strange about these refugees?" "Yes, I do," Su Xiao nodded and said. "They didn't block the way earlier, but just before reaching Fenglin town, they stopped the carriage. Either they're desperate or have a plan." "I'll test you. What do you think it is?" "I believe they have a plan," Sun Ziqing said with a smile. Yuan Jingshi coming to Fenglin town isn't just to explain things to his uncle.
He's here to show strength.
In other words, the Yuan family wants to win over these refugees. If all the people from Yanzhou leave, Yuan's family won't have any reason to control this land. So, he wants to keep these refugees and stop the population. The best way to do that is by curing illnesses or giving out porridge. Yuan Jingshi came alone, without medicine or food, so Duan Yunyan's father will be the one to bear the cost. He'll spend money, effort, grain, and medicine, busy all over, and in the end, Yuan Jingshi will take the credit for the good reputation. That's quite a clever plan. Su Xiao smiled slightly. "I think so too. Let's just watch the fun nearby. By the way, about what you mentioned last night, what exactly are you planning to gather in Fenglin town?" Sun Ziqing confidently moved closer to Su Xiao. To prevent her from avoiding him, he casually put his arm around her shoulder, making her lean in. Sun Ziqing's words quickly shifted Su Xiao's attention. He said, "I guessed long ago that Yuan Jingshi would do something like this, so you can sell off the things you've stored in Lynn County to him. I heard that you've bought a lot of useful and useless items. I don't know how big your place is, but if you can make room for more valuable things, why not? I also heard that the Duan family in Fenglin town is not only a big landowner and wealthy, but they also have a huge horse farm. The horses they raise are top quality, some of which are crossbred with war horses from Beilang country. These horses are strong like war horses from Beilang and have the endurance of our Dia dynasty's horses. If you can get these horses, whether for selling or personal use, they would be excellent. So that's why I said it's not easy to take them away. Moving so many horses isn't simple and could attract attention from many sides. But if you can hide these horses in your mysterious, hard-to-find place, it would be foolproof." "How do you know all this?" Su Xiao asked. "Mountain folk have their clever tricks," Sun Ziqing said mysteriously with a smile. "And Duan Yunyan's father really has a lot of grain. Do you understand what I mean? If you have money, buy quickly. Soon, it won't be as easy to buy with money." Su Xiao looked at Sun Ziqing, surprised and curious at the same time. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Sun Ziqing touched his face. "Is there something on my face?" "It's nothing." "I understand now," Su Xiao thought to herself, considering how much money she still had and how much grain she could buy.
Sun Ziqing was right.
They needed to buy more grain, at least enough for 10 years. Because once a war starts, it won't end in less than 10 or 8 years. The grain in her space was indeed plenty, enough for them to eat for a very long time. However, Su Xiao's goal was not just to make her family eat enough, but to eat well, comfortably, and live the good days they had before. Without goals and dreams, a person is no different from a salted fish. Also, she had a strange feeling that as she moved forward, she would need to pick up more people. She didn't know why, but she just had this feeling. The group was growing larger, and more mouths to feed meant less food. How could that work? At this moment, Yuan Jingshi had already reached the front of the refugees and started his performance. "Dear villagers, sorry the Yuan family are late," Yuan Jingshi said tearfully. "But don't worry, we are collecting food and medicine. We will not give up on any citizen. If the government doesn't help, we will. If officials don't save you, we will." Yuan Jingshi waved his hand. "Bring out the prepared food." Clatter. A line of bodyguards and guards arrived, setting up stoves and cooking porridge on the spot. This scene directly excited the refugees. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Thanks to the Yuan family head for saving our lives." "We support the Yuan family." Then, the crowd passionately shouted together, "Thanks to the Yuan family head for saving our lives." Suddenly, everyone knelt down. Yuan Jingshi only used a few pots of thin porridge to win the hearts of many people. "Everyone, don't worry about the lack of food. I will go to Fenglin town to borrow grain from my uncle. I will ask him to open the granary and distribute porridge. I will find a famous doctor to develop medicine for the plague, giving everyone a way to survive. Yuan Jingxi spoke confidently. Our Yuan family has always been a local family in Yen Prefecture. We are closely connected to every citizen here. Seeing Yen Prefecture like this, I feel very sad. But I believe this won't last long because I will never allow anyone to harm even a little bit of Yen Prefecture. If anyone dares to block me, I will risk my life to fight for everyone. Thank you, young Master Yuan. We will follow you forever. Someone in the crowd added. Follow the young master forever. More and more people shouted slogans. Su Xiao knew that Yuan Jingxi had succeeded. But the real problem in Yen Prefecture was not just the plague, but also the extreme heat and drought. Temporary charity cannot solve the root problems. As long as the people cannot live and work peacefully each day, they will never feel truly stable. So, the real test for Yuan Jingxi is still ahead. Su Xiao looked up at the sky, feeling that the drought wouldn't be so simple. There must be some other major trouble coming, but she didn't know what kind of upheaval it would be. After Yuan Jingxi finished his performance, each refugee received only a small bowl of porridge, then they all dispersed. But word spread quickly. Everyone knew that Fenglin town was offering porridge and medicinal herbs to help those affected by the plague. More and more people started heading toward Fenglin town. Su Xiao and her group arrived at Fenglin town before the refugees did, leading the way. When they reached the outskirts of the town, they saw thick wooden barriers blocking the road. This was meant to stop the refugees from entering. It made sense. If even the county seat could refuse refugees, how could the town let them pass freely? I am Duan Yunyun. Move aside, Duan Yunyun said, showing her face to the guards blocking the road. I have urgent business to see my father. These people are protecting me. Let them pass. Everyone let them pass. Duan Yunyun's face was her pass. Seeing her, the guards immediately ordered the barriers to be pushed aside, and the carriage smoothly entered the town. As for the refugees behind, sorry, they couldn't come in. Yuan Jingxi spoke firmly to the refugees following behind. Everyone, wait a moment. I will go speak to my uncle and ask him to give you a way to survive. Listen to how he said that. It sounded like it was Duan Yunyun's father who made them homeless, like the Duan family was making them starve. Because of Yuan Jingxi's attitude, Xuan Ziqing thought he was completely untrustworthy. No matter how talented he was, Xuan Ziqing wouldn't support him. He was better off supporting Su Xiao. Su Xiao always acts honestly and openly. She doesn't play tricks in the shadows but prefers sincere cooperation. Plus, Su Xiao isn't inferior to Yuan Jingxi. He's still young and hasn't grown up yet. When he does, he will definitely be taller, more handsome, and more charming than Yuan Jingxi. Didn't you see how Duan Yunyun immediately fell for Su Xiao? Their carriage continued all the way to the largest, most luxurious house in Fenglin town. If they didn't believe before that the Duan family was the richest in Fenglin town, they do now. The buildings stretch endlessly, like a small version of a royal palace. This definitely exceeds normal limits, but since someone important lives there, no one dares to question it. The gate opens directly, and the carriage smoothly enters, showing how much the Duan family cares for and values Duan Yunyun.
Dad, Mom.
Duan Yunyun jumps down from the carriage, holding up her skirt, and happily throws herself into a wealthy lady's arms, tears of sadness in her eyes. My dear daughter, you really scared me to death. Did you get hurt on the way? Were you hungry? Did anyone bully you? Mrs. Duan quickly asks. Tears stream down Duan Yunyun's face as she sobs. Cousin, he bullied me. At this moment, Yuan Jingxi comes over and bows, saying, Greetings, aunt and uncle. It's not as Duan Yunyun said. She misunderstood. Who is this? Duan Yunyun's father looks at Sun Ziqing and Su Xiao. Their strong presence is impossible to ignore.
Especially Su Xiao.
Although young, he feels sharp like a sword, making people forget his age and treat him as an equal. Dad, Mom, this is my lifesaver. Duan Yunyun pulls Su Xiao in front of her parents, praising him loudly. His name is Su Xiao. He escaped from Yao County during a disaster. He's amazing. Even though he's young, he can fight. My cousin has many bodyguards, but none can get close to him. His family is also good. His family is local gentry, with 3 polite and educated sisters. Mrs. Su is gentle, Auntie is kind, and Grandma is reliable. They are all good people. My 3 sisters especially take care of me, making sure I eat and sleep well. Most importantly, Su Xiao also taught me how to survive in the wild. He's really super capable. Su Xiao and the Su family are praised so much that they feel like they've built a courtyard in their minds. Being praised so openly makes them feel very shy. Ahem, it's not as good as you say. Mainly, I was paid enough, so I worked hard to do a good job, Su Xiao quickly explains, worried that Duan family's parents might misunderstand. Who is this? Duan Union's father looks at Sun Ziqing. I am Su Xiao's friend, a sworn brother. I came with them when we escaped from danger. Xun Ziqing quickly explained, I come from a poor family with no support. I grew up in the mountains and haven't seen much. Su Xiao has been taking care of me. As he finished speaking, Duan Union's father decisively looked away and turned his gaze back to Su Xiao. Someone who can praise his daughter so highly must be a good person. Su Xiao wanted to defend herself, but Xun Ziqing gently tugged her sleeve and whispered in her ear, buy horses, buy grain. Su Xiao immediately stopped speaking. If you want to buy things, you really need to build good feelings with the other person. Su Xiao quickly put on a smile and said, it's mainly because my 3rd sister and Miss Duan got along very well. Isn't that true? The most outspoken one is 3rd sister, Su Lai. Su Xiao gave her sister a quick look, and Su Lai immediately came over, bowing politely to Duan Union's parents, 3rd Lady Su. Greetings to uncle and aunt. At this moment, Song Shi appeared with Lu Yinyang, giving off a sense of importance. This is my mother, and this is my aunt who gave birth to me, Su Xiao introduced Song Shi and Lu Yinyang. And these are my other 2 older sisters. This is our family's maid. When the Duan couple saw Song Shi, they immediately sensed that her background was impressive. Ordinary people couldn't carry such grace. Their attitude and impression instantly improved. Song Shi's presence made Su Xiao shine brightly. Anyone who saw her would find it hard not to like her. All right, all distinguished guests. Since we are fatefully met, why not stay a few days at my humble home? Let me show some hospitality, Duan Union's father said with a smile. Please, madam, arrange the guest rooms. Of course, Duan's wife replied with a smile. Traveling is tiring, so it's best to rest well for now. Song Shi politely thanked them and then went to the courtyard arranged for the hosts to rest. Su Xiao and Xun Ziqing, being male guests, were assigned to the front yard. Song Shi and the others went to the backyard. Su Xiao and Xun Ziqing stayed in 2 rooms next to each other. As soon as Su Xiao entered, she locked the door. The room had a large bucket of hot water, ready for guests to wash up and tidy their appearance. Very thoughtful. Since Xun Ziqing arrived, Su Xiao hadn't taken a proper bath. Today, she wanted to relax and unwind. She quickly undressed, jumped into the water, and started scrubbing vigorously. Her past habits stayed with her here. She always did everything quickly, speed after speed. Luckily, she was fast enough. Otherwise, she might have been caught. 15 minutes later, Sun Ziqing came to knock on the door. Su Xiao. Open up. Why lock the door in broad daylight? What's the matter? Su Xiao quickly wrapped her chest with gauze and dressed swiftly. Just want to help you wash up, Sun Ziqing said naturally. We can scrub each other's backs. Find someone else. Are you silly? Besides us guys, who else can I ask? Sun Ziqing continued knocking. Open up, helpless. Su Xiao had no choice but to open the door. She saw Sun Ziqing carrying a bath bucket over. Su Xiao almost froze. You're going to bathe in my room? What else should I do? Sun Ziqing looked at Su Xiao. Are you finished already? So quick. Are you clean? Come on, take off your clothes and I'll help scrub your back. No need, Su Xiao refused immediately. Why be shy? I've bathed with my senior brothers on the mountain, scrubbing backs together. You have what I have, so why be so polite? Sun Ziqing said. Hurry up and take them off. Seeing Su Xiao not moving, Sun Ziqing reached out and started to help. Hey, we're all guys. Why is your skin so much whiter than mine? Hey, are you hurt? Why are you still wrapped in gauze around your neck? Su Xiao couldn't take it anymore. She twisted Sun Ziqing's arm and casually pressed him onto the bed.
Hey, hey, hey.
Loosen up, it hurts. Su Xiao. What are you doing? Sun Ziqing cried out in pain. It's broken, it's broken. Try to move again, see what happens, Su Xiao said calmly, releasing his arm and tidying up the gauze, fastening the buttons. Rough cloth hurts the skin. I wear a soft veil underneath. Nothing special, so why are you making such a fuss? I see. That's a good idea. Why didn't I think of it before? Sun Ziqing grinned. Then you're not going to wash anymore. You wash yourself. I'm going to check on my mother and the others, Su Xiao said, turning to leave. Don't go. First scrub my back, Sun Ziqing said, right in front of Su Xiao. Su Xiao didn't shy away like a girl. Instead, she stared straight at Sun Ziqing, who was down to just his pants, and casually commented on whether his muscles looked good enough. Wow, I didn't expect that, Sun Ziqing, Su Xiao said with a chuckle. You look weak, but you actually have muscles. After saying that, she reached out and touched him. The feel is good. Sun Ziqing proudly puffed up his chest like a proud rooster, showing off his muscles. How about it? Not worse than you, right? I may be a scholar, but I know a bit about fighting. Still, I can't compare to you. We live in the mountains, coming in and out through the mountain gate. How could we be easy targets? Not bad, Su Xiao praised generously. Keep it up. By the way, it's best to avoid your wound a little. Su Xiao thought for a moment and took out an antibiotic pill from her space, handing it to Sun Ziqing. Open your mouth. Sun Ziqing obediently opened his mouth, and Su Xiao casually dropped the antibiotic inside. This was a medicine Su Xiao made herself. Actually, many medicines nowadays are made from publicly available recipes. As long as the lab meets the standards, extracting and cultivating things like penicillin or erythromycin is quite simple. Ideally, Sun Ziqing should get a tetanus shot for safety, but seeing how well he was treating his wound, Su Xiao didn't think much about it. Yes, I want to avoid the wound, so I need you to help me rub my back. I can't reach it myself, Sun Ziqing said elegantly as he stepped into the bath. Su Xiao chuckled softly, confidently took the towel, and scrubbed Sun Ziqing's back thoroughly. All right, take your time washing. I'm going to check on my mother and the others, Su Xiao said confidently, stood up, left, closed the door, and walked away. Sun Ziqing kept watching Su Xiao's figure as she left. He muttered to himself, could it be that I'm wrong about my feelings? Su Xiao found the Song family and asked about their situation, sharing her plans. Fenglin town is a good supply point. Most importantly, Sun Ziqing said that the Duan family raises many horses, all of which are war horses. When we get to the Central Plains and the South, we won't be able to buy these breeds anymore, Su Xiao explained. So, Mother, I need you to talk to Madame Duan about this so the Duan family can be prepared. Then I can discuss the purchase details with Mr. Duan. All right, no problem. Madame Song nodded immediately. Is there anything else I can do? Su Xiao lowered her voice and said, there are many good things in Su Mingji's private store. It's best to sell them quickly. I don't understand the market, so I need my mother to help check and set the prices. We can sell a batch in Fenglin town, and the rest can be taken to the capital to sell. Leave this to me, Song Shi readily agreed. Auntie, Su Xiao turned to Liu. Auntie, our carriage needs to be remodeled. In the next few days, you and the 3 older sisters should take apart the bedding, wash and dry it, and also prepare more food. Liu Auntie initially felt disappointed whenever Su Xiao always asked Song Shi to do things. She thought she was useless and couldn't help the children. Now, hearing how seriously Su Xiao asked for her help, Liu Auntie's disappointment vanished instantly. She hurriedly promised. Okay, I promise to do it well, Su Xiao kindly said. Annie, don't work too hard. Overexerting yourself will hurt your health, and your son will worry about you. I'm not tired at all. It's a pleasure to do something for you, Liu Auntie said, touching Su Xiao's face. You're going to do great things. I won't hold you back. Su Xiao smiled and nodded. With you here, I feel at ease. Liu Auntie's eyes instantly turned red. Song Shi's efficiency was excellent. In the past, she was very disheartened and didn't bother with the affairs of the Su household. Su Mingji did whatever he wanted, as long as it didn't disgust her. Now, things were different. Song sure felt hopeful every day, and naturally, she regained her previous skills and abilities. As long as she set her mind to making friends, there was no one she couldn't befriend. In just half a day, Song Sure had already become close friends with Madame Duan, talking very deeply. When she felt the conversation was enough, Song Sure shifted to the main topic. I heard your family has a horse farm. When I was in the capital, I liked riding horses too. But after I got married, I never went again. Yes, yes, Madame Duan replied. Our Yen province isn't as strict as the capital. If you want to go, just go. How about we go for a walk tomorrow to relax? Oh, that would be a bit awkward. It's a pity we can't stay long, and after we leave, I won't be able to see your horses anymore. I'll feel a bit empty inside, Song Sure said regretfully. That's no problem. I'll give you 2 horses. You can ride whenever you want, Madame Duan said. How can I ask for your horses? I'll buy them. Mrs. Song pretended to be casual and asked, Do you sell your horses outside? Yes, we do, Madame Duan replied honestly. The young foals we raise are meant to be sold. Do you sell other things too? Grain, cloth, and so on? Yes, we sell those as well, but the prices. Mrs. Song took Madame Duan's hand and said sincerely, Sister, I only tell you this because I am close to you. If you find it upsetting, just forget I said anything. I am straightforward and can't stand dirt and evil schemes, so I risk being disliked by you to share this. Madame Duan was startled and quickly asked, Good sister, don't say that. Please tell me what happened. Mrs. Song said, On our way here, we met young Master Yuan. My son told me that the Yuan family, or maybe the whole family, has ambitions. She pointed to the sky with her finger and continued, The Dia dynasty is in chaos now, so it's not surprising that the Yuan family has plans. But can we really trust the Yuan family? I heard that originally, you and the Yuan family agreed that Yun Yun would marry into them as the main wife. But then, the deal was broken, and the main wife became a concubine. Even a high-ranking concubine is still a concubine. Both of us are the heads of our households, and we understand the difference clearly. Madame Duan looked upset and nodded, saying, That's right. I'm angry about it too. I may be a child of a lesser wife, but I've contributed to the Yuan family. Why won't they leave my daughter alone? The main wife is noble. Why do they have to choose a daughter from a lesser wife like me? Mrs. Song recounted everything about Yuan Jingxi comforting the refugees outside Fenglin town. Young Master Yuan is kind-hearted, but I just feel something's not right. How does that sound? Are you saying the refugees are displaced because of you? Isn't that a lie? Also, your Duan family is helping with disaster relief. That charity work should be credited to you, not to the Yuan family. Even if the Duan family doesn't mind sharing the good reputation with the Yuan family, they should get some benefits in return. You can't just say a few words and dismiss it with empty talk. You're her aunt. That's true. But you should also think about yourself. A daughter who marries out is like water spilled on the ground. You rely on your family for support, but they shouldn't take advantage and drain you. Besides, your life ahead is with your husband, not with your family. When the husband's family is doing well, you'll be better off. When you are strong, your daughter will have a better future. Mrs. Duan held Mrs. Song's hand, feeling like a confidant. You really spoke my mind. I've been holding back my anger too, but I just can't do anything about it. Honestly, my husband is very upset now. Is it okay? We are relatives, and maybe even future in-laws. Should we just accept it? It feels so frustrating. Our family has contributed money, effort, people, and supplies, but we're not even given the position of the main wife. Instead, they just make a promise, saying if it works out, my daughter might become a noble consort.
Who knows if that will happen?
Who can say she'll be a noble consort in the future? I don't even expect my daughter to become a noble consort. Just being a proper wife is enough, Mrs. Duan said. I know my daughter. She's straightforward and can't handle complicated schemes. I just want her to live safely and healthily. I think the same, Mrs. Song replied. My 3 daughters, I don't ask for wealth or fame, just for them to be safe. I hope they find a good man who understands the hard work of managing a household and respects the original wife. That's enough. Parents always worry. That's so true. But we really can't refuse outright. Mrs. Duan said. The Yuan family knows we have everything and we lack nothing. If we refuse, it's like turning against them. My daughter from the Yuan family's marriage is in a tricky position. I have an idea. Mrs. Song smiled slightly. Honestly, we're also going out to buy some supplies. The price is flexible as long as there is stock. We want it all. Sister Song, what are you doing? Madame Duan asked with confusion. Our family has a lot of grain. Even if it's more, we can still eat it, Song said with a smile. We have a team dedicated to transporting supplies. Madame Duan looked respectful. I'll discuss this with my husband. Of course, Song replied. I think it's better to sell than to make things difficult. Later, young Master Yuan can check the warehouse. If there's no grain, he can't force you to steal. It's not that you don't want to help, but you simply can't. Grain supplies are too obvious. It's easier to keep some silver for now. But we can't leave everything. We should keep enough for 2 or 3 years for our family, Song added thoughtfully. With this disaster, we don't know when it will end. It's wise to have extra grain and silver on hand. When the girl gets married, she can't bring a huge amount of grain as dowry. Silver notes are more convenient and less likely to cause trouble with her in-laws. If you don't say anything, no one will know how much silver she has for her dowry. You're right. Just wait for my news. Song's words deeply touched Madame Duan. After returning home, Madame Duan told her husband what Song had said. Mr. Duan listened and nodded. They don't seem like ordinary people. It turns out they come from the capital. She hurried back with her child and didn't bring much, probably worried about losing face at her parents' home. Buying horses, carts, grain, and medicine is also for showing off. Should we sell it? Madame Duan asked. Sister Song said she wants it no matter the price. Mr. Duan paced a few times and suddenly stopped, grinding his teeth. Sell it. Madame Su is right. If I keep these things but refuse to give anything to the Yuan family, they'll be unhappy when they find out. We rely on the Yuan family in Namping County. Offending them isn't good for us. But giving them so much money, supplies, and grain for nothing, and not being able to secure a proper wife for our daughter, that's a problem. The Yuan family is ambitious. I have no words for that, but I can't gamble our future on it. Yuan Jingxi's words sound nice, but even his concubine is just a concubine. How can my union endure such hardship? Since we don't want to break with the Yuan family, but also want to keep our strength, selling the supplies to them is the best choice. However, with so many items, how will they be transported? The entire Fonlin town is sealed off now. Large shipments leaving would surely be noticed, Deputy Duan asked. They said they have their own moving teams, so we don't need to worry. Just gather the goods in one place, and they will move them overnight, Madame Duan replied. They also said that if the Yuan family finds out, they will bear the loss themselves. It has nothing to do with us. Really? Then what are we waiting for?
Sell. Who cares who we sell to?
Deputy Duan sneered. If the Yuan family is willing to give our daughter a proper wife position, I will give silver notes. If they still refuse, then we'll pretend we never discussed marriage. My precious daughter, raised in wealth and honor, is not meant to be a concubine. All right, Madame Duan immediately agreed. I will go tell Sister Song. The sooner we do this, the better. To avoid unnecessary trouble at night, when Song learned the news, she knew she had handled everything well. Su Xiaopei respectfully bowed to Song. Mother is truly talented, Song smiled warmly. Fortunately, I didn't let you down. Now it's your turn. By the way, I've sorted the jewelry, antiques, calligraphy, and paintings you gave me. The valuable heirlooms I've stored separately. The rest can be sold, Song said. I also saw that the Duan family has many other good things. Take everything that can be taken, don't worry. Sun Ziking has already prepared a list. I just need to negotiate prices based on that, Su Xiaosmile replied. Song nodded with satisfaction. Sun Ziking is a good kid. Sun Ziking really made a long list for Su Xia. When Su Xia was in Lynn County, she didn't have any special plans, so she bought whatever she could find. She did buy some things she didn't need right now. Sun Ziking suggested selling to Yuan Jingxi to get some funds back, but Su Xia checked her small savings and found she had enough money.
There was no need to sell now.
If she wanted to get money back, She could do it later in the capital, where people had money and were willing to spend. After all, her scoundrel father's entire fortune was with him, and the bandits' belongings were also in his hands. Song was very clear that Su Xia could freely take whatever she wanted from her private stash, and she supported her fully. When the Song family was married, it was truly a grand occasion with a full 10-mile procession. Although Su Mingji was really shameless, he genuinely liked Song, so he didn't steal his wife's dowry. Moreover, Su Mingji was also wealthy himself. Otherwise, why would he have asked to marry Song? In short, Su Shuang now has a lot of money and is not lacking in funds. After hearing that Su Shuang was not short of money, Xu Ziqing made a new shopping list. This list was even longer and included a wide variety of items. Seeing the list, Su Shuang thought she could gather everything and build a small fortress on a mountain. Wait, are you sure we need to buy sewing needles from here? Su Shuang asked in surprise. Otherwise, where will you get needles on the road? We have to go all the way to the capital, then southwest, south, and to the 2 lakes, Xu Ziqing replied. Are you sure that after this village, the next shop will have these items? You can buy them in the capital, but we're going there to sell goods. Do we have time to worry about these small things? Of course, we should prepare ahead of time while we have nothing to do now. I'm not saying that, Su Shuang explained. What I mean is, these small items might be hard for you to make, but for me, it's very easy, she tried to clarify. As long as I have enough iron or even iron ore, I can produce countless needles in bulk. How is that possible? Xu Ziqing looked at Su Shuang in shock. He stared at her for a long time before saying, Su Shuang, how many more surprises do I not know about you? Su Shuang replied helplessly, you'll find out later. She explained that she had a machine tool and could produce as many needles as she wanted. But in this era, sewing needles really needed to be polished by hand for a long time to be made properly. That's the power of technology. Xu Ziqing took the detailed list back and said to Su Shuang, cross out the items you think are unnecessary, and we'll review the list together. Su Shuang immediately picked up a pen and quickly crossed out many items she could already make herself. Xu Ziqing looked at her with increasing surprise.
Excellent Liu Su Shuang.
The conclusion was deep and unpredictable. Su Xiao has many secrets, so many that he can't help but want to get closer and explore them. All right, that's all for now, Su Xiao said. Whether we can live a good life depends on these things. I'm going to talk to Master Duan. Sun Ziqing took the detailed list and said to Su Xiao, wait for my good news. I have a small favor to ask. When you're collecting things, can you bring me along? I'm really curious. I want to see for myself. Sun Ziqing's eyes lit up, and he happily went to negotiate with Master Duan. I don't know what Sun Ziqing said to Master Duan, but when he returned, he looked proud, like a victorious rooster. Did it work? Su Xiao asked him with a smile. Of course it did, Sun Ziqing said mysteriously. I also got a surprise this time. Guess what I bought? It can't be just iron ore, right? Su Xiao said casually. How do you know? Sun Ziqing looked at Su Xiao in surprise. Su Xiao suddenly stood up quickly. You really bought iron ore? Shoo, keep your voice down. Sun Ziqing pulled Su Xiao close and lowered his voice. I was just testing Master Duan and I didn't expect him to actually have it. What does this mean? It shows that Master Duan also has ambitions, but he's not on good terms with the Yuan family, Su Xiao analyzed calmly. But why is he willing to sell to you? Has the Yuan family already found out? Are they planning to punish Master Duan, so he has to deal with it quickly? Maybe our big fool appeared at the right time, and he took advantage of the situation? This time, the Yuan family's attitude really hurt Master Duan, Sun Ziqing said with a sly smile. I also gave him some advice on what would be the smartest move, and he told me he has a batch of iron ore and iron ingots. Su Xiao gave Sun Ziqing a thumbs up. Sun Ziqing leaned in close and asked in a low voice, Su Xiao, tell me honestly. What do you plan to do with this batch of iron ore? Depends on the situation, Su Xiao replied. If we can live peacefully, I'll use it to make farming tools. If chaos is coming, I'll make knives. If I want to dominate the world, I'll make weapons. Are you satisfied with that answer? Sun Ziqing smiled happily. Very satisfied. He knew he hadn't been mistaken. Although Su Xiao always denied his ambitions, his eyes told him that Su Xiao was never someone who would accept being subordinate. One day, he would rise to great heights and compete for power. "Let me give you some good news," Sun Ziqing said with a mysterious smile. "That iron mine is in Fenlin town." Although Duan Yuanwei didn't say it openly, I guess from the terrain that it should be northwest of Fenlin town. "Su Xiao, how much you get depends on you." Su Xiao gave Sun Ziqing a thumbs up. "You're impressive. It's nothing," Sun Ziqing said proudly. "So, what do you think? If you take me along, won't it be worth it?" "Definitely," Su Xiao replied sincerely. It's a huge profit. Hearing Su Xiao's praise, Sun Ziqing felt even more proud. The deal between the Duan family and Su Xiao was quick and secretive because Sun Ziqing had already negotiated the prices for each item. All that was left was the transaction. Su Xiao paid, and the Duan family received the money. Su Xiao paid happily, and the Duan family gave the goods just as willingly. All of this was done without Yuan Jingxi knowing. Sun Ziqing was responsible for distracting Yuan Jingxi, either by drinking tea and reciting poetry or painting and listening to music, while chatting about life and the future. Yuan Jingxi already had some thoughts about Sun Ziqing. Now that he knew Sun Ziqing's abilities, he paid even more attention to him, urging him to return to Nanping, trying to persuade him. Sun Ziqing deliberately kept Yuan Jingxi waiting. Once the deal was done, he said he needed to think carefully. After all, the world was still peaceful now. If chaos broke out, then he would consider it. Yuan Jingxi thought that made sense. After all, Sun Ziqing was only 17 and just out of his family's protection. He was curious about the outside world and eager to explore. Once he had experienced enough, he could come back more mature and steady to help him. That night, Su Xiao and Sun Ziqing secretly appeared at the temporary warehouse prepared by the Duan family. The moment to witness a miracle had arrived. The two moved like thieves, sneaking up to the warehouse door. They took out the keys prepared in advance and unlocked the door. They quickly slipped inside and shut the door behind them with a swift motion. Inside the warehouse was dark and nothing could be seen. Su Xiao took a torch from the space, lit it, and handed it to Sun Ziqing. "Watch carefully. The moment to witness a miracle has arrived." Indeed, Sun Ziqing widened his eyes, holding the torch, and looked at Su Xiao with bright, focused eyes. "Watch closely." Su Xiao gently brushed her hand over the shelf in front of her. Where her fingers touched, everything disappeared. In just a breath, a large amount of supplies vanished. First the food, then the herbs, followed by countless horses, carriages, tools, daily necessities, and various ores and iron ingots. All of this amazed Sun Ziqing so much that his mouth opened wide in shock. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it. Someone in this world could move objects with their mind or collect things from afar. His master was right. There are always people better than others, and there are higher powers beyond the sky. During times of chaos, many gods and immortals descended to the mortal world, each with their own special skills to stir up the world. Isn't Guguzi, the legendary figure, a perfect example? Just then, Su Xiao, who had finished gathering all the supplies, turned to look back. From so far away, under the faint firelight, Sun Ziqing saw a strange shadow on Su Xiao. The shadow looked like a woman, dressed in white, holding an unfamiliar device, seemingly observing something. Suddenly, the woman looked directly at him with sharp and challenging eyes. Sun Ziqing instinctively rubbed his eyes, then opened them again. There was no strange woman, only Su Xiao herself. "What's wrong?" Su Xiao asked. "Nothing, I was just shocked by you. Today I've truly seen something incredible," Sun Ziqing said sincerely. "Su Xiao, your skill is really extraordinary."
Su Xiao chuckled softly.
"So you have to keep this a secret, or I'll go around telling everyone that Sun Ziqing isn't a good person. Do you have to be so cruel? I've already revealed my secret to you. How can you call me cruel?" All right, I'm scared of you. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone in this lifetime." Sun Ziqing swore. "If I break my promise, let me never return to my master's school. Deal?" Su Xiao then smiled and walked toward him. Alright, let's go collect the iron ore now. Should we leave some signs at the entrance to prove the carriage took the goods away? Xuan Ziqing asked. No, just leave it as it is. The more mysterious, the better, Su Xiao replied. That way, they will imagine all sorts of scenes and fill in the gaps logically themselves. Xuan Ziqing thought for a moment and agreed that it made sense. He took Su Xiao through the darkness to a mountain hollow about 3 miles from Fenglin town. Because of the refugees, all the workers in the mountain hollow had been withdrawn back to the town. The large ore site was completely unguarded. Su Xiao exchanged a glance with Xuan Ziqing, they high-fived and got to work. Xuan Ziqing was in charge of finding the ore, and Su Xiao was responsible for collecting it. Su Xiao packed all the mined iron ore into his space, a lot of it. Unfortunately, he couldn't take the unmined parts, but he was satisfied. These were all free gains. After finishing this job, the two of them sneaked back to their resting courtyard. It felt like they were doing something sneaky. Just as Su Xiao was about to enter her room, her hand was suddenly grabbed, and something was pressed into her palm. Sure, Xuan Ziqing whispered. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Confused but obedient, Su Xiao nodded without saying a word and went into her room. She opened her hand and saw a half-jade ring about the size of an egg in her palm. What does he mean by this? Su Xiao was puzzled. Forget it, she thought. She would put it in her space for now and ask him later. Xuan Ziqing lay on his bed but couldn't fall asleep. He seemed to understand why his calamity was with Su Xiao. Su Xiao was too mysterious. So, he didn't regret giving her his token. It meant he trusted and approved of her. In the future, if he died, Su Xiao could use this half-jade ring to seek shelter from his sect. It was like a promise from him. Su Xiao, don't let me down. Someone had already checked the warehouse and hurried to report to Lord Duan. Sir, all the items in the warehouse are gone. Completely cleaned out, nothing left. There are no signs at the entrance either. The other side cleaned up very thoroughly. Lord Duan and Lady Duan exchanged worried looks, both showing signs of concern. As expected from someone trained in the capital, Madame Su is always so confident and calm. It turns out she has people secretly following her. They managed to move so many items overnight without anyone noticing, at least 1,000 people involved. Mr. Duan imagines this vividly. Madam, you should build a good relationship with Madame Su. In the future, you might need her help. Don't worry, sir. I will, Madame Duan replies. It's a pity that young Master Su is still young, otherwise he and Yun would be a good match. Forget about young Master Su, Mr. Duan says. I can see he's not someone ordinary. Once he transforms into a dragon, he'll be a rival to the Yuan family. He adds, let's not get involved, or it might cause trouble for us. He then turns to his servant. Go invite Jingxi over. Soon, Jingxi arrives. Mr. Duan warmly invites him to sit down. How are your plans coming along, uncle? Jingxi asks confidently. All you need to do is donate some old grain for disaster relief. That will earn you a good reputation and some benefits. If they settle in Fenglin town, they will become your tenants. Sorry, Jingxi, Mr. Duan says. I just asked around and the old grain and herbs are all sold out. He takes out a stack of silver notes and places them on the table. I really can't help you this time. Take this money and see how much you can buy. It might not be enough, but it can help ease your current difficulties. Jingxi, who is full of confidence, suddenly can't hold it anymore. He stands up sharply. What do you mean, uncle? I know you don't believe me, Mr. Duan says. Fine, I'll have someone open the warehouse for you. Just go take a look. He continues, I really don't have any extra grain. With so many mouths to feed at home, I can't just give away our food for relief. Jingxi doesn't believe him. He turns and heads straight to the Duan family's warehouse. When he sees it completely empty, he is furious. How is this possible? How could this happen? He had been told that the Duan family had at least 10,000 bushels of grain. He had planned everything carefully, using this to force the Duan family to align with him and boost his reputation. But now, everything is ruined. It is important to know that refugees outside are still coming steadily to Fenglin town. At that time, what will he use to give relief to the disaster victims? Yuan Jingxi could no longer hold back and went directly to ask Duan Yuan why. What does this mean, uncle? Are you planning to cut ties with my Yuan family? Jingxi, why do you say that? Duan Yuanwei looked shocked and said, You have seen these days that no one from my family comes or goes. Do you think I have the ability to hide all this grain so you can't find it? It's really unfortunate, but I truly have none. At this moment, Yuan Jingxi's attendant hurried over and reported, Young master, it's bad. The refugees have surrounded all of Fenglin town. They are asking you to come out and want to know when you will start giving relief food. Yuan Jingxi suddenly turned around and said to Duan Yuanwei, If you can't help me get through this difficult time, my reputation will suffer. You won't be doing any better either. Aren't you afraid that grandfather will blame you? Duan Yuanwei was unhappy but could only reply patiently. So, what do you suggest we do? First, take some grain from the warehouse to help the victims and stabilize the refugees. Then find ways to gather more grain. Whether you buy, borrow, or seize it, you must gather enough food. Yuan Jingxi quickly calmed down and said, I will have people spread the word that all the credit goes to Uncle. It is Uncle who, with his strength, turned the tide and saved the people from disaster. I have already contacted 3 pharmacies in town to buy all the medicinal herbs. I will ask the doctors to come up with ideas to develop medicines to treat the plague and save the people. Uncle, I know you have opinions about me. But family matters are family matters, and national affairs are national affairs. I hope you can distinguish between the two. Once everything settles, we can talk about other things. Oh dear, am I unlucky to have come here? Su Xiao and Sun Ziqing walked in from outside, both looking somewhat embarrassed. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I just happened to hear you looking for something. Duan Yuanwei quickly glanced at Su Xiao. Su Xiao's face was full of sincerity, as if he wasn't the one who had taken so many supplies last night. This young boy was so cunning at such a young age. What will he be like in the future? Brothers Su and Ziqing, you're here. Yuan Jingxi changed his face quickly and cheerfully greeted, You came just in time. My brother and I are having a hard time dealing with the refugees. Could you help us think of a solution? Xu and Ziqing chuckled softly and said, What a coincidence. I am good at medicine. I have already studied and understood the plague, and I am working on improving the medicine. It won't be long before I can cure it completely. Xu and Ziqing said this because he discovered that the mysterious small pill Su Xiao gave him actually worked very well, even better than his own medicine. He then persuaded Su Xiao to give him another pill. This opened his eyes to science, and he learned about a medicine called antibiotics. After using antibiotics to treat a patient with the plague, he was amazed to see how effective it was. Within a day, the patient's condition improved quickly. But this medicine needed to be used with other medicines to fully cure the disease. Su Xiao was very happy about this discovery. After all, she didn't want to stay around a group of plague patients all the time. Prevention is always better than having people get sick. She also didn't want to wear a mask all the time on the road, so hot and stuffy. Therefore, Su Xiao decided to produce antibiotics in large quantities in her space, then combine them with Xu and Ziqing's medicine to distribute the cure. Although she couldn't sell food to Yuan Jingxi, she could sell him medicine. Sharing the good reputation equally. When Yuan Jingxi heard that Xu and Ziqing could cure the plague, his eyes lit up, and he almost wanted to take Xu and Ziqing away immediately. But such strategic talent can't be forced. It must be won with sincerity. Otherwise, why is there the saying 3 visits to the thatched cottage? You have to move people with genuine feelings. A forced apple is not sweet. Xu and Ziqing took out a small bottle from his sleeve and handed it to Yuan Jingxi, saying, You can take this to test on patients. We'll see the results. Good, I'll have someone try the medicine. Yuan Jingxi replied immediately, taking it and passing it to his subordinate. Tested on patients with mild, moderate, and severe symptoms. Report the results quickly. After a while, the test results came out. Patients with mild symptoms recovered instantly. Patients in the development stage showed visible signs of recovery. The most important thing is that the patient, who was about to die during the critical stage, surprisingly recovered. Although the recovery was slow, it was definitely getting better. When Yuan Jingxi received the news, he excitedly grabbed Sun Ziking's hand and kept saying, Sun Ziking, you are like a miracle sent from heaven to save me. I can't believe I met someone as talented as you. Please accept my bow. Sun Ziking helped Yuan Jingshi steady himself and said, Hey, let's be clear. My medicine isn't free. I used many high-quality ingredients to make just this much. If I give it to you for free, I would be losing money. Yuan Jingshi quickly said, Of course, I can't let you pay for it yourself. I'll cover all the costs. Sun Ziking had been waiting for this and replied, This bottle of medicine can treat 5 people. Let's say 20 taels of silver. How much do you need? Yuan Jingshi hesitated. Well, Su Xiao quickly interrupted, playing the good cop and the bad cop with Sun Ziking. Sun Ziking, you can't just charge that much. Young Master Yuan provided the ingredients and labor. He shouldn't have to spend so much. Just ask for the cost price. We're all friends. No need to make money from friends. Sun Ziking looked uncomfortable and said, But I am only asking for the cost price. Some of the ingredients are special and can't be bought elsewhere. I had to make them myself. Su Xiao glanced at Yuan Jingshi and added, Try to lower the cost a bit. We're all family. Even if the Yuan family is wealthy, they shouldn't spend so much. Besides, what if young Master Yuan can't manage the family business and can't pay this money? At this point, Yuan Jingshi had no choice but to speak up. No, 20 taels is 20 taels. I won't let you suffer any loss, Sun Ziking. You're willing to share your recipe, which is a great kindness. I can't let you pay out of pocket or work for nothing. As for this money, Yuan Jingshi instinctively looked at Duan Yuanwei. Knowing he had to make a sacrifice today, Duan Yuanwei gritted his teeth and took out a stack of silver notes, placing them on the table. This was meant for Yun Yun's dowry. Since Zhengxi needs it urgently, take it first. We're all family, no need to be polite. Duan Yuanwei's words made it clear that there was no room for negotiation. Yuan Jingshi could only say, Thank you, uncle. I will pass on your kindness to the refugees outside and let them know of your efforts. As for the food supplies, I'll trouble uncle to help gather them. After speaking, Yuan Jingshi left. Su Xiao, grateful for the many supplies sent by Deputy Master Duan, advised him kindly. Disaster victims don't necessarily need rice and flour. Anything that can be eaten counts as food. Last time I fed the horses, I saw bean pods, and they were quite good. Xuanziqing also nodded and said, It's time for the disaster victims to know how hard Deputy Master Duan has worked for their food. Their words made Deputy Master Duan's eyes light up. He immediately clasped his hands and said, Thank you for the advice. Then he hurried out, loudly shouting, Come here. Open the granary in the West Warehouse. Today, my Duan family will help the disaster victims, he shouted to the people outside. Everyone, don't worry. Although our grain supplies are limited, I will go ask others for help. As long as there is food from the Duan family, no one will go hungry. Very good. He successfully gained some reputation at Yuan Jingshi's expense. As for how Su Xiao and Xuanziqing would settle accounts, that was none of their business. Because right now, they were very busy. They were busy making a big profit, acting like sneaky merchants. Xuanziqing was in his room preparing medicine formulas, while Su Xiao was in her space, making antibiotics. Both of them were working like crazy. But just thinking about the shiny silver coins flowing toward them made them feel very excited. Su Xiao casually threw everything into her space storage, waiting for the next shopping spree. Su Xiao and Sun Ziqing were in the room rolling medicinal pills, both with big dark circles under their eyes. The third daughter of the Su family couldn't stand it anymore and came over to help roll pills. Su Xiao and Sun Ziqing finally got a short break. Outside, the refugees heard that a divine doctor had appeared in Fonlin town, able to cure the plague. All the sick and those who were healthy but afraid of getting sick were heading toward Fonlin town. Nanping County had become the hottest area in the current region. Even people from Lynn County were coming here. When Su Xiao heard this news, she knew it was bad and had to leave quickly. Otherwise, if she met those merchants, her carefully built image would be ruined. Su Xiao said to Sun Ziqing, We need to work overtime these days to produce enough medicine. In at most 3 days, we have to run away. Sun Ziqing immediately understood. Are people from Lin County coming? Su Xiao didn't deny it. I have too many disguises. I'm afraid one will be exposed. Sun Ziqing chuckled, bursting into laughter. The phrase was fresh and funny, but He understood its meaning instantly. Got it, Sun Ziqing said. Let's not sleep these days. After we leave Fenglin town, we can rest properly. I'll call my mother and the others. Su Xiao turned around and called Song Shi, Luinyang, and Song Mama to help roll pills. Song Shi, who had never done rough work before, didn't mind. She rolled up her sleeves and started helping. Not skilled at fine work, nor at rough work. So, this family was truly working tirelessly, rolling pills with fiery passion. More people meant more strength. By the end of the day, the number of pills produced was more than 10 times what Su Xiao and Sun Ziqing had ever made before. Because Song Mama was really capable. Although she was usually quiet and silent, always silently accompanying Song Shi, she was very efficient. She worked faster and better than 5 people. Her speed was incredible, and the pills were rolled so quickly and well that Su Xiao and Sun Ziqing almost couldn't keep up with the supply. With big dark circles under their eyes, Su Xiao and her family handed a large batch of pills to Yuan Jingxi. Su Xiao said, "Young Master Yuan, this is the maximum we can produce. We can't make more. That's enough. This is plenty." Yuan Jingxi looked at the large number of pills with a faint pain in his heart. It meant a lot of money was leaving him quickly. But this was a key time to gather people's trust. He couldn't be sentimental. At worst, he would earn it back later. He successfully solved the plague. This achievement was enough to be recorded in history, to establish his reputation, and to gain his grandfather's attention. This investment was worth it. Also, there's another thing. We've rested enough in Fenglin town. It's time to leave, Su Xiao said. Today, we will formally say goodbye to young Master Yuan. Yuan Jingxi was surprised.
What?
Leaving now? Why not stay a few more days? The direction you're heading is slightly off. You could pass through Nanfeng County. Why not visit my home? Su Xiao refused. No, my mother misses home. We want to return to the capital quickly to see our grandfather. There will be more opportunities later. Yuan Jingxi looked regretful and turned to Sun Ziqing. Ziqing, are you not staying a bit longer? Sun Ziqing waved his hand. I'm tired too.
I want to go out and relax.
The medicines I left should be enough. If not, other doctors can take over and treat the remaining patients. I will step back now. I've eaten meat, and I want other doctors to share the credit. I can't take all the praise myself, Sun Ziqing said playfully. The follow-up care for these patients should be manageable. I can step down now. What could Yuan Jingxi say? He replied, all right, take your time. Maybe after I finish dealing with Fenglin town, I can catch up with you. If we meet again, I'd love to visit your home and show some hospitality. Sure, Su Xiao agreed with a smile. Meeting again was impossible. They would run off quickly, leaving Nanfeng County overnight. Su Xiao turned to say goodbye to Duan Yuan. Su Xiao, can't you stay? Duan Yunyan looked at her with reluctance. Her feelings were obvious. No, we already wrote to the capital. If we don't return on time, our grandfather will worry, Su Xiao said immediately. Besides, there are so many things on the way. We can't leave them unattended, and we don't feel at ease. Duan Yuan immediately said, since elders at home are expecting us, we won't keep you. The daughter's worries, he understood them well, but because he understood too much, he realized that Su Xiao was even less suitable for his daughter than Yuan Jingxi. This young man looks harmless, but in fact, he is cold and unfeeling. People like him pretend to be serious, but personal feelings are not part of his concerns. If his daughter married him, she would be doomed to live a lonely life. So, Mr. Duan eagerly gave some money to Su Xiao, urging them to leave Fenglin town quickly. When Su Xiao and Sun Ziqing stepped out of the Duan family's gate, ready to leave, Sun Ziqing instinctively looked up at the sky. Suddenly, 2 golden lights appeared from above. One landed on Su Xiao, and the other on him. Sun Ziqing's eyes widened in shock. He also saw a golden glow of morality. He was about to scream. He had actually touched the golden glow of morality. Su Xiao was not his obstacle. She was his benefactor. Before the ruler he wanted to assist appeared, he had already followed Su Xiao. No matter what anyone said, it wouldn't change his mind. He stubbornly stuck to her. Seeing Sun Ziqing staring blankly at the sky, Su Xiao nudged him with her elbow and asked, "What are you looking at?" Su Xiao, "I've made my decision," Sun Ziqing said very seriously. "I've decided to follow you for the rest of my life," he declared with firm resolve, as if he wanted to join a party. "Even if you chase me away, I won't leave." Su Xiao looked confused. "Are you crazy? Who's going to chase you away?" Yes, we're good brothers, lifelong brothers. The kind who never part ways." Sun Ziqing immediately beamed and put his arm around Su Xiao's shoulders, then got into the carriage. In the past few days, his leg wound had almost healed, and he had become even more lively than before. The Song family and others followed behind, watching the two of them arm in arm, all showing expressions of helplessness. Good brothers are good brothers. Being brothers is better than being siblings. The Duan family was very generous, giving Su Xiao and her companions several carriages. All of them were high quality, filled with thick clothes, blankets, water bags, and food, gifts to thank Su Xiao and Sun Ziqing for their help and advice. Although he lost a little money, compared to risking everything on Yuan Jingxi and gaining a bad reputation, this small loss can be ignored. Duan Yunyan tearfully waved goodbye, bit her handkerchief, turned, and threw herself into Madame Duan's arms, crying softly. "Stop crying," Madame Duan comforted her. "You're not from the same path. Sooner or later, you'll part ways. But I can't find anyone more interesting than him." Duan Yunyan pouted. "Cousin can't compare to him." "That's what you say," Madame Duan replied. "Your cousin is at least a legitimate member of the Yuan family. Really, mother, I saw with my own eyes how he protects his family, how he cares for them, and I even heard how much he worries about everyone." "He's so gentle," Duan Yunyan said. "Cousin wouldn't do that. He just says a few caring words, but doesn't do much." But Su Xiao is different. He sends blessings to Madame Su, gives gifts to Auntie, sends needles to the maid, and brings flowers and jewelry to his sisters. Madame Duan was speechless. She could only say dryly, "Men, when they grow up, all change." Meanwhile, Su Xiao, who was being thought of by Duan Yunyan, was rushing out of Fenglin town with a fast-moving convoy. Fenglin town, once surrounded by refugees, had now been mostly settled. Yuan Jingxi wanted to keep these refugees, so he had to spend real money, or it would all be for nothing. After leaving Fenglin town, the number of refugees decreased quite a bit. But there were still some left. Those continuing south were either distrustful of the Yuan family or had their own plans, like Su Xiao. After leaving Nanfeng County, the carriage convoy quickly hit the main road again, following the refugees and continuing on their way. By noon, the sun was scorching wherever it shone. "This weather never rains. What should we do?" Songshur said worriedly. "Even if the plague is under control, without rain, the people can't survive. So more refugees will keep fleeing," Su Xiao replied. "Yenzhou is better. I heard that Suzhou, south of Yenzhou, hasn't rained for a whole year. The land there is almost barren, and the people have all left. The local officials only care about making money and don't help at all." Sun Ziqing hurried over and said, "It's not just neglect. Things are much worse in Suzhou than in Yenzhou. Many officials are directly involved in human trafficking, sending young boys and girls to Hangzhou and Yangzhou. They split the money among themselves and live like tyrants. As we head south, we will have to pass through Suzhou, and our caravan will be quite noticeable. The officials and bandits there work together. They target both the poor and the rich. Rich people are kidnapped for ransom, and if the ransom isn't paid, they are killed. Good-looking people are sold. So, in Suzhou, unless you have power, wealth, or status, everyone is on edge and eager to leave, even if it means leaving their homes behind. If we don't leave now, we might lose our lives at any moment, either kidnapped or sold." Everyone was shocked and asked, "How can it be like this? Does the government really not care?" Of course they don't care. Suzhou is the territory of the crown princess. The corrupt money earned there is half given to the princess as tribute, Sun Ziqing said bitterly. "The princess is the emperor's favorite, and no one dares to offend her. Before we go to the next place, we should hide the carriages and walk from now on," Su Xiao asked. "Can you all manage?" "It's fine, we can do it," Song said. "As long as there's no plague, at worst we'll just be tired." We won't have to live in constant fear. With Folin Town nearby, those who are sick won't usually go south, Su Xiao added. Even if they do, it's okay because we still have our special medicine. Being able to ride in a carriage all the way here is already good, Aunt Liu said. I thought we would have to walk from the start. All right, let's rest in the nearby woods and change into patched clothes, Su Xiao said. After we pass that road, we'll be out of Yanzhou's territory and we need to adopt a new identity. Sunziking, you're my cousin-in-law.
Come join us, Su Xiao said.
My cousin and I studied together at the academy. Because our family was in trouble and my father was killed by bandits, we had to leave home and go south to stay with relatives. From today, the 3 older sisters won't wash their faces or hair. The dirtier and more disheveled, the better. In chaotic times, girls are the most vulnerable, so you must endure it. Su Xiaozhen advised the 3 daughters of the Su family. Little brother, don't worry. Starting today, I will put ash on my face and won't wash it anymore, said the eldest sister, Su Ling. We won't be left alone. Grandma is older, so she can pretend to be our grandmother, said Su Xiaozhen. Just as Grandma Song was about to refuse, Song Shi said, It's settled then. Okay, said Su Xiaozhen. Let's go and change our identities. The group drove a carriage into the woods. When they came out, they had transformed into a group of proper refugees. Song Shi and Aunt Liu also changed into rough cloth clothes, with ash and dirt smeared on their faces to look like farmers. This covered their beautiful faces. Grandma Song, who was already plain-looking, added a few wrinkles at the corners of her eyes to look like an ordinary old woman. To make everyone look more like homeless people, they dirted and tore their clothes repeatedly on the ground. When they entered the woods, they attracted many looks, but after they came out, no one paid attention to them anymore. They successfully changed disguises. Su Xiaozhen helped Aunt Liu, Su Ling helped Song Shi, and Su Zhen and Su Lai supported Grandma Song. Xuan Ziqing carried a big bag on her back and followed behind. The group smoothly blended into the refugee crowd. This time, no one came to greet them, because the refugees' eyes were already dull, and everyone looked numb and mechanical. They seemed to walk on instinct, not thinking about where to go or how to get there. Suddenly, Su Lai shouted in fear, pointing ahead. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed and saw someone collapse on the ground, convulsing. In just a few breaths, the body stopped moving. They were either unconscious or already dead. Xuan Ziqing went to check and shook her head at everyone. Looking around, it seemed no one saw the person die. Everyone was moving like zombies. Maybe they had seen this too many times and no longer cared. Indeed, more people fell ahead, waiting for death. When Su Xiaozhen helped Aunt Liu past a corpse, her ankle was suddenly grabbed tightly by a hand that looked like a chicken's claw. The other person weakly called for help. Save me, I can't die. Su Xiao didn't lower her head and easily shook off the other's grasp, supporting Aunt Liu as they continued forward. No one wants to die, but not everyone can survive. Sister Second, Su Zhen, was walking when she suddenly felt very thirsty. She took off her water pouch, ready to drink some water to quench her thirst. Before she could bring it to her mouth, someone suddenly rushed out from the side, snatched her water pouch, and started gulping the water down loudly. Su Zhen was stunned. That's my water. There's water. There's water. Ha ha. The water pouch was fought over by several people and was quickly emptied. Aunt Liu instinctively wanted to go help Su Zhen, but Su Xiao stopped her. Let Sister Second handle it herself. If she can't, we will step in, Su Xiao said calmly. This is chaotic times. Everyone must rely on themselves to survive. I can only help for a moment, not forever. Hearing this, Su Zhen clenched her teeth and charged forward. Give me back my water. Seeing that Su Zhen was just a young girl, the group of people didn't take her seriously and sneered. You old folks and little girl, if you want to pass through Suzhou smoothly, you'd better understand some rules and beg us nicely. Otherwise, you never know when you'll die. Ha ha ha, exactly. This is Suzhou, not Yanzhou. Once you're in Suzhou, you have to follow Suzhou's rules. Come here, everyone. Come on, come on. Let the big brother see what you look like. If I'm satisfied with how you serve me, I'll protect you. Several men shamelessly and lewdly smiled at the three women of the Su family, and some even made moves to attack Su Jin. Big sister Su Ling couldn't hold back anymore. She picked up a stone from the ground and rushed out, grabbing the attacker by the neck, then fiercely smashing the stone into the person's temple. Su Ling turned to attack the second one. But the opponent was prepared. As Su Ling lunged, they grabbed her wrist and grinned even more wildly. "Oh, you're spicy. I like that. I'll fight you too." Third sister Su Lai raised a wooden stick and charged forward. "I'll beat you to death. Beat you to death. So you won't bully people anymore." The three sisters of the Su family had not practiced martial arts for long, so they lacked strength, skills, and confidence. As a result, they quickly found themselves in trouble. Just when Su Lai was about to be taken advantage of, Su Xiao finally intervened. "Look out, sisters. When fighting, don't scratch or tickle." Su Xiao had no weapons and charged forward directly. She kicked a man in the lower back, knocking him flying. "Target the vital spot." Before she finished speaking, she kicked another man. In just a moment, 7 or 8 people were knocked away. "Use your killing move." Su Xiao grabbed a man trying to attack her from behind by the neck and squeezed hard. His throat was crushed. "When you're out of strength, use weapons." Su Xiao quickly picked up a stone from the ground and struck the second man sharply on the temple. The right spot is the head, but the angle was wrong. "Use the sharpest part, aim here, and stab." The man's face was covered in blood, and he collapsed in fear, quickly losing consciousness. "When your strength isn't enough, choose." Su Xiao turned behind the third man and applied a cross chokehold, locking his throat. "Hold him tight, then use a weapon." Su Xiao's dagger easily cut through the man's throat. "If you don't have a weapon, you can gouge eyes or kick sensitive areas," she explained while using these men as training tools. "Why bother with like this? Just fight." After killing the last, Su Xiao turned to the three sisters and asked, "Remember that?" "Got it." The three sisters answered in unison. "I can't always be with you," Su Xiao said, her eyes flickering to the group watching nearby.
She smirked.
"Starting today, think carefully about how to fight and how to win. Next time, I won't intervene. If you don't want to lose out, then fight with all your might and go all the way, fight to the death." The group that had been watching suddenly fell silent. Everyone lowered their heads, afraid to meet Su Xiao's gaze. They knew they had all been mistaken. This team, though made up of old and young, was surprisingly strong. While Su Xiao was fighting, Xuan Ziqing remained silent throughout. When Xuan Ziqing saw Su Xiao kill someone, his eyes showed no emotion, as if he had done this many times before.
But how could that be?
Su Xiao was just a child from a rural family. Even if he was very talented or extraordinary, he was still a kid. How could he stay so calm when facing murder? Unless he was cold-hearted and ruthless, seeing human life as nothing. But he wasn't. He loved his family very much and valued family bonds. So, why did he feel so out of place? "Older cousin, the bodies are taken care of," Su Xiao said to Xuan Ziqing. Xuan Ziqing sighed and gathered all the bodies together, then set them on fire. The people around looked at Su Xiao and the others with fear. They thought, this is a dangerous person. Not only did he kill, but he also didn't leave the bodies behind. He burned them all, leaving no place for them to rest in peace. After dealing with the bodies, everyone continued their journey. The refugees naturally kept their distance from the Su family, afraid to get too close. After walking for over 2 hours, everyone was tired. They couldn't find shade, so they looked for a slightly shaded spot to sit and rest. Many people wanted to go find water or firewood. At this moment, someone stepped out of the crowd and nervously asked Su Xiao, "Are you going to find water?" "No," Su Xiao replied. "I'm good at finding water," the person said, biting their lip and carefully offering themselves. "I can read the flow of rivers and mountains. Others can't find water, but I can." Su Xiao looked at the person. The person was very small and thin, and their gender was hard to tell. They had short, messy hair like a chicken coop. Compared to this person, the Su family members looked clean. The person's teeth were the only white part of their face. The rest was dark and black. Maybe they were sunburned or just naturally dark. I'm very useful, the small person said, still trying to sell themselves. I can help you. What do you want? Su Xiao asked. Food? Water? Medicine? Clothes? The small person asked back. The small person shook their head. I don't want any of those, they said. I can find all of them. Then why did you come to me? Su Xiao asked. I want to follow you, the little guy said. I don't want useless people. I'm not useless. The little guy pointed to a man over 2 meters tall in the distance. He took my food and caused my family to die. Su Xiao became interested. So, when you were teaching about killing this morning, I heard it, the little guy said. I can fight hard. Watch me. Suddenly, the little guy turned and rushed at the big man. Before he could react, he quickly grabbed him from behind with a cross hold and used a rusty sickle to cut his throat. His movements were quick and precise, just like Su Xiao had taught. Everyone at the scene was stunned by this sudden change. The little guy, bloodied and holding the sickle, stood in front of Su Xiao again and said, See? I learn quickly. I can be your servant, your fighter. So, what do you want? Su Xiao asked again. I want to stand out, I want to live, I want to. The little guy looked up casually and suddenly stared wide-eyed. Su Xiao followed his gaze and saw her third sister, Su Lai, biting into a pancake. She was munching like a little squirrel. Su Lai blinked, confused about why everyone was looking at her. She quickly hid the pancake behind her and asked, What are you all looking at? The little guy looked away and continued, I want to eat enough, to be a proper person, not to die weakly on this road of exile. Why do you think I need you? Su Xiao asked. The team is too weak, too few strong fighters. You can fight, but you can't protect everyone. Like now, if you go out to find water, your family might be in danger. If you don't go, your whole family will have no water. If your family goes out to find water, they might not come back. The little guy accurately pointed out Su Xiao's problem. You only have 2 men, which is not enough. Far from enough. Even if your 3 sisters become strong, your mother and grandmother are destined to be weak and need someone to protect them. The little person continued, I have no parents or family. I have no attachments. Wherever you go, I will go. I swear I will be loyal to you for my whole life and never betray you. Su Xiao exchanged a glance with Sun Ziqing. Sun Ziqing asked, What is your name? How old are you? Are you a boy or a girl? Lin Xiaogo. 14 years old, a boy. Third sister Su Xiao couldn't help but laugh softly. What's your birthday? Year Pingi, the 18th day of the first lunar month. Sun Ziqing immediately began to calculate. His calculation surprised him, and his expression quickly became serious as he carefully repeated the calculations. It took him about 10 minutes of careful work before he nodded at Su Xiao. Su Xiao said, All right, I can accept you, but you need to change your name. Please give me a name. Master. Lin Xiaogo immediately knelt before Su Xiao. Let's call you Lin Guiyun. Su Xiao looked up at the sky and said, I'm not really your master, so just call me. Su Xiao reached out and helped Lin Guiyun to his feet, saying, Call me young master. Yes, young master. Lin Guiyun grinned happily. Third sister, Su Xiao said to her third sister Su Lai, Bring him some food and drink. Since he's now part of our group, we shouldn't treat him badly. Although Su Lai didn't understand why her younger brother accepted this person, she wouldn't disobey his orders. She quickly agreed and said to Lin Guiyun, Come, I'll get some for you. She turned around and rummaged through her bag, bringing back 2 vegetable pancakes and a water pouch. Feeling a bit nervous, Lin Guiyun hurriedly wiped his hands and carefully took the food, seeming shy. His voice was so soft it was like a mosquito's buzz. Thank you. Meanwhile, Su Xiao asked Sun Ziqing, Why do you think he's promising? Because his luck is good, Sun Ziqing replied. Don't look at him as an orphan. If he didn't have strong luck, his family wouldn't have lasted until they died here. He used his own good fortune to extend his family's lives by 10 years. Is it really that mysterious? Are your calculations accurate? Su Xiao asked skeptically. Then tell me, if I wasn't accurate, why would I keep chasing after you? Sun Ziqing retorted. That's true. Su Xiao nodded thoughtfully. Can you tell if he's genuinely following us, or just using me as a stepping stone? Sun Ziqing asked a completely unrelated question. How old is the third sister this year? 14. Why do you ask? Su Xiao replied. I thought so. The third sister has such a strong temper. Sun Ziking chuckled softly. Don't worry, he won't betray you. At noon, they ate a simple meal. Everyone's meal was very basic, just plain vegetable pancakes. But in others' eyes, this was a delicacy because many people couldn't find anything to eat and could only drink water constantly. Even drinking water was not easy. They couldn't drink with a full stomach because water was running out. Sometimes, they had to walk for 2 days without finding a water source. The drought in Suzhou was much worse than in Yenzhou, almost turning the land into a barren desert. Even when they found water, it was muddy and polluted. Many people could only dig up some mud and sediment, let it settle, then drink. So, although the refugees in Yenzhou were kept in Fenglin town by Yuan Jingxi, the people of Suzhou also began fleeing and starving. The northern 3 states had become almost a death zone. The common people either headed toward the capital or southward. Almost no one dared to stay in the north. After finishing their meal, and before they could get up, a group of refugees appeared from afar. They looked even worse off than the previous group, with clothes torn into strips. To put it bluntly, the rags on their bodies were coarser than the mop strips used in Su Xiaorua's previous laboratory. Not only were their clothes tattered, but their bodies were covered with wounds. Red streaks ran across their skin, as if whipped. Quick, go, go, go! The group shouted upon seeing Su Xiaorua and the others, their faces anxious. Hurry up! Everyone looked at them numbly, without reacting. Su Xiaorua was the first to respond. She immediately said, Mother, Auntie, pack up. We're leaving. I'll carry the things. I have strength. Lin Guoyin stood up quickly, taking the bag Sun Ziking carried and putting it on his back. He sincerely said, I won't run away. Running away isn't a problem. I can find you anywhere, no matter where you go, Su Xiaorua said calmly. Let's go. The group hurriedly set off, moving quickly and leaving the group of refugees far behind. Little brother, what's going on? Third sister Su Lai couldn't help but ask as she moved closer. The injuries on those people are whip marks, Su Xiao replied. They are running away, hiding from a group of people. Think about it. In this chaotic world, besides the Northern Wolf Army, who else would be so bold on the land of the Great Yu dynasty? You mean? Su Lai's eyes widened suddenly.
Ese chache, Su Xiao rasta finger.
Don't get involved. We need to pass through Suzhou quickly and reach the capital. But they were still caught up. Behind them, the sound of hooves echoed. Along with the hoofbeats, came loud shouts and cheers. Ha ha ha, I was the first to catch the prey. These toys belong to me. A spoiled young man, pulling on his reins, pointed his whip at Su Xiao and the others. Stop right there, or you'll die.